And then the crawl.
Yeah, the crawl. All right. So this is the big ass Star Wars podcast.
Yeah.
I'm Scott G. I'm joined here with two of my good buddies, Phil D and
Hey.
Robby. Say hey, guys.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Yeah. So
This episode
this
is
episode,
going to be thicker than a bowl of oatmeal.
like cold peanut butter.
Break your knife.
So, yeah, so we're just going to be talking Star Wars, mostly all of the movies. Put some disclaimers in here right now. We are going to be talking spoilers for everything, even the latest episode, but it's New Year's. If you were going to see it, you would have already seen it.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I'll try to put some time codes in the description, at least for episode 9, Rise of Skywalker, just in case. But, you know, this is your only warning. Get out now. Stick live cobras in your ears. Put a bucket on your head. Do something.
We are also going to be spoiling episodes 1 through 7 and 8, just in case.
Yeah,
you have not
yeah,
seen
everything.
those. We're going to spoil. Well, not Solo. We don't care.
Yeah. Wait, who does? Wait, who-
huh?
What was that?
It was 11. That's why it was Solo.
11.
Okay.
Oh, man. Anyways. So, yeah, guys. So we're all pretty much big Star Wars fans.
Mhm.
You know, we've seen all the movies, seen some of the like animated shows for the most part, played some games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, first off, I'd like to address. Let's go ahead and just get this out of the way. Okay.
Yep.
Did you guys like episode 9?
Yes. I
Yes.
thought it was good.
Yes.
It was entertaining.
just a general thumbs
General
up,
thumbs
down.
up. General
That's all I'm
thumbs
saying.
up. Yes.
Thumbs
Absolutely.
up. I think all three of us are giving this movie a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Okay. There are of course quirks.
Yeah. It
But
doesn't mean that there aren't
Yeah.
problems.
of course there are problems.
But again, it's a Star Wars movie.
Mm-hmm.
It has space wizards and laser swords, and really cool like spaceship battles.
That's all you need.
And some really dumb goofy shit that I'm sure we're gonna get into eventually.
And
But
Babu Frick.
but but as far as I'm concerned, this is a good Star Wars movie. And I had a lot of fun in the theater with
Yeah,
it.
agreed. The three of us had a lot of fun going to see it. The other biggest thing that I needed to address with this podcast is why is Mushu not in the Mulan live action movie?
Yeah, I was wondering that too. I remember when I was watching the trailer, I was like waiting.
Yeah.
I think
to
they're
see how it
trying to do a
And he wasn't
more
there.
realistic, like more historic. This sounds stupid and weird.
Yeah, it
because
sounds fucking stupid
yeah.
just you even starting the sentence, okay? We're going to make a historic Disney film
yeah.
because Mulan was real. Watch she actually be real and I'm just fucking completely wrong here.
Well, so Mushu's not seen in the trailers. Do you think it's possible that he is in the movie? They're just not
Probably.
showing him.
Like a disembodied voice, or maybe he's like
At some
Nah,
point,
he's
they
probably
have
in
to.
there. Period.
just
gotta
as a little dragon. So
Or
you,
at
you
the
think
ve-
they're just not gonna tease him? They want you to see him.
I think
Yeah.
it's a possibility. I think it's more. That was just some dumb thing that I threw out because that would be cool if they did that. But more likely, what it's going to be is just going to be kind of like a fan service nod. Like maybe she looks at a statue, and you get an Eddie Murphy laugh for a second, and then she walks past.
Oh man, that's all you get. Oh, that's great.
No, I think he'll be in there. He's got to be.
You think so? You think it'll be Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Excuse me, I'm opening this beverage.
Sounds fresh.
it is fresh.
Refresco.
Cool. So you wanted to talk about a few of the games. So
Yeah.
I've only ever really played the first Force Awakens.
Not Force Awakens.
Sorry, not Force Awakens.
There's a lot of Star Wars titles. This gets confusing. Let me tell you.
We're gonna jumble all these up eventually. The
Watch
Force
us fuck this whole podcast.
Actually, I did the same thing. Like those games went on sale over the holidays. And my
Yeah.
friend said, "Yeah, the Force Unleashed games are on sale," and I was like, "When did they make a game about the first movie?"
Yeah.
When did it happen?
Oh man, the Finn parts would suck.
Yeah, it'd
in
be
that, in that game. He's just
be all-
confused.
be
I don't
all-
know what I'm doing.
It'd just be stealth missions.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
that's right. It's all it would be.
It'd be instant fail stealth missions
Yeah.
if they were Finn parts. God. Okay, so yeah, so first off, let's talk about that. So, what games have you played, Scott, from the entire Star Wars?
From the entire so we had The Empire Strikes Back when I was a kid
The Super
on the
Imp-
Atari.
Super
No,
Empire?
Atari.
Oh, whoa.
I'm talking like reach way back, brah.
Okay.
I think it was Atari 2600.
Yeah.
Either way, they worked on both of them.
Okay.
But I played that, and it was pretty much just like rail, or not even rail shooter, just like freeform, taking down the AT-ATs, taking down the
and
fucking
it was just
walkers.
it was a left and right.
yeah,
right? So it was
left
like
and right,
Defender.
like shooter. Yeah,
It was like Defender.
yeah, just real bad Defender.
I absolutely remember that.
Yeah, and beyond that, Shadows of the Empire is probably the one that I played the most, and then Force
Sorry.
Unleashed.
Oh yeah,
And that's
and you said
that's
just
been it.
just the first Force
Just
Unleashed.
the first one, yeah.
Okay. And what about you, Robbie? What have you played? Well, Pod Racer.
Pod Racer, yeah, that game was hype, but I always forget about it.
Yeah, because it's not exactly a Star Wars game. You think you're playing like F-Zero or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I've played a little bit of a lot of the Star Wars games. I think it's Super Star Wars on the Super Nintendo, which is pretty cool.
Love those.
yeah.
I've definitely played KOTOR 1 and 2.
Oh yeah.
There was like a Episode 3 game on the PS2 because I was really into that movie, so I got the game. It was not very good,
Okay.
but I was into it though. I mean, get to be
Yeah.
Anakin, why not?
Yep. Yeah.
And the Force Unleashed games,
Okay.
and their guest appearances in Soul Calibur 4.
Oh,
Yoda and Vader.
dude. Oh, man. Yeah, Yoda's short hack ass.
Yes, he was like overpowered. 'cause you couldn't
Absolutely.
hit him.
Well, yeah. Well, and I was an Astaroth player, and half of his fucking moves go right over Yoda's head. Like it was, and you can't grab him. Infuriating. Okay, so, which is also cool because The Apprentice is in.
He's in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I liked Vader though. I really like using Vader. He's dope.
Nice.
Force choking motherfuckers. So okay, the first Star Wars game that I ever played was Super Star Wars,
Okay.
and I think we've all you've played it. I know you've seen it before.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Mhm. Great
It
game.
looks hype.
I mean, it's a platformer. Kind of a Contra style game in a general sense, but it's got a little bit more dynamics to it than
Yeah.
that. Because there's some vertical levels and there's also saber usage once you get to Mos Eisley.
Yeah.
And they represent the original game or the original film pretty well, right?
Yeah.
There was also Super Empire and Super Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. So they had the whole trilogy.
They had the whole
Yeah.
trilogy, and those were the first Star Wars games that I ever played.
Yeah.
After that, I got a PC before I got an N64.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so instead of playing Pod Racer.
What are you saying? PC's better than an N64? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who questioned that?
Apparently my dumb ass.
So, I didn't play the Pod Racer. I didn't play, what's it called, until a little bit later. What was the other big Star Wars game on the N64?
Shadow
Rogue
of the Empire.
Squadron.
Oh.
Yeah, but also Shadow of the Empire. Yeah. But those 3 games, or series rather, amazing, because I think they did make another Pod Racer. I really think they did.
I don't
Maybe
remember
I'm just
there
crazy
being
on
one.
that.
Yeah.
But they definitely made 3.
They did in the Berenstein universe.
Yeah. But they definitely made 3 Rogue Squadron games, because even the one on GameCube is amazing and still looks good. Like, go look up some screenshots from Rogue Squadron 3 and tell me that it kind of doesn't look like Battlefront.
I believe you, man. Fucking GameCube graphics tend to hold up better than
pretty well
a lot of shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'd agree with that.
Just in general.
Yeah, PS2 graphics looked a little dated a lot of the time, and Xbox graphics were doing.
We might now be getting to the point to where technology is so significantly, so much better now. We might just be getting to the point to where people can turn on a GameCube game and be like, ugh.
Yeah. But really only a couple, because most of them have charm. Yeah.
Yeah, at least.
So Shadows of the Empire was one of those games that I wanted while I didn't have an N64. So I was playing PC shit, but I like the toys for Shadows of the Empire were coming out, and like they had the Shadows of the Empire had that badass villain Shizor, and there was a comic that came out with it, and I actually read the comic before I played the game. It was one of those things. But the I played like Dark Forces and X-Wing, but there's a series that not a lot of people know about, but you can buy this game on PS4 right now, and it's still to this day has some of the best lightsaber combat. Period. It's the Jedi Outcast, so it's Jedi Knight and Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast.
Yeah, I've heard people talk about it. I haven't seen it.
It's a PC game version, right?
There's the PC game version was the one that I initially played, and that was one of my favorite Star Wars games, period, but I didn't play the second one until after I'd already had a N64 and played that round of games and all that. But really what I've really wanted since then is that kind of lightsaber combat in a game again. Because let me just explain this to you guys. So it's WASD mouse and keyboard kind of movement, right?
Yeah.
So you're playing it like a first person shooter, and you can move the camera around with the mouse, but you also have the ability to swing your lightsaber like that.
Oh,
so,
with the mouse?
Yeah. So and it works fairly well. So
Yeah.
when you're fighting people, you have to make sure to line up your sword, and you have to counter that way.
Yeah.
And
So I guess if you go like side to side, you can like move, of course, from like right to left, and if you go up or down, that's more like defense.
Yep.
Kind of stuff. Okay.
Depending on the way they're swinging at you and all that.
I got you.
Jedi Academy, which is Jedi Knight 3, I guess, technically. I don't know. That was that time when nobody knew how to... oh, wait. No, we're still in that time where nobody knows how to name things. I forgot.
Yeah.
Forgot
We haven't
one
gotten past that.
Nope.
At all.
One of these days, we'll figure out names again. And numbers. You remember when Rocky movies made sense? So...
No. When was that, Philip?
When they were sequential. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So,
Talk about the titles, not the plot.
but Jedi Academy, I'm sorry, was super cool because it was a completely pick your fighting style, pick your own lightsaber, pick your race, do all that kind of customized shit. You could even get the dual sabers, the twin bladed sabers, like it's a saber staff. That's what it is, the Darth Maul style thing. Different force powers. Man, it's such a dope game.
Yeah.
Still holds up with gameplay, does not hold up with graphics. Looks like ass in a hat.
Like
it's just it's not
like
good.
super blocky.
Yeah, the very polygonal. super dated shading. You know, that was like DirectX 8 still, so it was. I mean, that might have been 9, early days of 9, but it was basically what I'm saying is it didn't have like per pixel shaders and shit. It was general surface shaders, which I know it's like, you know how N64 had those weird over shading, like weird. You know, it didn't. It didn't shade. Yeah, it
didn't actually shade anything. It just put a big black mark on.
Yeah, it kind of made the whole polygon shaded in a way like that. That's kind of the way stuff shades on that game still. So I bet there's lighting mods. I bet there's texture upgrades. I bet there's that kind of thing. But still, that game perfected lightsaber combat when it comes to like that style of thing. Right. And we have not seen another game that does it, because the Battlefront games are cool. Because, you know, I played Battlefront 1 and 2 on the Xbox. Those were fine. I thought they were fun, but I don't think they're great games. I just don't. And then the new ones that came out, I definitely don't think they're great games. I think they're just EA cash grabs.
Oh, and yeah, they absolutely
are. Look amazing.
That's what sucks.
They look so
good.
Man, like I saw somebody using Palpatine and just like young Palpatine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man, and it's I mean shit like that, you know? It's super cool, you know, but the game is just it's cash grabby because it's EA bullshit. They microtransaction the fuck out of you to get the characters you want. It's all DLC, you know how it goes, you know.
Well, I heard they did fix that. I haven't played it.
They did?
But they said, you know, from fans here, they say that they got rid of a lot of that. So can't say for sure, but that's what I've heard.
Well, I hope that's the case.
There's a lot of people defending it now.
Okay. Well, the game looks good, so maybe if it's cheap and they actually have a pack with all the characters, I'd play it just to be Darth Maul.
Oh yeah,
just to roll on folks.
Roll on motherfuckers.
So
what about this VR game that you've been playing?
What I was getting to. So. As far as the canon ones, the only ones that we really need to talk about are Unleashed.
Yeah.
This Vader VR game. Was there another one, or was it just the two of those?
I think it was just those two that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, because we were talking about where they sit in the entire timeline. Which when we get to that point in the timeline, we'll reference these again.
And this is like what is the current timeline, not the legend shit, not the expanded universe, not the old shit. This is stuff that is still currently canon.
Yes, currently canon. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Unleashed is currently canon.
Yeah, Unleashed. Yeah, definitely. Okay. If it involves the prequel, it's really just all the like
legends,
like shit. Like extended universe novels. And
well, dude, they KOTOR. That's the other one that we needed to talk about. That's the other big deal, because these are the three games that to me are, well, I mean, Unleashed is hit or miss. Okay, as far as being a Star Wars game, it's fine.
I liked it when I was playing, but it's like popcorn, man. You eat it and then you forget about it.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it was kind of a God of War game, kind of like that, and it was fun.
Yeah,
it was.
I mean, I had
combos with a lightsaber.
All I'm saying is I had a good time being a completely OP Jedi.
Yeah. Did
you
ever
that
play the
game.
Second one?
No, I only played the first.
Okay, yeah, I might have picked up the second one for a little bit, but I never bought it, so I don't remember where I would have played it. But first one was fine.
Yeah. But anyways, those come in the timeline as far as like what was it, in between 3 and 4.
So that would have happened directly after 3.
Yeah.
Unleashed would have happened directly after he became Vader, because he went looking for an apprentice.
But after that VR game that you were...
No, that's next.
That's next? Oh, yeah, that's right.
So the VR game follows, which is called Vader Immortal, and it's actually a trilogy of games. They had to do this. It's cool. It's
everything has to be a trilogy.
Yeah,
it just absolutely has to.
They want to do the episodic thing, which I actually kind of get, because if they had charged you $30 up front for this experience and then promised you the other 2
later,
then it would have been a little salty,
I got you.
But they basically released them as 3 $10 episodes, which are roughly 30 minutes to an hour long, somewhere in there. I mean, you can make it take longer if you want to.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much it. The storyline follows what's going on in the comics with Vader, which is just which we'll go over what the story's about a little bit later.
Yeah.
But Maya Rudolph is your companion robot. Like, she's your droid. Maya Rudolph, if you guys don't know, is she was on SNL for the longest time. She's like the curly haired chick. She's hilarious. She's in a bunch of other stuff. Maya Rudolph.
And just look up like an
pull her up,
image.
I'll
'cause
find that for you. Here.
Other than SNL, I'm kind of drawing a blank right now.
Yeah.
But she's hilarious. She is a comedian, and she plays the character wonderfully, and totally has that Star Wars feel of the companionship side of things, you know. And it's definitely something to be in the shoes of. Oh, that's my droid.
Yeah.
It cares about me. It's a little different when you're actually there, you know.
Yeah.
She's definitely been in a lot of things, a lot of voice acting roles. I see.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
The
yeah.
Emoji movie, the Angry Birds movie. Obviously, you know that's
All
not the
great
best
10
roles
out of
here.
10 movies.
Big Hero 6.
Oh shit,
Oh,
she was in Idiocracy.
Yeah, dude, she's the hooker in Idiocracy. Yeah, that's right. Upgrade gonna know about it.
And of course, Shrek the Third.
Oh, okay.
Her best performance
Yeah, obviously.
ever.
Defining role. of her
Even
career.
though I've never seen it, I can just tell
I
from
didn't actually know that.
tell from the poster that this.
Man, I can't believe I didn't think of Idiocracy. That's one of my favorite
Yeah,
roles with
dude.
her. So, but the idea of that one is also similar to The Force Unleashed, where it's Vader looking for an apprentice.
Yeah.
Okay, except guess what? You're that dude, and you're
You are
are the apprentice.
Oh, okay. For some reason, the times that I played it, I thought you were Vader.
No, you actually have to fight Vader in the third one because, of course, you know he used you and then threw you away.
Yeah.
And then, you know, so that one follows the comic books, and we'll talk about that as well. Screw it, whatever.
Yeah.
I'll just talk about it now. So it's him trying to bring Padme back. You know how he has the lava castle on Mustafar.
Yeah.
So Vader's
Okay, so just let me say this
Yes,
right now,
yes.
because I understand how people can take Star Wars very seriously. Okay, I'm a fan too. I take it seriously, but realize, guys, that you are taking a franchise that has a samurai space wizard with a lava castle seriously.
and robot legs,
And
motherfucker.
robot legs.
He's living the dream with robot
It's
legs.
awesome, but it's kind of silly.
A
So,
little bit. Mm-hmm.
and I love it. That's all I wanted to say about that. Sorry about my tangent, guys.
But in his lava castle
In
on
his
Mustafar,
lava castle.
Y'all don't want a lava castle?
everybody wants a lava castle, but we don't have metal legs to deal with the lava castle.
That is true.
He
It might
If I
hurt
had
us.
metal legs.
said we could all have a lava castle. So man, just
anyways,
also you know, Obi-Wan fucked his ass up.
Oh, yeah.
So
did.
that's all I'm gonna say.
We'll get into that a little bit later.
So he is channeling the this thing called the Bright Star and using this there was apparently this ancient warrior named Lord Corvax, and Lord Corvax had you had that whole power to bring people back thing, but they okay, Mustafar, the whole reason that his temple is in Mustafar is because it's heavily aligned with the dark side energy, okay?
Yeah.
And I'll get into this specifically a little bit later when we talk about episode 9 and such, but this whole
Teasing.
yeah this whole force healing thing being a light side thing. Well,
Yeah.
there was also the draining of force to heal yourself, you know, and there's also
Right.
channeling that force into somebody
Well,
else.
it's kind of like that, like, you know, one. It's the opposites.
Yeah,
The,
yeah.
You know,
Uh-huh.
like thing. You know, like
Drain is black magic and heal is white magic.
There you
yeah,
go.
yeah. But there's
think of it in
also
RPG terms,
but
guys.
yeah, but there's also like a middle ground there. You know what I mean? And the
Yeah.
Mustafarians, it seems like, had something that was a little bit middle ground, and they were using it. Well, basically, Lord Corvax died, and then Lady Corvax tried to use the Bright Star to bring him back. I think she breaks it or something, and then that curses the world. It's some craziness. But the point is that Vader tries to get the Bright Star because he thinks that he can bring Padme back with it.
Yeah.
Because that's all he gives a shit about. You know,
Yeah.
after
Because I haven't read the comics, but I've seen and read enough about it to kind of get what the story was, and I'd heard about that. that he was just basically on a mission to bring Padme back.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. I want to say the very beginning of the comic actually starts with his immediate, as soon as he was Vader and Palpatine, getting him to make a lightsaber.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. That's a lot of O's.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
So.
And then he gets to kill
And-
motherfuckers.
yeah. But I think that's his first thing is he makes him go make a lightsaber, because he's got to go make a red one.
Yeah.
Got to be all evil.
Exactly. How are they supposed to know he's a bad guy if he doesn't have a red lightsaber?
And so basically, he's trying to bring Padme back with the Bright Star, but he needs a descendant of Lady Corvax, and you happen to be a descendant of Lady Corvax, and guess what you are? Go ahead, guess what you are, huh? What are you? You're a smuggler. Hey, wow, you're just a smuggler with a robot, huh? I've never ever seen this archetype
Because you're not
before.
a Sith and you're not a Jedi in the
No.
Star Wars universe. You are a smuggler.
You're a smuggler.
What
yeah.
else are you doing?
That's it. Yeah. I mean, you could be one of those cantina musicians. You could
Bounty hunter.
You could be a bounty hunter. You could ride a crazy animal. that's
Or a pod racer.
or be a
Or be a
pod
pod
racer.
racer.
There's a couple of jobs. Okay, there's a couple of things you can do. Yeah, I bet somebody else milks those green milk
Those green milk
booby thingies other
From
than
Last
Luke.
Jedi?
I
Blue
bet.
milk harvester.
Yeah.
That's definitely a job.
Definitely. Blue milk harvester. Yeah, there's a lot of blue milk. Basically, because you're the descendant of the Corvax line, you're the only person that's able to unlock the Bright Star.
Right.
And I don't know, they do this kind of weird thing where there's like a droid army that kind of looks like the prequel droids, and they're kind of cool. But once you initiate yourself as the line of Corvax, you turn them on, and then you send them out to do a thing, and then they don't really address that again, and then you go fight Vader, and you fuck his plans up. So it's kind of cool, but the game is being a lightsaber wielder. That's what the whole game is. You get a lightsaber. I've let both of them play it.
Yeah,
so I'm more
I mean,
explaining it to.
I had fun with it. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Well, yeah. I mean,
You
it takes a
know.
minute. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much the same, but it was fun.
Yeah.
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 I had a good time. I really like the lightsaber throw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That feels real good.
That one didn't come in until the second one.
Yeah.
And then in the third one, they add force powers. Wait, no, the second one they added force powers. The third one they added blasters and thermal detonators.
Didn't they add in the third one, if I'm remembering correctly, didn't they add the lightsaber staff?
Darth
like
Mauls.
the Darth Maul?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you were always able to unlock custom lightsabers, like specific characters' lightsabers,
Right.
But the Darth Maul staff didn't come out until the third
So
one.
you're telling me I could get the dope-ass Dooku?
Yes, I already got
lightsaber?
that one.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, It's weird. It's also short. It's a little short. Yeah, and maybe that's just because I've been throwing around this
Well,
Darth
is that
Maul.
because he's more of a fencer?
Yes.
know, yeah.
Dooku actually has the ability to extend his saber. Him and Vader both.
Oh, so maybe it's just standard.
Well, they both use Makashi.
Okay.
Yeah, and Makashi, because it's like you were saying, fencing.
Yeah.
It's exactly that thing. It's
Yeah.
a duelist thing, and imagine having a sword that can be two different lengths, so that you can screw with the person that you're fighting, so they
Yeah.
don't know where their defensive line is.
Yeah.
I just hit the
That's
mic.
dope.
But yeah,
But yeah.
so basically, you can. It's the training droids from A New Hope that you see Luke on.
On the Millennium Falcon, those little
Exactly
orbs.
when he has the blast shield down and he's
Yeah.
doing that. So that's the cool side of the game that I like, the dojo side. There
Yeah.
is, over the course of the entire thing, it's about an hour and a half or so of content, and that's good, and the story's fine. You get to see a weird Rancor thing, it's
Yeah.
all in your face, like all that. And then you screw his plans up to use the Bright Star, and you crush it in the last moment, and then he can't get Padme back, and
Yeah.
so he's a sad
So
boy
he's all
again.
sad.
He's such a sad boy.
He's gotta,
Yeah.
he's gotta say no again.
I was actually kind of thinking maybe Anakin suffers from manic depression. That's very possible because of the way that he
I can see
acts.
it.
You
Yeah.
know, like
He did get hurt pretty bad.
exactly, and
Everyone dies.
and that's
Well, guys, he does
I-
get 3 of his limbs cut off.
yeah.
And like set on fire.
Hard to be positive with
So,
that.
I mean,
It's real hard to be positive with that. Yeah, it really is. But that's pretty much the way the Vader Immortal thing is. It's a Oculus Store exclusive, which, Robbie, I meant to tell you this, and I might as well say this on here. For anybody that doesn't have an Oculus Rift but happens to have a VR headset, you can actually use software Revive, and you can get an Oculus account and then play those games on there. And it seems to work well, and with a game like Vader Immortal, it wouldn't be a big deal because there's not a lot of buttons. Really, the problem with the Windows MR controllers is it doesn't have buttons.
Yeah.
You know, but
you know what
yeah.
I'm saying. You know, no buttons.
No
What
buttons.
are you gonna do?
you need
Yeah,
you
what's
need
up with that?
buttons sometimes. But it's also on the Oculus Quest, the completely wireless headset. So
Yeah.
that's the one that you could just take with you and all that stuff.
A portable VR.
Yeah,
Like, hold
Portable
on.
VR,
Like,
dude.
look,
Yeah,
I get no wires.
yeah.
You know, and I'm not saying people would do this, but when you told me about a portable VR, all I could imagine was somebody walking on a like side of a road on a sidewalk and getting hit by a fucking car
Well,
because they're like,
yep.
because they're trying to lift this
During the virtual
realistic looking
world.
banana off a table and just looking at it like, oh man, this shit is hot.
Yeah. Well, thankfully, there's two things.
Yeah, it won't work. I'm
it
sure
doesn't
it won't
work outside, actually. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, if it sees the sun, you can actually screw up the cameras.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's a
Yeah.
good thing. You know, that's.
I'm just saying. I figured there'd be safety measures in place, but
You also have to set up a boundary. Have you seen the way it works on the Rift S? The where you step through the boundary and you can see the world.
yeah,
Yeah,
you show me that.
Because it has the cameras, it'll actually show you the world. So once you step out of your boundary, it shows you what's going on. Yeah,
Oh,
that's
nice.
super handy. You can click the button twice, and it just turns to cameras,
Yeah.
and then you can see it.
You can see dog.
Yeah,
if
you can
she's-
see the dog, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, or kid, or wires, or
Yeah, or any-
snakes,
yeah.
or whatever it's going
Snakes.
on. You might have snakes. I don't know. I don't know what's going on, man.
I don't know what you
know what
got
you got.
in
I know
your
what you got.
house.
But my point is, if you have any way to play this Vader Immortal VR game and have ever wanted to wield a lightsaber, you owe it to yourself to spend $10 on this fucking game.
Yeah.
Just get it and try it. $10, and then if you like it, spend another 20 and get the other two, and get you that Darth Maul saber.
That shit's fun.
so-
That Darth Vader saber is really fun to throw.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
The Maul saber, you
Gotta
mean?
have a-
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
A wide
Maul's-
range.
Dude, it'll hit them twice.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it'll hit them on the first side and then on the back side too. So with the little droids, because they're these the sphere droids. There's like 3 or 4 different kinds, and one of them comes up and then projects a shield around it. So
Oh, yeah.
you're supposed to deflect 2 hits back at it. So you deflect the first one and it takes the shield down, and the second one kills it.
Hmm.
But with that, you can throw that shit and it goes gaga, just right through it.
Oh,
Mhm.
nice.
Yeah, man. On the backswing, it murders. So
Cool.
the only other game to talk about is
Yeah.
Knights of the Old Republic. And the biggest reason to talk about Knights of the Old Republic at this point is because Episode 9 made canon Darth Revan. And Darth Revan's the main character in the first Knights of the Old Republic.
Yeah.
Rev-
Well, and there's a good possibility that they could be going back to that era,
Uh-huh.
essentially for the next trilogy,
Mm-hmm.
because they've already confirmed that there's going to be another trilogy.
And I'm
I mean,
down.
there's definitely going to be more Star Wars content.
that'd be like a
there's no
prequel
way.
Yeah.
Yeah. Super prequel.
Super
Very
prequel.
prequel.
A prequel.
The prequelist prequel.
The most prequel you have ever prequeled. Ice-T heard you like some prequel with your prequel.
So we put prequel in your prequel.
So we put prequel in your prequel.
Yo, dog, you like prequels?
I do. They're my favorite.
You like? For some reason, when I hear prequels, it makes me think of
of chips.
No, Steve Brule trying to say like
Pringles.
yeah, Pringles.
You want some Pringles?
Some Pringles.
Which Poppy can't stop.
Once I popped, I can't stop.
But anyway, yeah, so there's a very good chance that is the era that they are going to be going in for either a show or
They gotta
the next
get
trilogy.
back in time.
Thank you, Huey Lewis and the news.
And the news as well.
That's right.
Also the news. Huey Lewis and also the news.
Dude, that shit's the news.
That shit is the news. But KOTOR.
Okay.
Again, real dope RPGs. You know. Did you play KOTOR as well?
Yeah, no. Again,
Okay.
heard about it, never
Yeah.
played it.
So it's. I think you would really like those games. As a matter of
Probably
fact,
would.
you can play them in real time or in turn based, which is pretty dope.
Nice.
So you just have the ability to pause at any point. But wait, you played Final Fantasy 12.
Oh, is that pretty much KOTOR?
Yeah.
It's pretty
Oh,
similar.
Yeah,
hype.
very similar. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like KOTOR's.
I was
a
thinking while I
little
was
bit
going
more.
through 12, I was like, man, this is pretty goddamn Star Wars.
Oh yeah.
Like, especially like prequel kind of.
Oh
yeah.
dude. I'm telling
super
you.
prequel Star Wars.
Well,
like,
Balthier.
there's no
is
way
totally
that
like
shit-
Han Solo.
The judges.
The judges are totally like, yeah, dude. Judge
Yeah.
Gabranth is absolutely Darth Vader. Like,
Absolutely.
come on.
Yeah.
It's their space.
There's a young blonde boy in
yeah.
a desert setting that
That's
goes on
right.
a big adventure.
With a bunch of weird aliens
With a
around
bunch of
it.
weird
Yeah.
aliens.
Never really thought about it that way.
Yeah, it's Star Wars and Ivalice. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, dude. It's Star Wars and Ivalice. Yeah, and the game plays like Knights of the Old Republic, so it's
And-
almost like they just straight ripped off
And
Star
now
Wars.
that we've said that,
you know?
you'll never be able to play Final Fantasy 12 without thinking, Jesus, this is Star Wars. You're welcome.
But
Yeah.
KOTOR is super cool because it talks about. I mean, there's a lot of things that are covered timeline-wise in KOTOR, like the original Jedi Temple, like the very beginnings of the Jedi on Coruscant, and because I mean, you go to Coruscant before it is a world covered in technology.
city.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, you can build your own lightsaber again, and there's all that kind of jazz. But it's heavy on the RPG rather than on the action, you know?
Yeah.
Completely turn-based RPG, if you want it to be, though. So between every move, you can basically pause. So it's like an active thing, and you set up this, and then let it play out.
So it actually plays a lot like 12, where you
Yes,
can set up like
yes.
gambits.
But it doesn't work like gambits. It works more direct than that. Like, it feels a little bit more quick than what the gambit system is. Because the gambit system is a lot more complex than what KOTOR. KOTOR is simplified, but not in a bad way. It's like a streamlined.
So would it be a like kind of a somewhat combination between 12 and 13? Do you remember the battle system for 13?
Yes, but
would it
13 pushes you.
That's true.
You can just pause at any point in time with KOTOR and take your time. So you could totally think about it and be like, oh. And you can also like set up a bunch of things and look at it and be like, oh wait, no, and reverse it and then reset up the. So think about it like, I mean, fuck. To me, it's more like a board game or something, where you're setting up action tiles before you like go, okay, well I'm gonna do a heal and a thermal detonator throw to this guy. And then they attack, and then I'll do another heal. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
I got you.
It's like stuff.
So
you're thinking.
So you're setting up your own individual actions.
Yeah.
Per move.
Yeah.
I got you.
And so it's kind of like that.
Neat. I want to play this.
Yeah, I think you'll like it, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you'll like it more than The Witcher. So,
which I do not.
yeah, well,
it's not hard for me to like other things than
yeah.
The Witcher.
So, as far as games go, the only other thing I even wanted to talk about is this new game that's coming out, or that just came out, called Jedi Fallen Order.
Yeah, I've seen trailers. I don't know. It looks okay. I'll buy it if it goes down. Like, I'm not gonna pay $60 for it.
Yeah,
Or 70, whatever the fuck it is.
When I saw it and saw what it is, I pretty much thought, well, I'm definitely buying this next year when it's cheap,
Yeah.
because it's gonna be cheap next year.
Yeah. I mean, but it looks good.
Oh yeah, well, and from what I've seen, it's pretty much Dark Souls in Star Wars.
Star Wars, Jedi, Dark Souls.
Yep. Star Souls.
Star Souls.
Dark Wars.
Souls. So that's pretty much the games. I guess we're gonna get into the movies.
Oh, there is one more game that I really wanted to talk about.
Okay.
Shit, man, I can't believe
Get
I
them
didn't
all
think.
in,
I'm
man.
sorry.
This is
I'm
the
sorry.
big-ass Star Wars
Yeah, this is the big ass Star
podcast.
Wars podcast because there's one more game that is absolutely canon.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't do anything that wouldn't be canon. It's directly in the middle of a movie, and this is probably the reason why I like this movie more than you do, Scott. Is Republic Commando.
Okay.
Star Wars Republic Commando came out at the same time as Attack of the Clones, or directly
okay,
after
so
Attack of the Clones. So it's taking place during that thing. Well, Attack of the Clones and then into Revenge of the Sith.
Okay, so,
So
it
it's
takes place
during the Clone
directly
Wars.
After. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
it takes place during the Clone Wars. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. So it is directly after Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
But Republic Commando is like Lucasfilm's answer to Halo at the time.
Right.
Did you ever play Republic Commando?
I did not.
You know what I'm talking about, though?
I do.
Man, that game is so cool. So it is a squad-based sci-fi first-person shooter. Okay?
I think sci-fi was implied.
Holy shit.
Because Star Wars.
That's true.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I guess I just in my head was like, well, it's not like the military FPSs that are out there.
Right,
I always
right.
think of things in that genre.
I
You know what I'm
kinda
saying? I'm sorry, I went that way. I meant you have lasers, not bullets. That's all I meant. That's all I meant, man. That's all I meant.
Lasers, no bullets.
You know. It's usually how I distinguish the kind of first person shooter I like,
Right,
because
right.
I don't like bullets. I want lasers.
Right.
Lasers and rockets.
And jetpacks.
Yeah, if you can't shoot a rocket at the ground next to your feet and let it propel you into the air, I don't like
You're
your game
doing
that
it
much. If you can't rocket jump, man,
Yeah.
bringing it back. But no,
please do.
Republic Commando is very cool because you're basically an elite unit of clone troopers
Yeah.
that are infiltrating like behind the scenes during what's going on during the Clone Wars. So I don't know if they make nod to them in the animated Clone Wars series. I really don't. But I kind of feel like they
yeah.
might have, like, at least made nod to there being these elite units. But
Right.
the Republic Commando happens to be like these are the badasses. These guys might as well be Jango Fett,
Right.
which doesn't say a lot.
Yeah. I mean, because he did just show up and get his head cut off.
But it was also by Mace Windu, so it's a
Yeah, that's okay then.
it's a
Well,
tough.
it seems
spot,
like a
tough spot.
Fett trait, you know.
Just get fucked up.
Just show
yeah.
up for just cool,
Yeah.
just enough for the audience to think that you're cool because you got a cool set of armor, and then die in the most embarrassing way possible. That's
That's the trope.
Yeah, that's really it, man.
but
But the game
So-
is super cool, and it follows like you go to Geonosis, you go to Kashyyyk, you go to I don't think you go to Mustafar. I really don't think you do. I could be wrong on that.
oh, then it's the worst game ever.
It's so
it
bad.
already failed.
Yeah, no Mustafar,
Ah.
no sale. That's what I say.
So
But it's a good game.
yeah.
Good game to visit.
Yeah. So since we're already here in this point of the timeline, why don't we go ahead and cover the cartoon shows that are?
Oh yeah. Because
you
right
know.
now we're covering extraneous stuff anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's get all the extraneous out of the way.
So what else is there?
So there's Clone Wars.
The original animated.
The original animated,
Tartakovsky.
and then the CG.
Yeah.
Which
I've seen all of the original animated and some CG.
I think I'm in the same boat.
Okay.
Robby? Have you
I
seen
really
any?
haven't seen, I saw an episode every now and then when I
Yeah.
turned it on Cartoon Network, but I definitely didn't follow it.
The old
Yeah.
Samurai Jack one? Or are you
Uh,
talking about the CG one?
no, it was CG.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
definitely CG.
Yeah.
Have you seen the old one, the one that looks like Samurai Jack? It's the same.
It's-
I didn't
Yeah,
know
it-
that existed.
Oh,
Yeah.
as a matter of fact.
This
Oh,
came
but that sounds
before-
cool.
Oh man.
This came before the CG one.
Yeah.
And it was done by the guys who did Samurai Jack.
Yeah.
You know who we're
Wow.
talking about. Yeah.
That
Yeah.
sounds way better than
Dude,
the CG one.
and there's
It's-
also basically no dialogue. It's crazy.
It's basically just a bunch of shorts
Dude,
of Jedi fighting.
It's so
And that's
good.
I did not
and
know
it's
that existed.
really,
It's-
really cool. Really
well,
cool to watch.
So, okay, the absolute coolest thing in all of it, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it's very cool, and
Yeah.
and there's a lot of really great scenes, and they show.
Well, and overall, this like Clone Wars itself,
Is-
it
it-
is good.
Yes,
like it is a
yeah.
good show.
Yeah, I've heard it was
yeah.
good.
There's one part that's particularly important, and this was because that animated series came out before Attack of the Clones,
Yeah,
and it was explaining like what was going on with Grievous. Okay, so General Grievous is attacking the Jedi rebels, such, and Grievous. You know how Grievous is always coughing?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he goes to attack Mace Windu, and Mace Windu, you can see he kind of has this look of like, should I bother? It's almost like that
Yeah.
scene in Raiders. Where
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
yeah, where the guy pulls the sword out and is like, ah, and he just pulls his
then
gun
he
out and
just
shoots him.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much that exact that same setup
Yeah.
because Grievous comes out and he's like, "Rah, I'm gonna fuck you up with 4 lightsabers," and instead Mace Windu crushes his chest. He just force crushes his
Yeah.
chest. Okay,
That shit was hype.
crunch up. Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's why he coughs. And that was a serious, point in the movie that they didn't address. You were just supposed to know that from watching that.
Yeah.
You
Did
know?
the series actually come out before the movies?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Well, it came out after. I think it came out after Phantom Menace.
Yeah, it
and
did.
right before Attack of the Clones.
Hey, would you mind timelining that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Open up another tab and pull up.
I got you here.
Because we may be wrong.
We might be.
We might be.
We might be. But
That's okay.
I'm pretty sure we're not though.
I'm pretty sure we're not.
Because as
Oh,
far as
I remember,
that's why he coughs.
Yeah.
This
I
has
mean,
to be
the
before.
CG,
So this is we're talking about the CG show.
No,
we're
I'm talking about
the original.
The
the original.
So that came out in 2003.
Yeah, so
Let's
that's
see.
before.
And then
That's
episode 2.
uh-huh.
Right here.
Yeah.
I think it's
Right there.
there we go. So that was So it actually come out after.
Rather, it came out after.
Yeah. 'Cause
Oh.
it was 2003 and this is 2002. So it come out after.
Gotcha.
So
I kinda
we
thought
were
it would be that way.
wrong.
Yeah, but Grievous was already dead.
Not in Attack of the Clones. You didn't see Grievous in Attack of the Clones. You didn't see him until episode 3.
Oh shit!
So
My
that-
timeline's screwed up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
See, I
that's
remembered
me.
it coming
Yeah.
out kind of in tandem.
Yeah, no, that's
know.
that's me thinking incorrectly. I was thinking
Yeah.
about the intro of Revenge of the Sith rather
Okay.
than
Yeah.
See, we're already confused.
But that's what you come here for. We're confused, so you don't have to be.
For your enjoyment.
For your enjoyment. And of course, so getting extraneous shit out of the way, there were a couple of books, like novels, that came out that
The
are
Thrawn
supposed to
trilogy,
tell
man.
the Thrawn trilogy, I think those are not necessarily canon.
They aren't. They
even
are
though
not canon.
Thrawn is in like Rebels. Okay, so that's another thing.
Oh,
have
really?
any of us seen Rebels?
No, I haven't seen Rebels.
No,
Okay, so
You have Disney Plus, right?
I do.
Okay.
I guess
Yeah.
I might go see it then.
You can watch some Rebels.
yeah,
I wonder if they have the Clone Wars series on there, the original one.
I bet they do.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have everything Star Wars. I
Yeah.
don't know. I don't have it.
They just got The Last Jedi.
Okay.
They just got
Okay.
that because they had like a deal with Netflix.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
So they're not. If they don't have it, it'll come eventually for sure.
Okay.
So anyways, getting into what I was saying was there was a series of books in between Return of the Jedi and Force Awakens that kind of explains. From what I gather, I haven't read them. I don't know if you guys have.
I have not, but I know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
though?
well, I
Yeah.
watched one of those like hour and a half long synopsis of the story of
okay.
those. And I definitely know about some of the
See,
side
I've only
stuff.
heard little
yeah.
tidbits here and there.
Like Mara Jade and like all that stuff. So it's
Yeah.
like Luke establishing the
No, not the extended I'm talking about like that actually tells the canon story
Oh,
currently. I ain't talking about
those.
any of the
You're not talking about Thrawn
legends
trilogy.
or
Oh, that's what I was talking about.
Yeah,
Oh,
no.
no.
This is all like following like, what is, where did the First Order actually come from? What is the Resistance Act? What is the New Republic? How do all these pieces fit in? And like I said, I haven't read it, but just getting extraneous shit out of the way. That is a thing. None of us seen Rebels. What else is there?
Well, I mean, there's the Mandalorian. That's the new shit.
That's what it was.
Yeah, definitely. That's like the big one right now.
Yeah, and I mean, but it's kind of hard to talk about that because I mean, number one, that's not what this is about.
Yeah.
Mandalorian is. I've only seen the first episode. Have you guys seen any of it?
I haven't seen any of it.
I was waiting for them to like build up.
Oh yeah, I got you.
I've seen a few trailers. It looks cool.
They might be done with the season.
I think so.
I think they did the season finale. Yeah.
Time to binge.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but I've only seen the first one. I liked it a lot. It's directed by Jon Favreau, and it has a very different feel to it. And that's actually very. This loops into what we were talking about the KOTOR and the potentially them doing a super prequel trilogy. Yeah. So the super prequel trilogy potentially would be directed by Jon Favreau. They were already talking about that. And no shit, man. If they let Jon Favreau direct a prequel trilogy, which now this is all speculation. I'm just talking out of my ass from stuff that I've heard, but they're talking about.
If you're talking out of your ass, don't you think you need a deeper voice?
Got him.
So we don't like Tilly. It makes us throw up. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
So they're potentially talking about this prequel trilogy, getting Jon Favreau to direct it, and then getting like Kit Harington and Keanu Reeves to play serious roles in the movies.
I had heard about Keanu Reeves. That would be high.
Darth Keanu. I'm so.
Yeah, I was about to ask,
Keanu.
what would you want? Would you want him to be a Jedi or a Sith?
I want him to be a Sith. Real serious Sith. God damn. No, I just thought about something amazing. I think my mind just came when I thought about this. Christian Bale is a Sith. It's just him.
I'm for it.
Where are the Death Star plans? Not the fucking face! Yeah, but they're basically talking about making a super prequel trilogy. Jon Favreau, Kit Harington, Keanu Reeves. That's supposed to be a more violent, warlike,
real primal. Well, I was saying this: if they do go back, the only thing that I care about and that I expect is I really want to see some proto sabers.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, for real. Like that big battery pack with a fucking strap and the fucking cord that goes to the lightsaber. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like, dude, I want to see some like.
It's basically a soldering iron.
It's what are they gonna do? Some fucking engravings and shit like that?
Hey man, you're talking to my guy all wrong.
That's what it was. The Jedi were originally wood engravings. Turned warriors.
I'll stab you in the face with a soldering iron. Yeah, the proto saber is super cool. It's kind of the vibro braid. That's a.
All right, take two.
Star Fox speak right there.
Do a barrel roll with the vibro blade.
Lee, our class. So the vibro blade was the first iteration, I think, and then it goes to the proto saber, and then there's but vibro blades were still used by non-Jedi. In Knights of the Old Republic, you can actually get pretty dope ones. And I want to say that the vibro blade, the dark saber, which is in The Mandalorian. I think they did it because, and I'm not sure about this, but it looked like Gus Fring is that Mandalorian leader guy that's in Rebels. You know Gus Fring from
Breaking Bad with names.
From Breaking Bad.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Gus Fring, man. Yeah, your face lit up and you were like, wait a second. Who's Gustavo Fring? You know, the chicken man. Los Hermanos. Yeah, Pollos Hermanos. Los Pollos Hermanos. Los Hermanos, pues, so whatever. The Chicken Brothers. So the Darksaber's in that, so I wouldn't doubt if they did try to bring back some old-ass technology.
Well, I think, and again, I haven't seen this show, but I think the Vibroblade and possibly a Darksaber shows up in Rebels as well.
Oh.
At some point.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what these things are.
they're anti lightsaber swords.
You know
essentially.
what? You do know what a Vibroblade is.
What is it?
You remember the
It
sword?
vibrates?
Yeah, well, it
Yeah.
vibrates at a super high frequency, so it can cut through things with like a sonic precision. So you know the sword that Raiden has in Metal Gear Solid 4?
Yeah.
That's a Vibroblade.
Oh,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that's the crossover we didn't know about.
He will slit your ass up.
He will do that.
He'll also dance on you on your chest. That dance fight kills me, dude. That vamp dance fight. You remember that? Yeah, dude. Break dancing. And they're not even like trying to hit each other. They're just they're just doing moves. Man, fucking Vamp got served. That's all I'm saying. Vamp got
It
served.
looked like they were fucking voguing, man.
Popping and locking.
Popping and locking. They strike a pose.
And you know, then those ATSTs come up and also get hacked up. You know those cow ATSTs?
Those things are so weird.
They're super
the machines that move. Yeah.
We talk about Metal Gear.
They're definitely unnerving.
And they shit green like antifreeze.
I didn't realize they shit.
They just go. They stand up and like wiggle, and a bunch of fluid comes out. Yeah, they have to eject that fluid.
That was one of the weirdest like enemies or whatever ever, man. That was so strange.
Yeah, but Vibroblade. That's another thing that has a Vibroblade in it. Vibroblade, I guess, technically is a realistic concept. It's just a high frequency energy blade. It's a blade that just vibrates so fast that it allows it to cut through things easier. I really think that's a real thing. I could be just crazy here, but I think there's something they use to cut like. Maybe it's like marble or like but
it goes back and forth.
Well, but it's a vibration. It's not an actual cut.
It doesn't have teeth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a flat edge that vibrates super fast. But I digress. Yes,
So-
it would be cool to have the Proto Saber.
So not to go too far off here, what is the Darksaber? What is that?
Oh, it's just some fabled like energy blade that the Mandalorians had at some point. It's like because looking up some of this stuff, it made me realize that like I didn't know the history of the Mandalorians. I knew about like the whole they're not a race; they're just more of a culture,
More
more
of a tribe.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
people. Yeah.
And the cool thing about the Mandalorians is real Mandalorians that are trained correctly, which apparently the Fets are not. They're able to survive without technology. Yeah, so they're actually trained in the old ways of like foraging and hunting, as well as being like dope ass pilots and stuff like that too. So if they're stranded on a desert planet by themselves,
They don't get knocked into a goddamn Sarlacc pit.
Yeah. They watch where their jetpack is around the blind guy with a stick. Okay, that's what they do. Also, that's part of the reason that Django got his head cut off, because he did not have
Because there was a blind guy with a stick in the
blind guy with a stick, dude. Zatoichi, come get you.
right.
He has like armor that's not made of. It's made out of like, what is it? Vibro something. You know what? I don't know what the fuck it's
It's called
called.
a vibros.
It's
called
vibros,
a
man.
vibro.
He's got a
Vibration around
vibrator.
Bet he just sticks in his
Yeah,
helmet.
that's it. And that's
Puts
all.
a vibrator in the helmet.
I'm protected now. It's because it's hard to cut through D batteries. That's why. It's just
Talk about thick.
Right.
thick.
You thicker than a D battery.
Damn, you thick like D batteries. Oh man. Yeah. No. He. Can you do me a favor and look up the Mandalorian metal? Just
Width of a D battery.
D battery
width
width.
of a D battery.
I got something the width of a D
You said
battery.
the Mandalorian metal.
Yeah, Mandalorian metal.
I got you, man.
And yeah. So this what he's looking up is the alloy that the Mandalorians made all their armor
Right,
out
that's
of.
like saber-proof.
That's
So I'm supposing that
Saber,
it's
is it?
Beskar.
Beskar. So Beskar is represented in the Mandalorian show in the first episode, and because he basically does a bounty and gets some Beskar, so then they make him a pauldron out of Beskar, so it's dope. So that means that if he shoulder rushed a Jedi, he could potentially survive. If he did that, if he football charged a
Jedi, he'd probably be okay.
He'd be okay, right? Unless the Jedi thought about it and hit him anywhere except for that shoulder. But,
yeah. So he just has a shoulder plate.
Because that's all the Beskar he had.
Now they are selling a Mandalorian Beskar steel ingot on Etsy.
Oh, cool. Yeah, the ingot.
What?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
How'd they get that?
Well, they imported it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The tariffs are really high on that shit. But the coolest thing to me about this first episode of The Mandalorian, because I'm a bounty hunter fan, has nothing to do with the baby Yoda. It doesn't have to do with the Mandalorians. It doesn't have to do with the pretty dope bar scene where he jacks folks.
Yeah.
Like it's the bar scene you want at a Star Wars.
Right.
People talk shit and get hit. Okay, that's all that happens.
That's what we need.
Right. That's what you need. Yeah.
I mean, that's what
Star Wars established.
Yeah, that's what every other bar scene pretty much.
Talk shit, get hit.
That's Luke's motto.
Yeah, that is Luke's motto. That really
Nah,
is.
man, that's Obi-Wan's motto.
Talk shit.
Talk shit, get reamed.
Get reamed. No, the inclusion of an IG droid.
Oh yeah, because it's like IG-11 or
IG. I don't know the number, but sure.
But it's but it's the same as IG-88, but it's not IG-88. Blah, 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 blah.
Because IG-88 was in one scene of Empire Strikes Back, and he's one of my favorite side things. He's also in Shadows of the Empire.
Yeah, because fight him as a boss.
He's such a dick in the train yard.
Yeah,
Jesus,
dude. Fuck that boss.
Yeah.
Fight.
Well,
straight up.
What's funny though is doesn't he? You haven't seen it. Sorry. He fights like that in the Mandalorian. I was gonna say, doesn't he fight like that in the Mandalorian?
You know that show that I haven't seen.
Yeah,
yes, he does.
Fight like that. He does.
He does fight like that in the show that I have not seen.
He gets wild on him. He gets wild on him, spinning around in a way that you're like, no, only a droid would even think to fight this way. That's is insanity. Cool. Yeah.
I definitely want to watch that show.
Yeah. So far, so good. And Jon Favreau brings a different feel to it that I think would be welcome with future movies. I think it would work out better than J.J. Abrams and his scatterbrained writing style.
We'll get into him a little bit later. We'll dig into him.
We'll dig in.
Yeah.
So
is there any other
side
extraneous Star Wars shit? I know I've been saying, hey, don't mention the
Thrawn trilogy.
No, or not the Thrawn trilogy.
Damn it!
We're not necessarily. Don't mean to say don't mention the extended universe and the legend stuff, but I mean, at this point, is there any of that you guys liked or because I'll tell you one that I really like.
Was it the Star Wars Christmas special?
Yes, yeah, dude, I loved seeing little Chewie dancing bubbles. Man, that was the best. That's Star Wars at its best right there, dancing little Chewie bubbles.
Yeah.
No, what I was gonna say was, did you guys ever read the comic Splinter of the Mind's Eye?
No.
Okay. So I got this comic when I was a kid. All right, just getting into Star Wars. Basically, what it is it was a possible sequel for
Jedi,
for A New Hope. So this is
okay.
So here's the thing: A New Hope comes out. While they were making it, while George Lucas was writing it, he had this one story. Okay, but right before Star Wars came out and changed the fucking world, he had somebody write up a script for a possible sequel in case Star Wars failed, and he needed to make a low budget sequel. And
Dude.
that's what they turned into a comic.
That's so cool.
It's super neat.
So it was written in 76.
Yeah, well, the script was written, and then later on they turned it into a comic.
Man, that's
Yeah.
so cool. So
So-
it's absolutely not canon.
No,
This is like a
absolutely not.
Elseworlds.
Yeah, exactly. This is like a lot of things that were established in Empire are just not there. Like, it's a completely different fucking story. So it's not even that this is an alternate Empire. This is literally a alternate universe
Wow.
of Star Wars.
Dude.
Like, literally right after
They blow up the Death Star.
they blow up the Death Star.
Get some medals.
Luke
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum,
and
ba-bum,
Leia
ba-bum.
pretty much spend the rest of the time on this planet, and like they meet some mud people.
Oh, mud people, yeah.
Yeah, but anyways, check it out if you're interested.
Like-
it's fucking cool. So that's probably my favorite thing.
You
out
mean
of like,
you mean like Mudman from World Heroes?
yeah, actually, yeah. It's just big goopy mud people.
Mud people.
Yeah.
Like mucks.
Yeah,
They're all just mucks.
they're all mucks, dude. But yeah,
Pokemon?
but it's
Yeah, muck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do.
So anyways, there's my example. Do you guys have any like other extraneous Star Wars stuff you want to kind of get out of the way right now?
Well, I'm going to touch on the Thrawn trilogy just because, I was already talking about the Jedi Knight and Jedi Academy,
might as well.
Jedi Outcast. So, because the Thrawn trilogy kind of goes hand in hand with that kind of idea of what happened, I really would say that they probably based the story in Jedi Outcast on the Thrawn trilogy directly.
Yeah.
So, because it has to do with, Luke establishing the Jedi Temple again on Coruscant? No.
As someone who has
No.
never read these books or played these games, I'm going to say yes on Coruscant.
On Coruscant? I don't know. I really don't know. That makes me feel like that's not correct, but
No.
whatever. Original Jedi Temple, or he makes a new Jedi Temple, starts training Jedi from scratch again, and it also has to do with basically it has to do with Han and Leia's kids, and then it has to do with this Sith Mara Jade that ends up being converted and is a love interest of Luke Skywalker's, and then ends up dying. It's actually a pretty cool story. Like I said, I have not read those books. I kind of want to at this point, but
Yeah.
I've read the Cliffs Notes. You know
Oh,
what I mean?
yeah.
I've gotten that out, and
I've
Yeah.
gone to the Wikipedia.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I read the long one. Okay.
I didn't just read the summary.
it
okay?
wasn't- it
I
wasn't-
went through the character
Yeah.
sheets, the plot.
It wasn't
the
TLDR. Okay.
releases.
But Thrawn trilogy's cool, and it's a cool potential for what could have happened,
Yeah.
but is not what's now
Currently
on the
happening.
table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that,
Yeah.
man, I can't think of another. The only other thing I want to say is I had this really dope book when I was a kid that was all the vehicles.
Oh yeah.
It was
just
called
kinda-
Cross Sections, right? And it actually cut like the vehicles in portions, so you could see all the inner workings of how mechanically each one of them
Oh,
worked and all
cool.
that
So,
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's part of the reason I kind of have like a hard on for the ship design and everything. You know,
Yeah.
taking Ralph McQuarrie's original ships and then
And kind of dissecting.
Dissecting
them.
them.
This is how they
Mhm.
work.
Yeah, it's almost like engineering
Engineers. Yeah,
documents. Yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Yeah, yeah, not quite blueprints, but just engineering concepts. You know,
Yeah.
and I bet a real engineer, like a real astrophysicist, would look at it and be like, "This is ridiculous.
Yeah, none of this. This wouldn't work at all.
Who calculated this?" But it looked cool. That's all I'm getting at. No, man, I can't think of another extra worlds
Yeah.
thing that.
I never really delved into any of that, so
Yeah,
I got you.
yeah,
not.
Mostly movies.
yeah.
Well, cool guys. So we've been
what
going
about Ewoks?
Ewoks. Oh, the fucking.
they cute.
They cute.
So I did watch.
They-
oh,
yeah,
okay.
they
So
are.
I did watch those movies
Little
when I
teddy
was,
bear
or
man.
that movie when I was a kid.
Yeah,
The Ewok movie.
yeah.
I am interested to see whether or not they would hold up. But also the Droids cartoon show.
Oh, Droids is
and
bad. Droids
it's
is so
real
fucking bad,
It's
dude.
so bad.
Ooh, my God, that's
Yeah.
vomity bad. That's real bad. There
It's
is
like not even a. there-
Boba Fett comic that was pretty good that I read
Yeah.
a couple issues of.
That's cool.
And
Yeah.
the Christmas special.
And the Christmas special. How can we forget the best thing that Star Wars has ever done. The Christmas special.
I heard recently that Luke was okay. So you guys know about like Mark Hamill having that car accident. You know
Yeah.
about that. So like okay. So after a New Hope, he was driving in the California hills.
I think this is while they were filming, or
Empire?
right before they started filming Empire.
That's right before. Yeah.
It's right before they started filming any of his shit.
Uh-huh.
He got into a car accident.
Mhm. Yeah. He got
And that's why they put the wampum scene in
to cover up his scars,
to
or
kind of or
canonize
explain
his scars.
Yeah, to
they
explain
made his
why.
scars canon. That's good work, Lucas.
Good job.
I mean, to be honest, that's a very considerate thing for him to do, because that gives Luke, or it gives Mark Hamill the confidence to show his face. Because I mean, what I was trying to get at is he had just been through that car accident when he
Right.
did the Christmas special, and apparently he was still fucked up on pain pills. So that's part of the reason why he seems like he's like half awake the whole time, like
Because he is half awake.
because he is half awake. Yeah. But think about that with Lucas, man. That's it's a really generous thing for him to do.
Yeah.
You know. Well, if his character's supposed to have
I mean,
you
he
know,
could have
scars, then it
explained
doesn't make him, you know.
He could have explained it away kind of off screen,
But he didn't.
but he didn't.
And
Yeah.
explaining it
Just
visually,
be like, well, he's been a rebel for a while, so of
Yeah.
course he's gonna have some battle scars.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He was
No.
just like, well, let me at least, you know.
put an event. Yeah. Make it seem like that was a serious thing that he lived through, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, Christmas special was absolute garbage other than that. And I've only seen it the one time.
Wait, whoa. You guys don't like the Christmas
I
special?
know.
Because I've been saying it's the best thing that Star Wars has ever done.
No, man,
This whole podcast.
It's Attack of the Clones.
Oh,
Attack of the Clones is the best film.
Fuck you.
Matter of fact, Attack of the Clones is the best film I've ever seen. It's
And you are going to hell for lying.
it's
It's time to get into the movies.
the film.
We're pretty much going to go through these like as far as like chronological timeline, not as far as like release dates or whatever.
We're gonna go.
Yeah,
canon
so we'll go.
timeline.
Yeah, so we'll go prequels,
Mhm.
original trilogy, and then the new trilogy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and then Rogue One in between.
and then Rogue One and Solo as they
As
should
they-
come in. Yeah,
yeah. Which,
So-
where does Solo actually come in? Funny
Solo
enough?
comes in before Rogue One. So, anyways, guys, so Phantom Menace, episode 1.
97, is that correct?
90...
No, 90,
Yeah, it is 99.
97 was the re-releases,
Yeah, 97 was the re-releases, and I actually saw all those in theaters.
which that's pretty cool.
Yeah, because I had a big, well, I'll get into that later.
Hard on for slave labor.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
for Luke Skywalker.
I said slave labor. At least I gave you some credit. And I didn't say Jabba.
Well, why the fuck would you do that? Why would you give me any
You're right.
credit?
I'm more of a Lando man. Bell bottoms, dude.
Who isn't a Lando?
I
man?
know. He's smooth. So,
So-
episode 1, man.
So episode 1, so
99. Yeah, so that came out
we
in
were-
99. So what else came out in
I-
99? Let's just that was The Matrix. That
Matrix.
was that American Beauty that year?
possibly.
Um
Well, what I was getting at is I remember going to the theater and it being super hype. Like,
Oh yeah,
day
you saw
of,
that. Yeah.
Like people dressing.
Did you see
up.
it day 1?
Yeah, I saw it day 1.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was a good crowd. People were getting hype. I remember coming out of this movie first time I watched it, really enjoying it.
I almost feel like for the time when Phantom Menace came out, the only people that were really hating on it were the ones that were super purists to the originals
Yeah.
and the ones that didn't like Jar Jar Binks.
Well, and that.
Some people were like, "Oh, it's a fucking kids movie."
Yeah, it's a kids movie.
Well, guess what? They've always been kids
Well-
movies with puppets. Guess what?
Well, and let me say this: it's like, look, I just like Star Wars.
Yeah.
I've always just liked Star Wars and all the stupid shit that comes from it. And if you really think about it, there is a lot of stupid shit in Star Wars, but it's fun. That said, I never really liked Jar Jar Binks myself. Even seeing it the first time, it like Jar Jar was always really annoying. You know,
Definitely not a good character.
No, not at all, really.
Like
I don't.
I
Really
hesitate to even say that I understand why he was put in the film at all.
Well,
but
okay, so let's talk about that then. Though.
yeah.
So what's Jar Jar's actual role in the movie? Let's okay. So the movie begins.
Comic relief.
Agreed. Okay, comic relief. So the beginning of the film starts on the consular's ships.
Yeah.
Or the consular ship, because they're supposed to be meeting with.
They're supposed to be meeting with the Trade Federation.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon Jinn
Qui-Gon.
go to the ship.
Uh-huh.
Supposed to be meeting with the Trade Federation because the Trade Federation has put up a blockade which has cut off any
trade
from Naboo.
It's technically an act of war.
Yeah,
is basically.
essentially.
So Naboo is taking it as an act of war, which
but they're trying to be diplomatic at this point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'd like to go ahead and put this on the table. I feel like the prequels, especially when we're talking about Phantom Menace, slap off the base.
Yeah.
Yeah. They dive into the politics in a completely different way than the original trilogy did, right?
Right. Well, you got to think it's so in the original trilogy, the government that was in power were very specifically the bad guys, and we're not following the bad guys. We're following the good guys, and it's kind of reversed in the prequels to a degree.
It kind of is, man. It's we'll have to get into the politics of the entirety as it goes along, but it almost feels like the Jedi Order, which it's not the rebellion at this point. It's the Jedi Order.
Yeah.
It is a little bit on the tyrant side, you know, but they're like
I think it's
very strict. That's really what I'm saying.
They're very strict. Well, okay, so think about it this way. The prequels, and this is how I watched them last time preparing for this, kind of tried to view the prequels and the government that was in place kind of like old Republic-run Rome.
Yeah, it's the fall of Rome.
It's
Absolutely.
the fall of Rome.
Yeah.
Like, that's exactly what it is.
It worked. It's not working. It's really getting uncomfortable that it's not working. It falls on itself.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. That natural progression of a republic.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what it was. And that, I mean, you can tell Lucas was going after a traditional historical government failure. Like, he was looking at things from that perspective.
Well, he had said at some point, like, and this is probably one of the best lines in the entire trilogy, like, how do you let a tyrant ascend to power with applause instead of a coup? You know? And if you think about it, like, historically, like, how Caesar specifically rose to power, that's essentially what he did.
Stalin, man.
Yeah.
Same deal.
I mean, he exploited the fact that there was a war. He was given emergency power, which wasn't like unheard of in those days. Is sometimes when shit would just hit the fan, they would just assign one person to make all the decisions, you know. But at the end of the catastrophe, it was expected. There wasn't any laws in place, but it was just expected that person would just give that power back to the Senate.
But Caesar never did.
But Caesar never did. He just kept control and like just kind of started expanding out to create an empire. Hey, it's a theme.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know.
Yeah.
So, but anyways, let's get really into the movie. So,
well, like I said, so opening scene, they are on the counselor ship. They're doing that. They get trapped in the meeting room.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to be assassinated. They're like, well, fuck these Jedis. We're not dealing with them.
Oh, they sent Jedis?
Yeah. And I really like that. I loved it the first time I saw it. Him melting, the door open with his lightsaber. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, yeah, that's what you do.
Yeah, that was super cool.
You know, that's absolutely, you know, because if anything, the prequel trilogies started to move the concept of what a Jedi could be in a much broader direction.
Yeah.
You know, before that we had a real narrow scope of what a Jedi was. Well, Luke's a Jedi.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan's a Jedi. Yoda was a Jedi,
Was a Jedi,
you know,
yeah.
but we didn't see him
we
use
had
a
this
lightsaber.
very nebulous concept, and
Yeah.
I think the prequels were trying to actually solidify. Okay, what were these people like?
Mm-hmm.
What was this group of people like in its prime?
And that's established within the first scene.
Yeah,
Boom. These guys are badasses, but they're also diplomats.
yeah,
You know, they're able to handle a situation that goes south, but they also are able to speak to important people.
yeah.
Okay, so you know, obviously, you know, stuff goes bad. They start fighting. I really like those Rolly droids.
Oh, the Dizokas,
Yeah,
or like
yeah,
the destroyers or
The
whatever.
destroyer
Yeah.
droids. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, those are super cool.
Yeah, the destroyer droids are super cool. What do you guys think of the droids in general for this movie? What do you think?
Not gonna lie, I don't really remember this movie that well.
But do you remember those
I
weird?
definitely remember those though.
Mm.
They
Yeah,
were
the
sweet.
droids.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, the circular
Yeah,
ones.
the rolling
Yeah.
ones. Mm-hmm.
I think the droid designs are at least interesting.
Yeah.
I like how so here's a big thing that I noticed, especially within like episode 1 and 2,
Okay.
is a lot of the technology seems a lot sleeker than the original trilogy.
Yeah.
You know, and not as thrown together.
Oh yeah,
Pretty
yeah,
much.
absolutely. Yeah,
Um,
stuff's more junky in the original trilogy.
It is,
but
it
that,
is.
but that,
And pretty
might-
much any of the other movies.
But
like,
that
they
could
start to get
be-
more drunk. They start to get more drunky.
drunky.
Yeah.
Don't we all?
Don't.
Yeah. New Year's Day.
I like it, but I just don't think it's as memorable.
I still
it's
like that
the-
Naboo fighter, the yellow one with the shiny chrome parts.
I
You know,
Yeah, the one they have at the end of the movie.
boy, I love that Naboo fighter. It's such a it looks like a fucking space Corvette. Like that shit is, you know what I mean. Like that's a hot rod in space right there.
Okay,
I love that style. I also really like some of the. Hey, that's one of the things that's kind of cool with this one is they revamp a couple of the old ships like the A-wing and do they don't show an X-wing because X-wings
there's
aren't
not
created
really
yet.
a proto X-wing until like Revenge of the Sith. That's
yeah,
what.
that's when you get the proto X-wing. But there
Yeah.
is an A-wing and there is a Y-wing, an early Y-wing. They have a weird Y-wing, I think.
Yeah.
I always loved those ships, the
Yeah.
Y-wings.
Yeah, the Y-wings are really cool.
Man, those are such cool ships.
But like as far as like the droids go,
Droids, yeah.
Yeah, I think that the
Because you got the
typical-
destroyers and the
yeah,
battle droids,
and the
right?
battle droids.
Yeah.
I thought their design was. I still think their design is cool.
Yeah.
I'm not so sold on the voice.
Oh no, the voice
Yeah,
sucks,
yeah,
dude. Yeah,
I
yeah.
know.
Watching it this time, I was not sold. I would have rather them not had a fucking voice and beeped.
Or
like,
about to say, or
made-
spoken some kind of like gargled robot. Like
why didn't they speak the same? What is it, Oralesh or whatever? That's the same language that you always see everything speaking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's. I think that's called Oralesh,
Yeah.
because that's what they changed the text to. I'll get on that later.
Yeah. Let's get the good out of the way before we talk about the bad.
Okay, straight
So,
up, Ray
straight
Park.
What?
Ray Park.
Ray Park?
Ray Park.
Like,
Yes, Ray Park, the actor, Darth Maul.
Oh yeah.
He might be the entire reason that I fell in love with like lightsabers. I really thought
I can
about
see
it.
that.
And when I was a kid, watching the end fight sequence in Phantom Menace
Yeah.
was so iconic to me, especially Ray Park and his amazing choreography.
Yeah, absolutely.
Top notch. Let's just go ahead and say this. There is not a better film actor that is a lightsaber wielder that we have seen than Ray Park. Ray Park is the best one.
Yeah.
He did the dopest stuff, and he did it with
He
ferocity.
did all the flips.
And you could tell that he had that Sith anger about him.
Yeah.
He had conviction.
Well, and
he was.
That's something. That's probably my favorite part. I mean, other than the fact that entire fight sequence at the end is just super fucking dope,
Yeah.
you know, and is probably the reason why this movie doesn't get quite as much shit as it probably deserves.
Yeah.
Like overall. but
It's my favorite. Absolutely.
yeah,
You know.
but
the intro sequence, the end sequence.
yeah,
You know.
pretty much.
Are those the two scenes that they wanted you to watch in the?
They pretty much wanted you to watch anything when they were fighting
Yeah.
Darth Maul.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Yeah. But there's
Yeah.
It's been a while, man.
Yeah.
Pardon.
there's no. There's a part during that sequence where they get cut off by those barriers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking
Oh
about?
well, yeah.
Yeah.
When Qui-Gon
When
meditates.
Qui-Gon kneels and starts meditating. Obi-Wan is kind of in the back. He doesn't have he's not kneeling, he's not meditating, he's just kind of watching and waiting.
Anxiously.
He's just real anxious. And then Maul is just walking back and forth, just giving Qui-Gon the death stare.
He's just giving him that fuck you look.
Dude, he
It's so
fucking
good.
hates him. Dude, you
he
can
hates him.
feel it. That's the thing. Like, Maul in this movie has maybe like 2-3 lines.
Yeah.
Maybe, yeah. Or
Because-
maybe even just one.
There's a part where he says something like in a room with Palpatine when he has his hood up. No.
They're
no.
on like the balcony. And
That's where he's talking to Palpatine and he's like finally we can reveal ourselves to the Jedi.
Yeah, and I think that's it.
There's another scene where I think he says one more thing, man. I really think so, but I really could be wrong about that. But I really think there's another scene. But he, the voice actor, by the way, just funny enough.
Yeah.
I can't think of dude's name, but it's Pete from Shaun of the Dead, their neighbor.
Yeah. A prick.
Yeah, he's also on Look Around You and
Yeah.
a couple other British comedies and things. Hilarious guy. He's on oh man, what's the name of that show? It's another Shaun of the Dead. It's that guy. It's the show they
Spaced?
were on. Spaced, man. I
Yeah.
love that show. God, Spaced is good. But yeah, that's the voice actor because they didn't like Ray Park's voice, so they got that dude to do it. And I heard this hilarious interview where apparently fucking it was that guy
Lucas.
Lucas walked
Yeah.
up to him and he was like, well, you could kind of think of yourself as the new James Earl Jones.
Yeah. Okay. Whatever, Lucas. Just
Yeah.
go stand in the corner. It's
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, man. But no, what I was getting at with that is, like, even though he only has a few lines, and even though it's not specifically his voice, that character just comes off as quite possibly one of the most menacing. Don't get me wrong. Siths have been menacing in these movies throughout,
Mm-hmm.
but he just embodies that rage and ferocity, like, without really saying much. It's all body language. It's all in how he fights. It's all in the way that he's like looking literally, I don't want to say through, but it's like he's trying to get that Superman heat vision on and literally trying to burn through you.
So is he supposed to be human or is he like an alien?
No, he is a Zabrak.
Zabrak,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe he was just like corrupted by darkness or something.
Yeah, he's Zabrak, and he actually has a brother that comes up in
He comes up in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, his name is Savage something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, he has to kill his brother and all kinds of crazy shit. I think he kills his brother. I
Darth
don't know.
Maul has a pretty decent arc.
He really does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
As
sucks that you don't see him as much in the films.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does come back. He doesn't just die. He actually comes back with robot legs.
Yeah, he
you
comes
know.
back with a big spider robot bottom half. For
At
a
first,
while.
yeah. And he goes insane in a hole in the ground.
At some point, he turns. He doesn't necessarily turn to the light side.
No.
But he's not a Sith anymore.
Well, he hates Palpatine is the problem because Palpatine fucked him over because he realized that Palpatine used him.
So it's one of those my friend of the enemy of my enemy
Is my friend.
kind
Yeah, it's that kind of
thing.
situation. Yeah, with Obi-Wan, which Obi-Wan ends up killing him, but he doesn't really want to.
Yeah.
But then when he's dying, he talks to him and he's like, "Hey, look, I also want to kill the Emperor," and then that relieves Maul and thinking, "Oh well, I guess someone at least it has my same vision here."
Right.
But back to the Phantom Menace, however, you don't know what his drive is other than him being. I've heard people explain him not as a Sith Lord. I don't like
Well,
that because
Well, he's not really a Sith Lord. He's just an apprentice. It's kind of the difference between Jedi Master.
I like thinking
and...
of him as an assassin because he is not an apprentice. He is a master.
I guess I see what you're saying.
You cannot call that man an apprentice, okay? He fought 2 very well-trained Jedi at the same time with little effort.
Yeah, I see that.
The only reason he got fucked up in that fight is because he got cocky. He got cocky. He killed the first one, and then he got that like, all right, yeah, let me just smooth this one out too. Let me just, and got cut in half. You know?
He tried to pull some Bruce Lee
footwork. Yeah, he tried to, man. So I just have to geek out on Maul a second, real quick here. So Maul is not a Force user the way that a lot of other Jedi are. Actually, let's go ahead and talk about the 3 Force users prominent in this film, right?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, of course, young Anakin, you find out about him being a Force user.
Yeah, and...
Midi-chlorians.
Yeah.
What you guys think about midi-chlorians, huh? Bad?
Super bad.
Super bad. Okay.
I like it more as like a spiritual, kind of thing.
Yeah, kind of like
it's actually a entity.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
It's a little
it's
weird.
biological. It's not like a spiritual, like for lack of a better word, force in the universe.
Yeah, it turned it into Scientology.
Yeah, it's kind of like Ki or Chi or whatever.
Chi, yeah,
They just whacked it. Made it whack.
Made it
a little bit
weird.
more ethereal before this.
Yeah, totally.
Which made it a little bit more mysterious, I think, and infinitely more interesting.
Yeah. When you start revealing the mysteries of magic, it becomes less interesting, huh? That's
a
kind
lot
of the problem.
If done right,
if done, well,
then it can be good.
Yeah.
But if handled like midi-chlorians, if it's a midi-chlorian explanation, then it's probably bad. Yeah. So
the 2 Jedi that we have prominently in this film,
Qui-Gon Jinn
and
Obi-Wan, and those are primarily who we're following.
Yeah.
And then you have Palpatine. On the other end, you have Palpatine, Maul.
Which Palpatine isn't revealed to be Sidious, right? In the first movie?
No, because they mentioned Darth Sidious.
But they don't say that he's him.
But they don't reveal that Palpatine is Darth Sidious.
Until the second film.
Until the third film, really.
I mean, I guess I don't know.
Because it's not like you don't know by the second film.
They're alluding to it heavily.
They're alluding to it heavily, but it's not quote unquote revealed until,
Okay.
Not that it was like that hard to pick up on in the first movie either.
You knew he's the bad guy. It's real obvious. Well, they show him talking to Darth Maul, so I guess they reveal him right there.
Yeah.
So that's like the only, but they still don't say he is Darth Sidious. They still don't do that until later. You're right. They just he is kind of corrupt. They don't go, oh, he's actually Darth Sidious.
He's actually Darth Sidious,
which is the Emperor.
Yeah.
So so it's just Emperor or Sidious and Maul.
Yeah.
On the dark side, and of course other Jedi come up in this one. Like for instance, Yoda.
Our first appearance of Mace Windu,
Ki-Adi-Mundi.
Yeah.
What's that dude with the weird bug face? Yeah, there's also a second.
There's quite a few like different Jedi on the
council.
On the council.
There's the chick. It's not Shakti. It's the other Twi'lek chick. Don't remember her name.
Names,
man. These are some side characters.
Yeah,
and there's also that weird female Yoda that's there. You remember that?
Oh yeah, I remember.
Hey, you remember the bad puppets? The real bad puppets in the first
when
version.
The movie first came out.
Ooh, bad puppets.
Luckily they fixed that on the DVDs or the Blu-rays.
Yeah, they did.
By the time that all that.
Yeah, those were fixed in 2011. But so the differences between these Jedi and Sith, I just want to kind of put this down here. So you don't know anything about Sidious, so I'm just not even he's not a deal in this movie. It doesn't matter. Maul, however, being trained by Sidious, doesn't have force powers the same way that everybody else does. Like, he's not, like, you know, talking to people. He will never be a force ghost. He's not, you know, gonna lightning you. He's never going to you know, do a lot of those things. Any force ability that he uses is directly in line with movement and with agility and with all that kind of stuff. Right. So the only thing that he really uses force is like force pull, you know, so he'll use the like telekinesis style thing. Other than that, he doesn't do anything else force, you know. He just unless it's agility.
That's why he's doing all those flips.
Yes. And I heard a really cool quote about him. It was Darth Maul uses the dark side as most entities breathe air. You know, and so it flows through him constantly, and he's using it to flip around and dash and jump, and because he can jump fucking like 10 feet in the air without a problem. You know what I mean? Without thinking about it, he's faster than anybody else. You know, he's super quick, and as you pointed out before, that death stare, you're not gonna get anything past.
Yeah,
him, you know?
no, he is on you.
So he uses a mix of Juyo, which is type 7, and Nimon, which is type 6. So Juyo is just straight up full force Sith. The double-bladed lightsaber, the staff saber, is a Juyo specialization. Nimon, however, is the two-bladed specialization, and Nimon is a mix of all the other 6 styles before it. Yeah. But Nimon is mostly a defense against those and a mixture of using force abilities. But he uses that mostly for throwing shit at you. Right. You know, so that's the way he deals with it. But
so what is? I don't know. Continue.
Oh, I was going to say, but he mostly uses Juyo. That's really all I was getting at.
Okay.
Form
so
7.
what is Qui-Gon?
Qui-Gon, a lot of the time, Qui-Gon is actually using Ataru. So Ataru is the same thing that Yoda uses. So he uses a lot of flips. And
I was about to say, Yoda gets down on those fucking flips.
But if you notice, Qui-Gon does too. Qui-Gon is just a bigger individual, so he doesn't
need to flip as much.
He doesn't flip as much.
He can't rotate as many times.
No, he can't. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, the center of gravity is off, so it's a mass issue. It's a problem.
I get it.
But yeah,
I thought Yoda was just showing off. Personally,
no, that's actually a style. Believe it or not, it is a style. Yeah, that's form 4. Form 4 is Ataru. So. Other uses of Ataru, you can think of Luke in the beginning of Jedi. Okay. When he's flipping around on the skiffs, right? Yeah. He's using Ataru when he's flipping around, screwing people up, and then he's also using Xi'an, which is the deflection of the bolts. Yeah. And hitting people with them. Okay, so...
that's what Qui-Gon uses.
Qui-Gon uses those two as well.
Yeah. What about Obi-Wan? Because you were talking to me because he's more defensive.
Yes, he's more defensive and he's more traditional as far as because Ataru actually is not a traditional Jedi style. Yeah. It's a little fancy. The
Qui-Gon's got his pinky up.
Yeah, that's right. He does. He's also a weird hippie Jedi, and I'll get into that in a second. But Obi-Wan uses his main fighting style is Soresu, which is type 3. So type 3 Soresu is the like general Jedi fighting style. Yeah. So that's the one that the Jedi Council mostly suggests because Soresu is there for disarming. You know, it's not. You're not trying to kill your opponent. You're trying to make sure that he does not damage you, right? And you're making sure to put him off balance. So
you're essentially trying to disarm him, not necessarily kill him.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So during the entire movie, you can see that he's using Soresu, which Soresu also helps out with the whole like blaster bolts, like that kind of thing. Yeah. You know, like that's also in that regiment of the defense side of things, right? Right. It's just used in a different way because Xi'an is way more aggressive. That's style 5.
Yeah.
So the Sorisu style though is really the only one that's accepted because it's like the cops. It's like the Jedi are like the cops.
Yeah,
so they're trying to use the most non-lethal, exactly.
Yet effective.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because that's the idea. They're not trying to kill people. They're trying to stop them.
Yeah.
Right. So
Yeah.
So in the up until halfway through the battle. Up until Qui-Gon dies, you see him mostly using Sorisu.
Well, yeah, but at that point, Obi-Wan, of course, is emotional and like it gets a lot more aggressive.
Yeah, it gets way more aggressive, and then that's when he uses Jim So.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, he really just it's almost like he's not really using Jim So. He's just raging out on him.
Yeah,
that's really what he's doing.
Yeah,
but Jim So is what Anakin uses. Yeah. And they don't like that because that's not what a Jedi uses.
Not.
Nobody likes that. It's not nice to use Jim So against people.
Okay. Well, that would be a good segue. So let's talk about Anakin in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay. So rewatching like, how do you guys feel about Anakin in this movie, just overall?
Okay, so I don't mind the kid as an actor. I think he does an all right job. He's no Haley Joel Osment or anything, but he, Sixth Sense.
Yeah, of course.
But the kid in general is good, and
I mean, set a low bar, man.
Yeah, and I kind of don't mind, the idea of pod racing, but watching it this time,
not quite as.
It's just like maybe that's me being jaded and having seen Speed Racer.
Yeah, I get you there.
That I'm just like, oh, this is kind of weak. I mean, it's kind of cool.
Well, it's just a bunch of like desert backgrounds.
It's a bunch of desert backgrounds,
and most of the more interesting pods get destroyed pretty early on in the race.
And it's kind of a long scene, man. It's a long sequence,
So I would put the pod racing scene specifically into that. Every Star Wars needs a stupid action scene.
Okay.
So
pod racing is for Phantom. I'm gonna make a list.
Yeah,
of these
make a list,
right
and
now.
then we'll
okay.
we'll grade these afterwards. So episode 1, the pod racing scene is that stupid Star Wars action beat that just our stupid Star Wars scene that needs to be in every movie.
Got to have a goofy moment.
Gotta have one of those, like, this isn't necessarily bad, but it kind of kills the pacing, and it's kind of stupid, and the movie could have done without it, but...
So what's that moment in Attack of the Clones?
We'll get there. Well,
I was hoping for a different answer, but
we'll get there. But, okay, so I'm going to try not to speculate right now or, like, talk about, like, how I would have done things differently.
Well, we're not
there yet.
We'll do that later.
But I really didn't like Anakin, like, in this movie.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think he's a little dumb?
No, I don't think he's dumb.
He's dumb.
That's what that means. He's dumb.
No, this is just blanket statement. Maybe he's dumb.
Maybe.
Robby says he's dumb. I really do honestly think it comes down to the acting. And not to say that the kid specifically is a bad actor, because as far as the prequel trilogy goes, no one really gets out unscathed.
Oh, man, Liam Neeson's fucking spot on.
Yeah.
What did Liam Neeson do wrong?
Well,
what did Liam Neeson do wrong? What did Samuel L. Jackson do wrong in this film, huh?
Yeah.
He went, motherfucker, he's too young to be a Jedi.
That's another thing. So why is there an age cap for Jedi?
Oh, yeah.
Because okay. So look,
there isn't.
I mean, because they just didn't want to deal with it. Yeah, it's like a blanket excuse.
No, it was an excuse that Mace Windu threw up because he sensed the dark side in Anakin. Because Mace Windu definitely has a strong connection to the future.
And what? So Yoda just picked that up and was just like, "Oh man, that's good. I'm gonna use that."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, too old.
He's too old. I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's not a cop out. It really isn't. As far as the old thing, it's an excuse Yes, but it's an excuse because Mace Windu realized, he's like, this boy's got a dark future, and we can train him and he can be pushed towards this, or we can leave this shit alone because this is a ticking time bomb.
Yeah.
Mace Windu sensed his own death potentially.
Right.
You know? And he didn't say that to anybody else. But I think Yoda's the only person that he actually discussed the situation about Anakin with.
Probably.
You know? Probably Obi-Wan as well, but not in the same capacity.
Not in the same way. He probably alluded to it with Obi-Wan once.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, so that's actually an interesting thing. So they weren't going to train Anakin.
They weren't. Yeah.
And up until after the big space battle in the movie,
yeah,
you know, that was the case.
I kind of like the kid in the ship trying to figure it out. I like that moment.
That was fun. I think
that was a good moment, dude.
Well, it seemed like the kid was having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
You know, like the actor himself was having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just doing that shit. And like, I think when it's that,
like a character getting into the, or
I'm fine with him
getting into it.
But when he's speaking his lines, it's very, I don't know. Maybe it's just my own, like,
What do you guys think about the way the droids are in this?
Didn't we talk about that?
No, I mean, I'm sorry. R2D2
and C-3PO.
Yeah, specifically. I didn't mean the battle droids.
I do like the idea of seeing, like, not proto C-3PO, but C-3PO before he was finished.
Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of a stretch to be like Anakin built him, but I'm glad I got to see that puppet.
But as we can see from the later films, they continue to stretch. So I think stretching might be in the nature here. We might,
But C-3PO without any wires, I thought it was a really cute joke when they were just like, my pots are showing.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
Like, that's funny. And R2D2 was cool. I mean, he's just R2D2.
He's just R2, man.
He's just R2.
He doesn't have to do anything else.
Yeah, just be R2. That's it.
Just beep a little bit.
Yeah.
Beep it up.
It'll always work out.
R2D2 don't beatbox, he beatbox. So, yeah, I didn't mind the droids in this.
Yes, yeah, but it is a little bit of a stretch as far as him building it. That's all I was getting at.
As far as him building it, I think that was pretty much it.
So Watto and Sebulba and all these like other characters, you know.
I like Watto.
I like Watto too, but he looks like shit.
Yeah.
Menace.
Yeah.
He looks like shit. The CG in general has not aged well.
No.
That shit looks booty.
Well, let's get into that because, I mean, they did do some pretty innovative stuff as far as CG.
At the time? Oh, man.
At the time, it probably still didn't look the best, but it was impressive what they were able to do.
Yeah.
Because I think this was one of the first, in fact, I think it was the first, like, huge crowd, large groups of armies of individuals actually, like, doing different things from the person next, like really randomized crowd shots or whatever.
I can see that. Yeah.
So
they weren't really augmenting war movies and stuff yet.
Yeah.
I think it looks good for 99. What really looks better than it in 99?
The
Can't
Matrix.
be a lot.
The Matrix.
Well, yeah, the Matrix.
I
mean, that's like
Matrix.
I know that's not fair.
Do as much with
But even to be honest, like looking at the Matrix now, it still has the first Matrix is like it's rough in spots.
It's rough, but it still looks good.
Still looks pretty good though.
Still looks good.
It seems like it just didn't age as well. But then again, you know, they're pulling off a completely different scale of thing.
Yeah. Well, and CG is the first thing to kind of age out as far as like film goes. Like it really is. That said, like I think they did some really interesting ideas in this movie throughout. The execution still kind of fell flat ultimately.
So flat execution.
Yeah.
Speaking of, old Jar Jar Binks.
Yeah.
What is his role in this film? Because
he's comic relief.
Goof. Like he's just a goof.
Yeah.
Right. But does he actually do anything else? Because I mean, they say when they're in Naboo, talking to the king, to the Gungan king or whatever. Gungan Emperor King. What is
yeah,
he?
King, big boss,
Big boss,
Yeah.
big Gungan boss,
big Gungan boss.
Mr. Frogman. They're talking to
So-
Mr.
so-
Toad from
So
Wind of the
real
Willows.
quick, when they first get, so what do you guys think about the Gungan city?
Oh, I think it
essentially?
looks cool.
Yeah.
You know, and I think the city underwater is cool. They hadn't done that in a Star Wars yet. You know,
Right.
that's a good thing. And I like the weird ship with like the tail
with the
behind it.
propeller.
Yeah, and I like-
a little weird submarine
Yeah,
thing.
I dig
Yeah.
all the sea life too. That's a cool one.
Yeah.
Like I like that idea that there's always a bigger fish. Like that's kind of a funny.
Yeah, that was a pretty cool
That-
scene.
yeah.
So when they first come to the Gungan city,
Yeah.
and the dude like on that weird horse thing or whatever, this is a really dumb line, but it might actually be my favorite line in this entire movie because of how dumb it is. The dude walks up to Jar Jar and is just like, "Oh, Jar Jar, you in a big doo-doo this
Oh
time."
yeah, dude. Yeah, he does say that.
Yeah, I remember that.
Big doo doo. You in big doo
You're
doo.
in big doo-doo.
Because they couldn't say shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should have said it.
Stank. Big stank.
You in that big stank. Anyways, but they're talking to the Gungan boss.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. I mean, I that's amusing, but at the same time, like, I don't really like the way he talks. I don't really. I mean, he doesn't really say much except for, "Oh, you guys are going this way. Cool, go this way. You want
Yeah.
a ship? You can borrow a ship. That's fine." And then they basically go.
And that's all Qui-Gon doing the Jedi mind trick on.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's all that is, you know. And that's cool, you know. I'm fine with that. But then them taking him with them, taking Jar Jar, like why?
Well,
They
okay,
should
so
let him get his head cut off. Let me tell you that.
Okay, so Jar Jar.
You know about the evil Jar Jar theory.
No, that he was a Sith Lord the whole time, and
Well,
that's why he,
I did hear that, but
Yeah.
I can't.
Or at
remember
least,
what it was.
or at least he's a shill for Palpatine.
Yeah,
Because I mean, you know, they're both from Naboo.
yeah,
You know, because if you think about that, like he would have been his voice, because he was kind of his voice in the
Well,
Senate during Attack of the Clones. if you think
Yeah,
about it, or Naboo's voice in the Senate.
I like that theory, and if it had proven to be the case,
I don't think he's a Sith Lord.
I think. Well, no, not that even that he was a Sith Lord, but he
Was a shill for
was a shill for.
yeah, Palpatine. Yeah.
I don't think he was a shill because the movies don't really show that.
Oh,
you
yeah,
know, at
yeah.
all. He's really more of a pawn.
Okay. Yeah.
Especially in the later movies when Palpatine knows who he is. Now, in this first movie, he really is just that clumsy character who's there for comic relief, to miraculously fuck up in a way that ends up being good for him and the other characters.
And for the good guys.
Yeah, for the good
Well,
guys.
So do you think
That is his character.
Do you
He
think-
just fucks up so royally that it turns around to being good.
like
He is
Mr.
that
Magoo?
character. Yeah, he's Mr. Magoo. Exactly. Like 100%,
Okay.
you know.
but worse. Definitely.
Definitely worse.
But Misa Jar Jar Binks.
Look, everybody
You know what's real bad?
what's that?
You ever seen like the guy that was playing him that was
Yeah.
standing there and like his head coming out of Jar Jar's neck?
Yeah.
Man, that shit, it looks real bad.
Yeah.
Like I've seen some of the footage of him acting in the place and I'm like, God, that's embarrassing. It's
Yeah. Well, and I'm just gonna put this out there. I feel bad that at the time, and we can talk about like the, aftermath here in a bit, but I do feel bad that at the time he was getting literal bullied to the point.
Oh
because
yeah,
of that
that's
role.
garbage.
That's not
fucking
okay.
garbage. No,
You know?
no.
I don't care
go-
how shit of a character
Yeah.
Jar Jar Binks is. That's not okay.
No, that's
you
not.
know?
That's not okay at all. And
So-
that's fucked up that it comes to that kind of
comes to
shit.
that,
You know,
yeah.
like why would they take it out on the goddamn actor? How does
Yeah.
that even make sense?
Take it out on the character.
Yeah,
Draw
go-
some fan fiction.
Go to
with-
Skywalker Ranch and hold up a sign.
Yeah, right.
You're a dick, Lucas.
Build an
thinking?
effigy of Jar Jar. You know,
and burn
like-
it in his yard. Yeah, do that. Don't fucking no. Send a message.
Jesus.
Yeah, yeah. Well, so what else happens in that movie that matters? Does anything else happen in that movie that matters?
I mean, they find Anakin.
Find Anakin. They so after shit breaks out with the war, because basically the blockade comes to a head. Well,
they destroy the Federation ships.
That's
they
what happens. Yeah.
Wipe out the blockade.
Yeah.
Padme gives the Gungan guy one of those electric balls that you put your fingers on, and those science lightning balls or whatever.
The Tesla.
Tesla ball or whatever. He gives him.
Coil.
She gives him one of those. Anakin for some reason is. Okay, so this is what I was trying to get to earlier. So why is the Jedi Council so adamant about, no, we're not training this boy, and then after Qui-Gon dies and all the shit for the all the plot points of the movies are wrapped up, they're just like, all right, Obi-Wan, I guess you can train him. Because Obi-Wan wasn't a master. He got promoted to master, or he got given the title of master at the end of the movie. And I guess they just needed to give him a Padawan.
I can actually tell you why on this one. It has to do with the conversations between Yoda and Mace Windu. Mm-hmm. So Yoda and Mace Windu, basically Mace would have come to Yoda and Qui-Gon, now that I'm thinking of it. Yeah, he would have talked to Qui-Gon at this point. Yeah. Because Qui-Gon was vying for the boy, right?
Yeah.
So in privacy, he talked to the council, well, specifically Yoda and Windu. Who cares about the rest of them? But he basically made them understand that I have to tangent for a second.
Okay.
Qui-Gon actually has a force power that I was talking to you about that nobody else really has.
Yeah.
He is almost like Dr. Manhattan with the Force. So he is experiencing multiple points in time at once.
Okay.
He's not just right now. He's also later, and he's also before. He's a spectral being. Seeing Obi-Wan on Tatooine, and they're standing in a spot, and he says that he looks out and he no longer sees his companion. He instead sees two burning corpses and a young boy crying, and he sees an older version of the man that he knows. Yeah. And then he can smell these two bodies, right? He can smell the ash in the air. And then at that point, the old man turns around and looks at him and says, Qui-Gon to him, but it's not in an old man's voice, it's in a young man's voice. And at that point, everything comes rushing back to him, and young Obi-Wan materializes in front of him, and he realizes that he's not there, he's here.
Right.
But, he's on Tatooine at both times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he essentially sees that scene in A New Hope.
In A New Hope, as a Force ghost. So he was hanging out as a Force ghost, looking at Luke watch his adopted parents burn. Mm. Yeah. But he experiences the Force.
Aunt and uncle.
Aunt and uncle, yeah. So he experiences the Force in this really weird, state. And because of that, he saw that Anakin would be the chosen one. Like, he was sure of it. He knew that Anakin was the chosen one. So he told that to Mace Windu and Yoda. And basically, Mace, being Mace Windu, was like, nope, don't care, not dealing with this.
Yeah.
And Yoda, talking to him like Yoda, is like, well, you got to understand, like, this is the chosen one. This is the person who's supposed to defeat all of the Sith.
Yeah. He's
supposed to stop the Sith from existing in the galaxy. Kind of did. We'll talk about that.
Yeah,
he kind of did. And because of that, he sways Mace Windu's opinion of whether Anakin's trainable or not. Because basically, Yoda says that with the right nurturing, they can
actually keep him from
being
consumed by his dark side, essentially.
But imagine
because what they say in the movie is, like, of course, Yoda says, much fear I sense in you. And it's that fear because he's a young kid who literally just left everything he knows to go into this new world that he may have a vague understanding of, you know, but not enough to be okay with it at this point.
And
you know,
and if you're looking at it from like a psychological perspective from the three guys, it's like Yoda has a very optimistic perspective about the future, and Mace Windu has a very pessimistic perspective.
Yeah.
And then Obi-Wan's the realist. Obi-Wan is the realist in the situation. He's going, well, this boy doesn't have, anywhere else to go. Like, I mean, we could send him back to that shithole, family as a slave, or we could continue, because he's obviously force enabled. We're about to fight a war potentially.
Essentially, if we don't get him first, then the Sith
will. He's being the realist. So it's because Yoda's basically like, no, we have the ability to stray him correctly, and Mace Windu's like, look, that's a trap. As another famous Star Wars person said.
Pun and or reference completely intended. It's a trap, motherfucker.
Yeah. I heard somebody say, that's a trap, motherfucker. That's basically why their opinion changed.
Yeah.
It's a logical. It really is a logical thing. Yeah. It's just not expressly talked about.
Yeah.
But you can think about this is part of the redemption with Attack of the Clones. Just think about the conversations between the Jedi. It kind of shows what they would have been doing during this. Stop shaking your head. He's just over here shaking his fucking head. You just say Attack of the Clones and his balls shrivel up. Like,
I fucking hate that movie. Anyways, yeah. Well, is that all we had on Phantom Menace?
I'm gonna go ahead and say again, Ray Park, badass.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's about all I got.
Any last thoughts?
I mean, Darth Maul was definitely the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good, bad overall.
At this point, I'm gonna give it like a 6.
A 6.
6.5. Let's give it a 6.5. I'm gonna give it a 6.5.
I liked it.
See, I'm going 6.5 tentacles out of 10.
Oh,
so that's my rating scale. What you got?
Like I said, I was going through a watch guide. It said to skip a good bit of the prequels, but I mean, it had some good fight scenes. Darth Maul. I mean, just look at him. So I say 5 out of 10.
5 out of 10.
We're not going to continue to score these, by the way.
Well, we might.
Let's go with
It really depends on how we're feeling. So you guys are just gonna have to deal with it. I don't know what's gonna happen.
We should just make the rating system change every time.
Yeah, every time.
This one is a S.
This is a S tier. Oh, this one got a D. So let's get into episode 2.
Attack of the Clones. See, he didn't even want to say it. You need to go ahead and leave that pause in the podcast because that was a very intentional pause from Scott because he doesn't even want to talk about this fucking movie.
I do want to talk about this movie. I want to talk about how fucking retarded it is.
Okay. So I'm going to be completely honest with you.
You guys go ahead. I'm just going to come out and say it.
Yeah, just say it. Just say it. Talk about it.
I really don't like this movie.
We know.
It bores my tits off.
Bores your tits off.
And I know that the last 30, 40 minutes are kind of cool.
Super cool.
But 30 minutes of an entire, hour plus, almost 2 hour movie doth not a good movie make.
The end of this the end of the movie is them fighting Darth Maul, right? It's Dooku?
Dooku.
So Darth Maul gets done for in the first movie.
Yeah, Darth Maul gets halved.
Yeah.
Yeah, because remember, Dooku reveals himself as being a Sith Lord because they think he's still on the Jedi Council and that he's doing some other shit. And then he ends up fighting Anakin and Obi-Wan at the same time.
Yeah.
and handles both of them. And
Darth Maul fought Qui-Gon and
Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a 2-on-1. The Jedis are cheating, man.
And the Sith are still fucking them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are the Jedis cheating, or is the
No.
dark side that much more powerful? That's actually kind of the whole thing about the balance. You know about the there's only supposed
Rule
to be
of
two.
two.
The rule of two, man.
Yeah.
It's because the dark side doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
So when they fight people, they're out for murder.
Yeah.
It's not okay. They have to stop it.
So
Yeah, and then
Good-
Yoda
yeah.
comes out and handles.
yeah, Yoda comes out and just flips it up.
Let me spin.
Hit that Ataru on it. Which I'll talk a little bit more about Dooku and fighting styles
Yeah.
a little bit later. But let's talk about the shittiness of
So-
this film, according to Scott Gardner.
So overall, I don't think either one of you guys disagree with me by saying it, compared to every other Star Wars movie, this is possibly the worst.
Yeah, I mean it's hard for me to not agree with you on that.
Right.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I just really like what's good about this movie. You know? what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, and I get that.
What is good about this movie is
What is good about this movie is really good. Okay, so let's talk about that. What is good about this movie?
Okay, so him going back to Tatooine.
Like that whole sequence, or just the idea of him going back to Tatooine?
I like it. I
Like
like the
all of
whole
it?
sequence. I like the way. I like him going back. I like him meeting Watto again.
Mhm.
I really like it. You know, when he shows up and Watto's just standing there like all weird, like.
Yeah. Who are
know.
you?
Yeah, and then he fixes the thing. Eddie, it is you.
Yeah.
You're a Jedi. You know, like I really like that, and it
Okay.
immediately shows you an improvement in the graphics quality because Watto looks good in
Yeah.
the second movie. Watto does not look good in the first movie.
Right.
Yeah, so the time in between the two was 3 years.
Well,
Yeah,
that-
it
that's
came out-
Or, maybe, technically 99 to 2002 months, whatever, but
Yeah.
let's say 3 years.
okay. Yeah.
Um,
So I like that whole sequence. I like him finding out about what's happening to his mom and him flipping out and murdering all the sand people. Like,
yeah,
it's a little extreme, and I do think maybe his acting isn't the greatest in that moment.
right.
But the idea of it is fucking dope, man.
well, and
That was his first push into the dark side,
right. Okay, I get that.
right? I
Yeah.
think that's a good part of this movie.
I think my biggest complaint with this movie overall is ultimately the acting.
Okay.
You
like
you really hate the charisma or
I
lack thereof between Padme and Anakin,
I
right?
really hate that shit.
Mhm.
Like the whole I feel like they really dropped the ball on selling me personally on that romance.
On the courting period of that,
Essentially,
because
yeah.
think about the courting of Leia with Han. He
Yeah.
was playful. He was the right kind of like charisma. You know,
Well,
like he had that kind of swagger to him. You know,
Yeah.
he made her. You could tell.
He bullied her into
yeah, like you should,
Into
like
liking
you
you,
should.
you
That's what you
know,
do. You know,
like a
That's-
man
that-
does.
like a man. That's right. No, it's
No, but I do think
yeah,
that
yeah.
relationship.
It was a more playful relationship.
Well, it
and
was more organic. It
felt like
right.
people. It felt like
felt
fucking
right.
people. You know.
This does not feel like a person.
It
This
doesn't.
does not feel like two people. I do not believe that her as a I like Natalie Portman in this movie.
Man.
That's something good that I can say. Like when
yeah.
when Natalie Portman is not having to act across from Hayden Christensen and deal with his bullshit, she's doing okay.
Do you think?
Like,
do you think she's not doing good in those scenes because the whole time she's panicking?
There's one specific scene, and it is probably the only time that this romance really works, and it's right before they're getting carted out to the arena to like get chained up and eaten by monsters. And Natalie Portman is just bringing it in that scene, and I think it's that whole like Hayden Christensen says I love you and she says I know, but she like kind of that callback to Empire kind of thing, but she just sells it as kind of, instead of just this cocksure, yeah, whatever baby, I know, or like kind of cheeky way of doing it. She sells it as this like
this,
really emotional,
yeah,
like deep felt.
Yeah,
Yes,
man.
I know.
I know. Yeah.
And like that part I like, but everything else is just garbage and irritates me and bores me to death to where I can't help but pick apart stupid details that I should not even be thinking about.
So there's a funny thing about the dynamic with the relationship between the two of them in the second movie, and it's something that I don't think I picked up on earlier on. I just like recently, last week or whatever, when I watched these. So it's not good. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But the way it works, the way that relationship works, is
if I had to pull an answer out of my ass right now,
is that he's the little punk fuck ass.
Okay.
That the girl that actually has her shit together falls in love with for some stupid ass reason and ruins her life over. Because that happens. That realistically happens. Somebody who's doing well goes, wow, you're broken. I love you. Yeah. I'm going to ruin myself.
I'm going to fix you.
I'm going to fix you. Yeah, with being like a senator and shit. And nope. Even being a queen and then a senator. Yeah. And then, she still couldn't do shit for his...
So that's a plot point. So Queen Amidala...
Yeah. Oh, so let's talk about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so the way that the government of Naboo works is Queen is really just a title, but it's an elected title.
It's not like a
it's not like your blood lineage.
Exactly, yeah.
Gives you the right to this throne. Mm-hmm. It's the people elect you as like they're essentially president.
Yeah, they really are.
After a certain term, there's another election, and Padme essentially didn't run. She just decided to take up residence as a senator because I think she felt like she could do more overall as a senator.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. Yeah, but that's...
But in between the movies, that's essentially the path that she has taken to get to where she is at the beginning of this movie.
But that's actually part of the problem that I have with Padme as a character. When once she stops being queen, when she is Padme.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and get this out of the way. Her name is Padme Amidala, right?
Yes.
That's her last name's just Amidala. So they just called her by her first name, like to make it casual. So they were just trying to.
Well, the realistic answer is they called her by her real name because they wanted the surprise of, ooh, Padme's actually Queen Amidala.
Yeah, but anybody that can look at people would go, hey, that's the same person.
Right, but in universe, they didn't know that Padme was the queen.
It's the
same thing as fucking Palpatine and Sidious. The audience knows.
Superman glasses.
Yeah, if you look at the casting list, they specifically only put Padme.
Oh.
And in the last movie, they put Queen Amidala or whatever.
Yeah. Well, it's because...
she was no longer Queen Amidala.
She was no longer Queen
That's
Amidala.
Right.
Her last name is Amidala.
Do you know what the queen's name is? The
in this movie?
Yeah, in the second one.
No, I don't think they mention it.
If they do, but it's brief. It's super brief. It's just whatever. So I don't like what Amidala or what Padme becomes, to be honest. Thinking about her, I feel like in the first film she's portrayed as a young girl who's pushed into a political role because she's 17, 16, something like that,
Yeah.
And she's pushed into a political role, and she is doing a damn good job. She's a badass, you know, and when she holds herself as the queen, she has elegance, but she also has a firmness about her. She's graceful, she's intelligent, she's got this whole thing.
Yeah.
What the fuck does she do in 2 and 3 that's worth a shit other than panic and have a kid.
Well, I think.
Like, I mean, she loses the strength of her character in the second film, dude.
Well,
that's one of the things that I actually don't like about the second film is that they do some kind of cool stuff. What robot factory situation? Like,
yeah, and
right?
well, and
on
that's,
Geonosis.
That's the stupid thing.
moment.
That,
Robot
not that there
factory.
aren't quite a few really dumb moments in this movie.
Stupid
but
moment on 2 Robot Factory.
Robot Factory.
They show like just going through and
Going
creating
through-
robots and stuff.
yeah.
Well, that's
Creating
how
the
he gets
droids.
his parts, right? Isn't that how he gets
Who?
it?
Oh,
C-3PO?
C-3PO? Yeah.
Yeah, he
That's
gets
how he-
he
Yeah,
gets
'cause
built
he was
up on
kinda
that one.
naked.
He was naked.
Well, no.
And
It's not how
yeah.
he gets his parts, because at the end of Phantom Menace, he has his gold, like, plating.
Oh,
Whatever.
but he
like
gets
at the very end, the very last like shot
Yeah.
with them all. Yeah,
Oh.
that has C-3PO
Really? I don't remember
with
that,
his
man.
plating. He is already plated in the second one. What happens in the dumbass factory scene is he gets his head knocked off by a stray crane. It gets put on a conveyor belt. Another big crane arm comes and picks it up and then fastens it onto a battle droid
actually, I
body.
remember that now, yeah.
because then that battle droid is during the scene where
When
all the Jedi are fighting in the
and
arena.
all the battle
Okay.
droids come out.
I
all
don't
flustered
I
about
don't
this.
like the beginning of the arena scene. I do like the last half of the arena scene.
Yeah.
Okay, the beginning of it, the build up, them being fed to creatures, I was just like, this is actually kind of dumb, and I
Yeah.
don't understand. Like,
Well,
why don't they fucking execute people in the Star Wars universe? The only goddamn time, and I'm gonna go ahead and just ruin something later. The only time that you just see somebody just get executed in the proper way
Yeah.
is Hux in 9, where they just go, "Oh shit, boom."
Yeah.
like, oh, immediately I've found out. Now you're dead.
Yeah.
that's. Anyway,
It's
the arena scene.
yeah.
So what you think about the arena scene? Okay, because I like the lightsaber side.
I
of it.
I do like the lightsabers. That's when when the Jedi come in.
So I have a thing to say about the lightsaber fighting, but keep going.
Yeah. It's interesting because you know what it's building to. Is like this is the beginning of the war. You know, this is the beginning of the Clone Wars. It's like, ooh,
Yeah.
we've heard about this for years, and
Yeah.
several movies kind of alluded to, or not even several movies, just one movie, and everyone's always, and George Lucas at this time has always been like, look, you know, do whatever you want with the expanded material, but don't touch the Clone Wars, because I'm doing shit with that.
The Thrawn trilogy is one of the only things that had an established concept of what the Clone Wars could have been that was kind of cool. And I
Yeah.
don't remember exactly what the thing was. You guys look up what the Thrawn trilogy said about the Clone Wars. It was a cool idea, but
Yeah.
it's not canon at all.
Like,
Not at all.
So
But you're
it
right.
was-
He didn't want people touching the Clone Wars.
So it was
Yeah.
interesting. As far as the arena scene before that, I do get what you said. Were saying about like it's kind of dumb as far as the build up.
Yeah, the build-up's dumb.
I
you know?
do like right when they get chained up, that Anakin's all like, "I came to rescue you," and Obi-Wan's just like, "Good job, good job. You still fucked up."
Man, I love Ewan McGregor's humor in these three
Dude,
movies.
Ewan McGregor might actually, honestly, and not maybe the first movie so much because I think he was still trying to figure out his character.
Oh
Yeah.
Well, he
His
doesn't play it
character. Alec Guinness.
Yeah, he does
No,
not.
of course not. He's
he
trying-
waits until the second one to start playing it like Alec Guinness.
Well, to start
Right.
kind of incorporating more of Alec
Yeah.
Guinness into
Uh-huh.
it. Yeah. Otherwise, he's just being Ian McGregor, the sexiest man on the planet.
Oh, is that what he was?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought,
Yeah, dude.
man,
But
I just thought he was the Scottish heroin addict. Whatever.
so Padme's like climbing up the pole, and of course Anakin's all like, "What about Padme? What are we gonna do about her?" And of course Obi-Wan's just like, "Well, I think she's got it covered."
Yeah,
Like
that's
so
pretty good.
that was cool.
The banter's
And-
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the banter is okay. Like, but everything else is just kind of.
Well, so you don't like the opening scene of the movie, right?
Remind me what the because okay. So let me just put a big broad blanket statement over all of this. I don't like Attack of the Clones because every single time I watch it, I eventually get so bored that I that I do one of two things. I either start literally nitpicking the movie, which I don't like to do, especially with Star Wars, because if you nitpick Star Wars, obviously you're gonna find shit that's some bullshit. Or I get so bored that I blank it out, and that I blank it all out. I just have this defense mechanism to where it just shuts my brain off. It's like, no, you don't need to see this, man. You go, you just think of something else, and like that's why I don't like this movie, because it makes me do those two things until the very end. So I feel like it's just a huge waste of time. Why not just like literally? I could go on YouTube and watch the end of this movie.
You're like, that was it.
And yep. You
okay.
know?
Well, so the opening scene.
The worst thing that any movie can be is boring. Period. That's the point that I'm getting at.
So the opening scene has to do with them being on.
Okay, so Amidala arrives at Coruscant.
At Coruscant, yeah.
Okay, and then her ship blows up.
Yeah, because they try to assassinate her, and the chick dies. That's the fake Amidala.
Yeah,
and then she's like, oh shit, that sucks. And
that's
then,
oh no, that's no good.
This is a real bummer.
It's a real bummer that you died.
Verbatim.
Yeah, that's actually the lines.
And then Obi-Wan and Anakin go chasing after the hitman.
Yeah, because they get assigned as pretty much their bodyguards.
Yep.
Obi-Wan just wants to follow it to the letter.
Mm-hmm.
We are just bodyguards. We are just here to make sure that she does not get killed. And Anakin wants to find out who's trying to kill. Anakin actually wants to do an active investigation.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where the tension between those two at the beginning is.
It ends up being that is an agent of Jango Fett.
Yeah.
Some political bullshit happens. We find out that Jango Fett we find out that there is a clone army that's being developed because of a message that gets relayed to Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Obi-Wan talks to his buddy at the bar.
Oh, yeah. No. He talks to Jester Dexter.
Jester
Dexter at the fucking diner.
At the diner.
At the diner in space.
Dude, I like that guy. I really like that guy.
I do like Jester.
You know, and I don't know what his race is, but there is one of those guys that's a Jedi in
oh man.
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so he's like a organic character that has 4 limbs.
Yeah.
You know? So there's that. He talks to that guy. He finds out the info about the clone army. He goes to whatever the hell the name of that planet is, with whatever the hell the name of those weird things are.
It's Super Water Planet.
Super Water Planet.
That's the actual name.
He goes to Big Blue,
Blue.
from F-Zero. He finds out about the clones. When he's there, he encounters Jango Fett. Gets in a minor skirmish, chasing him down, trying to figure out what's going on. He
tries to chase him to this other planet.
To another planet.
Where the arena.
Mm-hmm. And then that's when they get to Geonosis. That's when they get to Geonosis. So, what happens directly after the arena? That's when they find out about. Dude, was Dooku on Mustafar?
No, they didn't show Mustafar in this one.
No, what planet was Dooku on then?
Dooku gets introduced. You don't see Dooku until Geonosis.
He is on Geonosis. That is on Geonosis.
Yeah,
that's right. Okay, so when they get to Geonosis, then they find like it's a separate situation kind of thing going on at a certain point, right?
Yeah.
Because they get separated where. He's trying to get.
Well, it's after the dumb factory thing.
It's the dumb factory thing.
Yeah.
Right? They get separated. Then they're supposed to be killed. They break out of that shit. They go find Dooku. Okay?
Yeah.
Both of them fight Dooku.
Yeah.
Dooku wins. Yoda comes in, handles business. Okay?
Yoda comes in, throws a spin on him.
That's right. It throws a couple of spins on him. Pulls that Soul Calibur 4 nonsense on you. That's what he does.
He can't be grabbed.
Right. Cannot be grabbed. Dooku can't grab. Dooku can't grab him. So then, after that, Dooku flees. He runs away.
Yeah.
They are in a shitty spot, and
dang, we're in a tight spot.
Yeah. That don't make no sense. I was borrowing it till I did know.
But anyways,
and then they that's it. Like he's missing a hand.
he's missing
Anakin's
a hand.
missing a hand, and
Anakin and Padme get married in secret.
So
What
else happens in that movie?
Here's the funny thing, and I want to point this out because I don't know if you noticed this. You literally went through the entire plot of the film and didn't mention the romance once. What does that say about this stupid ass romance?
Wow, dude, that's funny. That's really funny. I glazed right over it. You know why? Because it doesn't stick out in my brain.
Doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, well, I think that speaks for itself right there.
Yeah. Look. Okay, I think I've figured it out. I think I've just figured it out.
You're just so disgusted by that romance that
dude,
you don't like the movie.
Was the only thing that this movie really needed to sell me on, because everything else is what I expect from a Star Wars. You know, laser swords, big battles, gonna show me how this guy gets hit to point A to point B
cool
and
aliens.
possibly gets caught in point C, but then he gets escaped.
Escaped.
Then he gets escaped to point D. Fine with all that. Yes, could it have been better executed as far as like a pretentious film snob? Like looking at it,
of course.
Absolutely,
Jesus,
all of these movies could have been.
Yeah.
But the one thing that this movie had to sell me on, it drops the ball on so fucking hard that it does not recover at all.
I'm seeing that, and that's why I think that I gloss over it, because I just kind of looked at that and I was like, meh, whatever. Look at all the rest of the shit, you know? Whatever. I know that side of the apple.
Look at all the pretty colors.
That side of the apple's rotten, but I'll eat this side. I'm fine with this side. I'll put some cinnamon on it.
There is one other line that I really like in this, and it's Yoda's line when Obi-Wan is asking him, trying to find that planet where they're building the clone soldiers, and he goes in, and Yoda's training the younglings, and he's just like, I just didn't know if you knew where this planet was. It doesn't seem to be on the file. And Yoda just shakes his head.
Lost a planet? Master Obi-Wan has.
Yes. Yes.
It's so good.
How embarrassing.
Yeah, man, I really like that one.
I enjoy that. That's fun. When Star Wars is being fun, it can be as stupid as it wants to.
It's also funny because in that moment, I got this weird like homey feeling where I thought about like Master Yoda training like little Padwans, and I was like, oh, they're all short. And
he doesn't have to look up at all.
No, they probably love training with Master Yoda because it's to scale. Like, look,
dude, Yoda probably loves training them.
He probably loves training kids, dude, because they're easy to deal with. You know, I imagine Yoda would much rather train kids than he'd rather than deal with.
That's why he's always saying they're too old.
Because he wants to deal with kids, man.
Yeah.
He wants to deal with kids because kids are fun and kids are actually going to listen and learn, unlike fucking older people that are stuck in their ways, you know.
Yeah.
And Yoda knows that because he's an old man stuck in his ways. He's fucking, you know. We're 900 years old. You are. Look as good you will not. So, yeah, I agree with you on that. It's the romance. That's the problem with that movie. It's the romance.
It is probably the biggest problem.
The biggest issue with that movie.
Biggest issue
because
with that
even
movie.
me talking through those parts, you didn't go, oh, that part sucked. That part was garbage. All those parts that I said to you were fine. Aren't they fine?
They're fine. It is the plot.
But the problem is that every once in a while they show you this shit romance. And you're like, well, why are you guys breaking it up with commercials?
Yeah.
Like commercials about something that I don't want to buy, that I do not buy.
Yeah,
okay,
that I do not buy.
Stop trying to sell me on this shit. I don't buy it.
Best way to put it. It was like, ooh, things might actually get interesting. Oh,
another commercial.
I don't buy this. What is this? A shake weight? Fuck this.
I'm not getting a total gym, guys. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel you. But that's basically the plot of the second film. The only other thing that I wanted to say about the second movie is the majority of the time in this film, again, you see Anakin using Sorisu, and so that's the Form 3, the General Jedi form.
Right.
So both of them are using Soresu throughout this, right?
Yeah.
Until the Dooku fight.
Dooku.
I keep saying Dooku.
Dooku.
Dooku is like that bad samurai from Ninja Gaiden.
Oh yeah.
I keep saying Dooku, but no, it's Dooku. So Count Dooku, he uses Form 2, Makashi. So Form 2 is frowned upon by the Jedi Order because it's a dueling form.
Right.
So it's one that people can learn, but it's not supposed to be your specialty because dueling implies that you're trying to fight other people with lightsabers, and at this point, there aren't supposed to be anybody but Jedi. So you shouldn't be fighting other people with lightsabers unless you're doing it to practice, right?
Yeah.
But in general, Makashi is frowned on. But fucking Dooku, even when he was a Jedi, focused on Makashi because he was an old head. And everybody looked at him and they were like, no, he practices the old ways. He's just a duelist. This is just his specialty. He's keeping alive a form that most people don't use. And they looked at it that way.
Yeah.
When he converted over to the Sith, it became readily apparent why he was studying Makashi for all these years.
Yeah.
Right? He was doing it because he intended on killing people with lightsabers. So
because he intended on owning people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, and he does. And
Yeah.
you can see it very well in this one. He owns the shit out of Anakin because Anakin tries to use a form that he doesn't know. He tries to use Ataru. He tries to flip around on him. Tries to flip on him.
And he can't. And Anakin can't flip
Anakin
on him
doesn't
right
know
now.
about it. He doesn't know how to do it.
How to flip it.
He's too tall.
He's too tall.
He is too tall.
And so he ends up getting messed up by it. And even Obi-Wan, like Makashi's some shit, dude. Yeah. And so, but there's a really cool thing that they show off. They don't, again, like none of this is stuff that's explained in the films, and I understand this.
Yeah.
But this is also stuff that is canon, and this is stuff that is part of Lucas's intent and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This is just developed over a lot of time, right?
Yeah.
So there's a thing that. And this is really the reason why I dig the stuff about the prequel films is that they go into this fighting style nature of what being a Jedi is. This martial arts concept of being a Jedi. Because to me, that has to be part of the lore.
Well, and they deal with it in I think probably the best way they could have, because they didn't just come out and be like, hey, this guy, or
does
like
this
a
and blah,
character
blah, blah,
didn't walk out and be like, I specifically use
I
this
see you're
style.
doing Makashi.
Yeah, or some shit like that. They just let it. The whole like adage of like show don't tell kind of thing really plays into that, you know.
Knowing what you're looking for, they show.
Yeah.
They show, man. When you know what you're looking for as far as what the fighting style looks like and that kind of thing, they fucking show, dude. They make sure to do the stuff correctly.
Right.
And his fight using Makashi, the overhead stance, all that kind of stuff. There's actually a section where if you notice during that fight, Obi-Wan switches to an overhead stance as well.
Yeah.
Both of them do it like right over their head, and they start doing a Makashi like because he's basically like, "Fuck you, old man. I know what you're doing. And I'll match you." Right? Obi-Wan doesn't use Makashi, and there's actually a thing that is a hidden talent in the Makashi form called Dunmak, and Dunmak is super cool. Dunmak is basically force insult. So he goes into your mind. He figures out your weakness.
Duke is just talking shit He really is talking shit the whole time.
He's talking shit the whole time. That is a force ability. He has force shit talk. That's actually one of his things. Dunmak, dude.
He knows how to get under your skin.
Yeah, because he reads your thoughts. He reads your fucking thoughts.
He's already done it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in your head. Oh, your weakness is your pride, young Anakin.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let me twist this knife a little bit.
So this is fast forwarding just a little bit, but think about Dunmak in Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith, when he's fighting Anakin. Okay. Because Anakin says to him, I've doubled in strength since the last time I've seen you. He's like, yes, twice the arrogance. You know,
Twice the fall.
Twice
or
the fall.
yeah, or
Exactly.
something like that.
But,
yeah.
and the whole time, that's all he does. He takes what you say, he turns it back on you, he fucks with you mentally, he makes you feel weak, and the whole time he's lining himself up in a way to fuck your world up with a sword.
Yeah.
So, who else does that? Vader. Oh, and you know what? This is one of those things where, you know, when people go, I don't know if this whole forms thing has really been a plan of it. Not in the first film. No, I'll completely admit, we've talked about this before. You can tell A New Hope was its own thing, and then from there he moved forward.
Well, there's only one lightsaber battle in the whole film, and that's something that I don't think that a lot of people... I mean, I'm sure everybody
and it's not even
knows
it's not even really a lightsaber
them,
battle.
But you don't think about
you don't.
That is the only... You see a lightsaber activated in 2 scenes of that film.
That's it.
You know? You see it when Luke is just got it, and he's just kind of like, oh, hey, look at this blue thing, and just kind of fucks with it for a little bit.
Which I love how that scene jumps.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
as soon as he I love how that scene jumps.
But then you see... Then during the Obi-Wan Darth Vader battle.
That's it. But specifically, I want to get back to Vader and Dun Mak.
Okay.
Vader uses Dun Mak.
Yeah.
Okay? And Vader also uses Makashi. So this is something that I want you guys to think about. The only times you really see somebody using a lightsaber single-handed is Dooku and Vader. Do you ever see somebody using a lightsaber single-handed?
I mean, unless they're doing twirls.
And twirls are kind of different.
Yeah.
And then there's also Kylo Ren. But I'm going to get to the Kylo Ren thing when we get there.
All right.
Okay?
Yeah.
Kylo Ren is the only other person that you see single-hand a lightsaber.
Yeah.
As far as, like, an actual character, right?
Right.
What you do see, though, and this is something serious to note, this is the last thing I want to say about the second film before we move on. All of the Jedi that were using Shicho and Makashi, so that's Form 1 and 2, during the battle at Geonosis died. Every one of them.
Really?
Yeah, because they don't have the defense against bolts. They don't have the defense against blasters. They got murdered. They got fucking murdered because they don't know how to defend against blasters. Because Shicho is kind of like helpful, but it doesn't. It's not. It like Ataru and then Shien. So that's 3 and 5. 3 and 5 is actually going to save your ass when you're getting like fucked up by a bunch of stormtroopers or a bunch of blasters or a ship. Like if a TIE fighter's coming at you, you better know Shien. Like, you know, like it's like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But the problem is like Shicho. It's the Form 1. It's what everybody learns, right?
Right.
So Shicho tells you how to like defend against one person with a blaster,
but
maybe
not
2.
Yeah.
But these motherfuckers got murdered because they never knew how to fight.
Yeah.
And that actually
they didn't know how to defend against
this kind of thing. They didn't know how to do this,
Yeah.
you know? And you know that also brings us back to that whole like was the Jedi Order too strict? Were they even causing an issue for their own kind because of the strictness of their rule? Did they even cause a flaw within the system because of the over regulation of what someone could learn? It's almost like gun control. And I know that's a little bit of a stretch, but I'm just saying it's almost like
shit, man, getting
I'm
political
not trying
already
to be really
this
political.
early.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but it's like the idea of like, well, if we can't, if
PC got mad,
I
man.
know, really.
PC got mad.
It's like, you know, if we take the ability for them to defend themselves away, then, you know, when some shit happens, you know, they're all gonna die. Like it's that kind of thing. So although they're learning this martial art, it's like if you had an order of guards that only knew Aikido.
Yeah.
That's actually the way that I would consider what Sorasu is Aikido. It's Aikido. You're trying to stop someone from hurting you and put them down.
Yeah.
You know? They should be learning Judo. They should be learning Jim So, which is 5. They should be learning how to take someone's actions and murder them with it, because that's what needs to happen to stop the evil. But the problem is there isn't any evil, so they're basically just masturbating with their Jedi powers. They're just going, oh, look how cool we are. We're Jedis.
Look at how long my lightsaber.
Yeah, your Schwartz is bigger than mine.
Schwartz is bigger than mine. Well, I think that's the best way to end on this on this specific movie.
I think
your
so.
Schwartz is bigger than mine.
Okay.
That's the last word.
That's it.
All right, so Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith. So, what's the opening scene of Revenge of the Sith?
Revenge of the Sith.
Is that with Dooku? Was that the opening scene?
Yeah, he ends up going and they like take Dooku out quick.
They take him out real quick.
It's
okay, I love this movie, by the way.
Revenge.
Seen this
you've seen this
is
one?
one of my favorites. Period.
Yeah, Revenge of the Sith.
I really
is,
do like. Okay,
I mean, it's hard for me. I think we're all on the same page here.
yeah.
Revenge of the Sith is a hard-on for real Star Wars fans.
Yeah,
you know, it's a fucking wonderful movie.
Yeah,
and I mean, it still has flaws. Still has flaws.
Well, I think it still carries
the weight of the second
the weight
film.
of the first.
I don't know another trilogy like that.
I don't think it carries as much of the weight of the second film, but it definitely carries the weight of this. The 2 movies that came before, because it is the final piece of this trilogy. It kind of has to wrap a lot of things up
and sew it into an already established canon.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Because they have to get it back to where it goes. This is
Yeah.
the Metal Gear Solid 5 of it, but they didn't misstep at the end and forget to write an ending. They didn't.
This might actually be my favorite
Star Wars movie, period.
period?
Yeah.
Oh,
dude.
okay.
I mean, Revenge of the Sith is fucking really good.
Yeah.
Like, if we're just going to go ahead and lay it on the table, I mean, Empire Jedi are the best, if you ask me.
Yeah.
This is right below those. This is directly below Empire and Jedi. Like, Empire, Jedi, those are the trifecta of the best 3 Star Wars films. If you just wanted the distillation of the best parts of Star Wars, it's these 3 fucking movies.
Yeah.
Like, if you seriously watched that and then you didn't watch A New Hope and you watched Empire and you watched Jedi and you were like, I'm done. Fuck, I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
you'd be
then
good,
you'll be
dude.
okay.
You'd be good. You know, you wouldn't even have anything bad to say. You wouldn't even have. You'd be like, oh damn, crazy shit happened to him, and it made him this bad guy. And then he did fucked up stuff, and it turns out he was this dude's father. And then he came back and fucked him up, and then he fucked up the emperor, and then everything was good.
And then he died.
Man, that was amazing. That's the trilogy. It's just Revenge of the Sith.
And then the
Empire,
Build-A-Bear workshop completely destroyed the ground troops of the Empire.
The Build-A-Bear workshop destroyed the Connects.
And then a big slug monster gets choked out by the stripper. And like,
I don't know who this stripper is, but she just choked that slug monster.
Choking this mother.
I'm pretty sure they must have, but did they, when this trilogy come out, did they like, this is going to be the origin of Darth Vader? Was they like making that known?
Yes, absolutely.
That was absolutely
that was
what
the
it
intent.
Was.
Yeah. He wrote. Okay, so the way that Star Wars was conceived of, and this is kind of what we were talking about earlier. 100%. He's even like made this very clear. He wrote Star Wars as it by itself.
Yeah.
Like you said, there was a treatment made up for this second film if it failed, so it would be a like side story, like what became a side story would have been the next movie, right?
Yeah.
So after it succeeded, he instead wrote 11 more movies worth of a treatment, and that's actually what he came up with. So initially it was supposed to be 5, 6, and 7 were episode 4, 5, and 6. It was supposed to be 5, 6, and 7. There was supposed to be 2 movies at the end that wrapped it up. There was supposed to be a very original movie that was like some weird prequel, and then he was supposed to go into what was going on with Anakin throughout his life to join into the original trilogy.
Yeah, well,
that was what he wrote like before Empire.
From what I'm to understand, and the way I tend to take it, as far as like Lucas had all of this planned out. I don't think he had.
No,
like,
I
the
think he had
movies
rough
themselves.
ideas.
I think he had
Yeah.
a lot of notes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And
No,
not
man,
to
he
say
had
that there
bullet
weren't-
points. He
Yeah,
had
and not
fucking
to
bullet
say
points.
that there wasn't like a whole story,
Yeah.
because he had actually said, he's like, well, originally I wanted to talk about this older master. Ended up like teaching these like two twins. And that's where the original seed of an idea of Star Wars came into be. And this is before like any of the episodes or A New Hope, because originally Star Wars itself wasn't A New Hope. We'll get into that later. Eventually that evolved into it's just about the two twins, and the father is the bad guy. And then it evolved into, well, the father's still the bad guy, but there is still like this older mentor figure that became Obi-Wan, you know, kind of thing. And so it was a very like organic way of this entire idea of this franchise kind of evolved out of his head. But to say that he had a specific idea, it
no.
was a shit ton of notes and things that he knew that he wanted to make happen. You know,
You need to calm your hands down, Scott. Scott needs to calm his hands down, okay? Put them in your pockets. You sit on your hands, Scott.
I've been bumping the mic.
He's bumping the mic and the table. He's over here making Palpatine movements. He's trying to force lightning
I'm
me.
about to force lightning some motherfucker.
Jesus. Drop dicks on him.
So anyways, episode 3 starts out with Anakin and Obi-Wan trying to rescue Palpatine.
Yeah, that's right.
Palpatine
That's
has
right.
been
Well, you know what's really
captured.
weird about this
Yeah.
movie is that I think about that scene, and in my head, because I know Palpatine, he's not being rescued.
No.
He's the Emperor, and he's sitting there going, "Use the dark side." You know, like it's not.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Kill him.
Kill him. I know I and he's like, I know I shouldn't, and then he lops that head off.
He's too powerful to stay alive.
Skack.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Dead.
cool how this opens up with them just like taking the villain of the previous movie out.
Quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, watching this another time, I thought Grievous got taken out way earlier in the movie than he does.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
that's way later in the movie.
Yeah.
Jesus, you know?
This is our first. This is actually, if all you've ever done is watch the movies,
Uh-huh.
this is your first introduction to Grievous.
Absolutely. This is your
Yeah.
first
This
introduction
is
to
the
Grievous.
first time
Yeah.
you've even seen this guy.
And General Grievous is a dope character, and at first I really thought that he, like, when I watched this movie in theaters, I remember thinking to myself, man, Obi-Wan would lose against a robot with 4 arms.
Yeah.
But now I understand why he wouldn't.
Why Obi-Wan is
Was-
just that fucking dope.
Ooh,
Yeah.
he is so badass.
Yeah.
God, Obi-Wan is. He's the fundamentals. And
That's really it.
he is the fundamentals,
just
man.
fundamentals.
But he is so solid. He's Ryu.
Obi-Wan definitely kind of gets taken out.
Oh, yeah.
He gets taken out pretty early during the battle, and then it's just him and Anakin. Dooku gets his hand cut off. right?
And this is when you see Anakin step up his game.
Yeah.
Yes, he gets his hand cut off, and so this is again, you know, me looking at it from thinking about it from the Styles perspective, because
Right.
I did that very specifically while watching it this time. All of the movies I watched them, other than fucking, you know, Solo.
Yeah.
I watched all of them, and I thought to myself, what style are they using? What does this come from? Is this a trained maneuver? Is this something out of passion? Because there are quite a few times where Jedis fight out of passion.
Yeah.
Okay? Empire Strikes Back, Luke fights out of passion. Return of the Jedi, the very end of that, Luke fights out of passion.
Yeah.
Kylo Ren basically just fites out of passion.
Shoot, the
Rey
very end of this movie is literally
a fight of passion a lot of the time.
Fight of passion almost the entire
But they're
time.
also still using a style.
They're still
using a style.
Well, they're both very
they both use Jim Seo.
competent.
They both use Jimso.
Yeah.
And they're both very confident, and they are
well,
both.
not that they're competent in their skill at this point.
Well, they have they also have it's like two friends arguing with each other. That's the thing about that fight. It's so weird because they're like, look, I know you, man. I know you. Yeah. Okay, and this is how I feel. And it was like, no, fuck you. This is how I feel, and I know you. You know, and
it's a conversation.
It's a conversation, exactly, which is how good fights should be.
Yeah. There is not a better fight probably in the whole series. What could be better than that?
Oh yeah,
there's nothing.
If okay,
I mean, I love Darth Maul, so for me, that's the only one that's comparable.
Well, just based on spectacle, this one definitely goes over the top. It changes scenes, which a lot of lightsaber fights throughout the series don't really change the
this one's so dynamic. They change footing, they're on moving platforms, they're fucking flipping at each other.
So
like,
as far
dude,
as spectacle goes, this one is
all
just
the
kind
way
of all in the air.
The only other movie that matches this with spectacle is the fucking fight between Rey and Kylo in 9. That's a spectacle, dude, in the water. That's the only one that's like got that same level of spectacle.
But this is still higher.
This one's still better. This one's
way better, man.
dude. So, and not to say that 9 one was bad.
No, it was good.
That was good.
But this one was just
but it's a lot more emotional.
Yeah, and that's what I think makes this battle
like the best
stand out.
Yeah.
The most.
Yeah.
Is like we were saying before. It is a conversation between two foes. It is an argument between two friends. You know, the emotional weight is literally felt like in their lightsaber strikes.
That's also the case in Return of the Jedi, though.
Yeah.
That's kind of the interesting thing about the difference. But now, I feel like Return of the Jedi in general, when it came out, was a spectacle.
Yeah.
But if you think about the scene that's going on between the throne room fight scene and the war that's happening outside.
Yeah.
Oh, I did it. against the half fucked up Death Star.
See?
Yeah. Hands,
goddammit.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
What if I hold two mugs?
It's
okay.
So I'll be a St. Pauli's girl. But the throne room scene there, if you think about the spectacle actually isn't the fight scene.
Yeah.
Like, he gets the shit lightning out of him, and then dude gets thrown in a pit. You know, like that's all some shit. And the fight scene itself is emotional, but it's not a spectacle. The spectacle is actually the space battle.
Yeah.
That's going on.
Yeah.
In the other two movies, in 9 and in Revenge of the Sith, which there's obviously a common thread here. The third movie has to have the most epic fucking lightsaber battles. Like it has to.
Yeah.
It's just the way it goes. So, but the emotional weight and the spectacle is the same in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
It's like the emotional weight's there in Jedi, and the spectacle is there in Rise of the Skywalker, but they're separated.
Right.
In Revenge of the Sith, it's got both of those elements, and it does it so well.
Yeah.
But I mean, so fighting style, right? The thing that I was saying about the beginning of the movie, he's not using Sorisu anymore.
Who? Anakin?
Anakin's no longer using Sorisu. So Anakin is actually fighting. When he fights Dooku, he's pretty much showing off. He's pretty much going, look, old man, I've learned a lot since I've fought you. And now I'm going to show you what a Taru looks like. And now I'm going to show you that I know a little bit of Makashi. And now I'm going to show you that I can fight Jim So, and then I can chop your hand off. Yeah. So that's what he did, right?
Yeah.
The end of the movie was both of them fighting Jim So at each other. So it's them absolutely counter aggressively the whole time. Obi-Wan was attacking to hurt him the whole time.
Obi-Wan was?
Obi-Wan was attacking to hurt him the whole time.
Not to kill him.
Not to kill him, to hurt him.
Okay.
To hurt him. and you can tell in the way that he strikes. The beginning of it, he's Sorosu. He's doing it. He's like, whoa, back up, and then he realizes he's like, I can't do this with you. I have to make you understand, and he starts actually fighting him with force. You know, I mean, and at that point, they basically are showing each other Jim-So at max level.
Yeah.
But the whole time, Obi-Wan's going, dude, don't make me do this.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and that's, okay, the thing that I love so much about this fight is Obi-Wan
doesn't want to do it.
Well, he's not necessarily holding back.
Oh, no.
Because, don't get me wrong, Anakin is powerful. Anakin's a good lightsaber duelist. But if Obi-Wan really wanted to, he could have ended that a lot sooner.
Yes.
Because I told you this, in this lightsaber battle, it's one of the only lightsaber battles that throughout the entire time I'm just going,
ooh, yeah, like, really, dude. Yeah, like, there's a lot of close calls.
I am on the edge of my seat.
Well, like
this entire battle, and it's mainly because I'm watching Obi-Wan getting to a point to where he could literally take Anakin out
if he wanted to,
if he wanted to, but he holds back because he doesn't want to kill him, but he knows that's what he has to do to end this shit. Yeah. It's that,
and that's what I'm saying. He's fighting to hurt him. He's not fighting to kill him.
Right.
Not at all. He wants to disable him. You know, but at a certain point,
cut off the legs and the hands.
Set him on fire.
So
and burn him.
So what else happens in this movie besides
I was about to say.
Because there's a lot of other things. Okay.
So I like how Palpatine kind of manipulates Anakin at this point. Like, because in the previous movies, you really don't get a lot of Palpatine trying to manipulate Anakin or really manipulate anybody. He's just kind of a figure in the background, and at this point he comes very much in the full forefront of this movie. Like, it is pretty much about, okay, how does Palpatine actually rise to power, how does the Empire actually get established, and what is his role in turning Anakin to the dark side.
I mean, I did think that Anakin got manipulated kind of easy, but I guess it was enough. But just like, you know, he sees that Padme is going to die, and then Palpatine tells him, you know, we can stop this if you go to the dark side, but Anakin's just like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
Like, he's just like, all right,
I guess that's what I'm going to do then.
You know, he doesn't really question it or anything.
Yeah.
I mean, it's enough. I mean, it's enough to move the plot along.
Yeah. Okay, so here's an interesting little theory idea. Do you think that Palpatine was sending those images of Padme into Anakin's mind?
I kind of think he was.
Yeah?
I think he was.
Like, actually, like, projecting those images of what ends up actually being the future into Anakin's mind.
Yes.
Like, in order to eventually...
It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like, he kind of was trying to manipulate him. You know, he's putting those ideas in his head.
Yeah.
And then it actually happened.
Yeah.
I don't think that it was like a prediction from Anakin. I think he was being manipulated. Because Palpatine is definitely strong enough to do something like that.
So do you think that Anakin would have turned had he not projected those images?
Probably not.
Probably not?
Probably not. I think that it was the long game for him, man. Like, he knew.
I got you.
He sensed it. He manipulated him all the way, even in that way.
Yeah.
Maybe not, but I like to think of it that way.
Yeah.
You know, it could have been Anakin was just
nice little theory, little thought experiment.
Yeah.
So Robby, you said you've seen this movie, and this is probably your favorite Star Wars movie. What about this makes this
him turning into Darth Vader is just cool.
Yeah.
It's just a good plot. It's interesting.
Okay. Are there any specific, like, scenes or characters or...
I mean, obviously that final fight was awesome.
Yeah.
I really just like to see him, even though it's kind of, you know, you might say he's going a little over the edge. He's looking super brooding and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I still like it.
Well, okay, so this is probably the first movie that I honestly like Anakin in.
Yeah.
Like, specifically. Because I don't really like him as young, like, super young kid Anakin.
Yeah.
I don't really like him as teenaged, I don't like sand
He kind of looks cooler, like his clothes are cooler.
In the third one?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, if you guys also notice, there's a color change over time.
He's definitely dark.
Well, if in the first film he's sandy, he looks like Obi-Wan.
But he doesn't like sand.
Yeah, but he's sandy. he's pecan sandies.
Pecan sandy.
He's But he's got that tan khaki kind of look to a lot of his clothing.
Yeah.
And then in the second film, it becomes more of like a khaki mixed with like a dark brown, so he kind of has this tonality to him. Then in the third film at the beginning, it's more like that dark brown mixed with black.
Yeah.
And then very end, he's fucking dressed in black.
Are you saying that he is back in black?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Uh-huh.
Oh, okay. All right, enough of that. I made a bad joke.
So, but you don't like him as a kid, and you don't like him in the middle years, but you do dig him.
I dig him in this one.
Yeah.
I think he makes a lot more sense in this one as a character. I feel like Hayden Christensen, although it has been said that Lucas pretty much told people to act a lot more wooden and melodramatic and soap opera-y
intentionally.
That a lot and you know what, I wasn't on set. I don't know if this is true, but this is what a lot of people have said is why the acting seems so stilted in the prequel trilogy is because that was the direction from George Lucas.
That's weird.
And
I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just weird.
But in this movie, while the melodrama is definitely still there, it's a lot more tolerable than it was in the previous movies, at least for me personally.
Yeah.
Because I'm okay with some melodrama. Go ham or get out of fucking town. But but in this one it just feels a lot better. I think the romance between Anakin and Padme
works better.
Works a lot better.
Yeah, it works way better in Revenge of the Sith.
Revenge of the Sith.
I don't know what it is that changed, but something fucking changed.
Their chemistry is a little bit better. It's still not perfect, but it
starts killing
better.
children to keep her alive.
Oh man.
Okay, so let's get into.
He's not playing, man.
Let's get into that. So you were saying that you thought that Anakin kind of fell a little too easily.
Yes, he got manipulated really easily.
Yeah,
in a way.
By Palpatine.
It's just like, oh, you could save her by doing this, and he's like, all right, just like that.
Okay, so there's a lot to digest by that. There's a lot to digest about this. Okay,
because to unpack. We got a big ass suitcase. We're about to go through all of these.
Yeah, because the fucking the knowledge that we have from later films suggests that Palpatine is actually a lot stronger than we would ever think to give him credit. So I mean, Jedi like doing the Jedi mind trick, right?
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, we was thinking that
he Sith mind tricked him.
Yeah, he put that image in his head.
Yeah, he didn't manipulate the image of the future, and not that future wouldn't have come to pass if Anakin didn't know about it. But
I don't think if Anakin had ever become Sith, that future would have ever come to pass, because the entire reason that she had the problem that she did is because he fucking force choked her.
So you also think that Palpatine was projecting that image specifically into it.
Yeah.
Because it's not like Anakin was like actively trying to like seek out the future or like
not at all. No, Anakin was actually very driven by the extraneous events in his life, and that was part of what Yoda was talking about how like, yo, you're a lot like your father. You're never where he's never where he was. He's never focused on what he was doing. That whole thing. Okay. That's what he's talking about.
You're talking about Luke, Yoda talking to Luke.
Yeah, and the reason he's saying that is because Anakin basically was thinking way too much about this whole Padme. I need to fulfill this life.
Well, my mom died, and now I'm worried about losing the only other person in this world that I love.
What he's not thinking about is right now what he's doing. And every moment that passed, he wasn't thinking about that. He was thinking about this future that he had ideally in his head. Oh, well, I need to have a life and a wife and all this stuff.
Yeah.
And him just being a Jedi was already enough to make it to where that was kind of impossible. You know, it's like that whole members of the Night's Watch thing. Like, you can't sire a child. You know, you can't have an heir. Well, you know, like that would have caused a big problem for him. You know, so. I mean, there's a lot going on, you know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that.
Yeah, the Jedi can't.
They were like telling me he couldn't have kids and stuff.
Yeah, Jedi can't have kids. That's right. You know?
Yeah, they can't. He explains it in Attack of the Clones.
About why he's trying to keep it secret and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and,
it's not that the Jedi can't love. They're actually encouraged to love. They are but they can't become attached to anything.
Yeah.
So, and that's why.
But
like,
he's attached.
He is 100% attached. To Padme, and like it's obvious, and it's.
But I think that I think there's a number of things going on. I think number one, Palpatine also being the way that he is. I don't know if you've noticed it. He doesn't fight with Makashi very much. Like occasionally he fights with Makashi, but he loves doing Mach.
No.
He gets right up in your brain and goes, "This is your weakness, and I'm gonna crush your fucking weakness. I'm gonna show it to you."
And then he goes and does the fucking psycho spin from M. Bison.
Oh,
he just M. Bison's all over motherfuckers.
That's his opening move in Revenge of the Sith.
So let's talk about that scene.
Okay, yeah,
that is bad as shit. It's so good.
So that's him using Juyo.
Okay,
Juyo is forbidden, 100% forbidden. Because Juyo is harnessing the dark side in lightsaber form. That's all it is. It is 100%. It's Jeet Kune Do. Okay, like I like to think of a lot of the fighting styles as being like real fighting styles.
Kind of parallels for
so
real.
Shicho is karate. Shicho is just fucking karate. Makashi is kendo, so Japanese fencing.
Yeah.
Okay. So like samurai fencing.
Yeah.
Surasu, which is the one, like I said, the general Jedi one, is like Aikido, the gentle way. You're trying to stop people. You're trying to put them down. You know, somebody attacks you. You use their balance to make them fall on the ground. And you're like, look, man, I'm not trying to hurt you. You know? That's that. Ataru is capoeira. So it's that like Caribbean dancing fighting style where they flip all around and do shit, and then all of a sudden you're kicked in the jaw, and you're like, whoa, hey, how did that? Whoa. Right? So
this dude was just doing the worm, and now I got a broken shin.
Now
what
I'm
the
fucked
fuck?
up. Yeah, that's what Ataru is like, right? So Shien and Jim So is like judo. Okay. Judo is straight up, you know. You do something to me, I take it and hurt you much worse with it. You know?
Okay.
So that's that judo shit. You know, you go in for a punch and I use your momentum to hit you right there in that weak spot underneath your armpit that makes you fall on the ground with
why you
gasp
hitting
for
yourself.
Air. Yeah, like that kind of stuff. Yeah, like gah, you know, like judo's hard throws and breaks and like shit like that. Oh, you overextended yourself. I'm gonna pop that arm out of the socket.
Yeah.
You know, that's what judo. That's what Shien and Jim So 5 is.
Right.
6. Right, Niman is all of the other fighting styles mixed with mixed with force powers, right? And then Juyo, which I mean 6, I don't even know what to call that. Like, what is that? It's like fucking Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Not really, because it's not holds. I don't know. It's
throwing elbows.
It's
not really.
It's MMA.
It's MMA. It's just MMA.
It's a mix.
Yeah, that's kind of what Niman is.
Yeah.
It's MMA. Yeah, and then Juyo is Jeet Kune Do. So you know, Jeet Kune Do is that shit that Bruce Lee shit.
Yeah.
And all Jeet Kune Do is like taking someone down the fastest possible.
Yeah.
Right. So in Jeet Kune Do, it's throat, crotch, eyes. You know, they're trying to he's gonna fucking poke your eye out, or he's gonna hit you in the throat, and you're not gonna be able to do anything.
He's trying to incapacitate. He ain't trying to make this shit go on.
He doesn't care about making it look cool or anything like that.
He ain't trying to put on a show. He's trying to put you down.
And so what you see when he busts out is he hits you with some Niman.
Yeah.
And immediately he fucking psycho crushers at him. Okay. And then he hits on the ground and starts juyoing motherfuckers because he's head, arm.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know.
Well, and he takes every other Jedi out except
for Mace Windu. That's right.
And that's where, and we had talked about this, not saying that Mace Windu couldn't have won that fight, but Sidious threw it.
Palpatine threw that fight.
Palpatine threw that fight.
Because if you think about it, man, that should have gone on for a while, and the two of them should have been neck and neck, and more along the lines of like the fighting style thing.
Yeah.
Mace Windu actually had a personal fighting style that no one else used called Vapad, and Vapad is the light side version of Juyo.
Yeah.
So it is the absolute counter to Sith fighting style.
Yeah.
He knew the counter to that shit that he came up with himself. So he was the master of it.
So again, that plays into not saying that Mace Windu couldn't have
Won naturally.
naturally.
He could have.
Yeah. But
it still would have been a challenge.
Yeah, but Palpatine threw that fight because he felt Anakin go into the building.
He felt Anakin's presence.
That's probably why Mace Windu was like, "You stay here."
Yeah.
And it's like, look, I don't trust you, but if you do what I say and stay the fuck out of the way,
the plan will work.
Then then you will have gained my trust, young Skywalker.
And because if you notice, as soon as Anakin walks in, that's when Palpatine falls on the ground.
Yeah,
and starts.
He loses his lightsaber.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As soon as he walks in that building, man, I think he felt Anakin's presence and immediately was like, okay, I need to make a show so that I can get this kid on my side.
Yeah.
And so he made it seem like he was being destroyed. And okay, so I heard this is kind of a funny thing, but I don't know if I agree with this, that his appearance right after he gets shocked. So he looks like
where he gets all
melty. Yeah.
Looks like burnt ass Play-Doh.
Yeah, burnt Play-Doh. So when he burnt Play-Dohs out, like when he clay faces out, that's about at the point when, like, you got to think two things. So you got to think either that's his actual form and he's been holding it together, looking like a person with like
or
Sith
he actually
magic,
gets scarred,
or he actually gets scarred. You know, so which one do you think it is?
I'm from the he actually gets scarred.
I am too.
Camp.
I am too. Absolutely. Yeah.
Robby,
I think the
same thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And
so it's not like he was just holding that form together. No.
He actually, that's the lightning affecting him. Yeah, that's his own lightning affecting him. We'll talk about his lightning issues later.
Well, and I think it's
he zaps Windu.
Okay, so he's zapping at Windu. You know what? Fuck it. Let's talk about his inability to turn
off his zap. Why can't he turn his zap off? Huh?
Look, Palpatine has a big problem.
Yeah.
Every time he force lightnings,
he can't turn it off.
Throughout these movies, he just keeps it going for way too long.
Which makes you wonder, is that
at his own detriment?
Every time at his own detriment, man. He can't turn it off. He gets thrown off into a pit.
So, he gets... So do you think he can't control it?
Yeah, I do. I think it's so powerful.
It's like premature force lightning. You know?
I think that he actually is channeling such a strong... Because I mean, let's really think about this. Yoda force lightnings.
Yoda.
In 3.
No, he captures the force lightning.
Is that what he's doing? Pushes it back.
Yeah.
He's not doing it himself.
Yeah, no, he's not producing the lightning.
Oh, okay.
He catches it and then he pushes it back.
Okay, well then the only other person that we have seen force lightning period other than him is Rey.
Yeah,
and we'll talk about that. But my point is, I think that the Force lightning is such a strong channeling of the dark side that potentially, which this ties into a theory that I have about 9.
Yeah.
Okay. That it's like it's a greater thing than just him. It's a greater thing than because like the Jedi have this big concept of the Force and the whole like everybody being one and Qui-Gon is very much into the whole everybody being one thing and well, what if the dark side's the same? So, and I think 9 addresses this some more, and we'll talk about.
Well, what
this,
if it's about the same thing, but
it's the same?
It is the
dude,
opposite.
It's a balance. It's a goddamn
of,
balance.
Hey, the force is for everybody. It's the force is for me.
That's dude. Seriously, yeah. As above, so below, and it's that balance, and it's that like he's taking all of it and channeling it through him. It's a conduit. He opened up a valve, and he can't fucking stop it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It takes all of his power being drained and him falling over for him to be
before
able to,
he realizes, oh no, this is starting to be a real bad idea.
It's like, you know what it's kind of like? Jean Grey's initial reaction to the Phoenix.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Where she's just going, ah, what the fuck? But it's doing something that he wants, so he's just riding
he's just
that lightning.
okay with it.
He's riding the lightning
until someone bounces it back at him with
That's
a
right.
fucking lightsaber.
That's his biggest weakness. Looks like that.
Oh no! Someone pulled out a lightsaber.
Ah, shit! I can't turn it off.
I can't turn this off.
But yeah, that's ultimately what gets him on that. You know, he can't turn it off, and Mace is pointing it back at him, and Anakin sees this and then flips, right?
Yeah.
So I think that was an entire manipulation. I think that every bit of
because as soon as Mace gets his hand cut off by Anakin, you see his face turn into the ha and
exactly because he's good again. He's like that didn't hurt me
cool,
at all.
That's what I wanted.
Yeah, thank you. Fuck you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what he did. So if his plan the entire time was to manipulate Anakin, then that means that, you know, he was thinking about it with the prior knowledge that Anakin was supposed to be the chosen one to stop the Sith. So I think his entire idea is that if I get my claws in this kid first, then he can't stop the Sith. Not understanding that, again, that was one of the things that was the predestined thing to cause the... So that this actually reminds me of Berserk. Okay? This reminds me of Berserk. It's people fighting against destiny, thinking that the actions that they're doing are changing destiny when it's actually destiny happening to them. It's a really weird thing. It's people going, I'm going to do this to stop this thing from happening because I've felt that this is going to happen. But what they don't realize is that is the fulcrum for the thing that they don't want happening.
Right.
But they don't see that. They only see the end.
So free will doesn't actually exist
in Star Wars.
In
yes,
Star Wars.
That's exactly what I'm saying, is that free will does not exist in Star Wars. Yeah. There's a prophecy that they're seeing and that they think that they are doing something to change.
That they think that they can manipulate in
some way. But
none
none of them can. Mace Windu can't. Palpatine can't.
Yeah.
None of them can. Anakin can't stop his own destiny. Obi-Wan isn't exactly trying.
He's not trying to stop the destiny.
No. He's really not.
Not until towards
not until the 3. Not until it gets out of hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, but until that point, no, he's never like the guy going, "Oh, I have a plan." Everybody else has a plan.
Yeah.
You know? And none of them's plan.
Qui-Gon Jinn didn't have a plan.
Qui-Gon Jinn did not have a plan.
He was just like, hey,
because
this is
he
the will of the
understood
Force.
destiny and the will of the Force. Because he living in all points in time realized that all of this is preordained. It's a tough concept to think about, but they all are actually causing the destiny that they're fighting against. That's all I'm trying to get at.
What is the dumb Star Wars moment from this movie? The fucking Obi-Wan riding the lizard. Look, it's cool.
Yeah.
Dumb Star Wars moments don't necessarily have to be just stupid, but it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, I see
it
what you're
is
saying.
cool.
Yeah,
but that is probably the dumb Star Wars moment. I like the lizard.
Yeah.
I like it. I think it's fucking cute and charming.
Man, you know what I think's really like just a stupid, subtle detail to that situation is when he drops his lightsaber and then he happens to land next to the guy that picked the lightsaber up.
Oh,
hey, you forgot this.
Oh, okay. So before we move on, so the CG really hasn't gotten any better.
No, not from the last movie.
From the last movie.
It's very similar, actually. Yeah.
So this is something that I noticed in this movie in particular. For some reason, when the clone troopers are on screen, they're all CG.
Yeah, bad
every
choice.
single time. Like they are motion captured for no reason, really.
Yeah.
You know, I can understand if there was like a lot of them, but there's one scene when one of the like clone troopers is talking to Obi-Wan, and he's got his helmet off.
Oh,
and it's just the dude's
dude,
head.
It looks bad.
Literally just kind of floating in the scene. And you can see it like bobbing around while the body's just kind of stiff and like not really doing much. It's like, again, CG ages poorly first
and
before
we're
just
watching,
about everything
We're
else.
also watching the Blu-ray version.
Yeah, we're also watching the Blu-ray, so
know.
it just that point in CG just does not work. But that was something really weird. It's like, why? I guess it was cheaper at the time to do it this way, but why is there so much?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Why couldn't they have got people? How hard would it be to just get some folks?
Just wear that armor.
Yeah, just wear the armor, man. They could have made the armor. Actually, that kind of fucks me up to think of. Is there a single actual clone trooper?
No.
So they never made that armor.
No.
So that means that's the only stormtrooper armor that was never physically made.
Right.
Because every other one they made.
Yeah. There isn't a single quote stormtrooper,
Clone trooper,
stormtrooper. They're the same fucking thing.
Well, they're not, but
they're
not. I'll
but
get
they
into
essentially
that.
mean the same thing.
Hold on, let's talk about this real quick.
Okay.
So if you think about it, the clone troopers have a helmet that is resembling the Mandalorian helmet because they're all based on the Jango Fett model of things, right? And then past that, they were no longer using the clones. So after that point, they're no longer Mandalorian in a very vague sense. And that's the only thing that really makes them different past that point, because it seems like
stormtroopers are just like hired hands, people who join the army.
Well, okay, so are we going to have this Clerks argument here?
No. I'm not saying they're normal motherfuckers. Like
they were just hired contractors working on the Death Star when they blew it up. You telling me the rebels killed a whole bunch of guys?
Oh, look, dude. Any empire is going to have an army. Yeah. The army is going to be made up of people from that empire.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The clone troopers obviously are not those same. Obviously not stormtroopers. By the time you get to stormtroopers, that is a regimented, hey, somebody volunteered for this.
You think there's a draft? You think there's a
No, I don't think there needs to be, because they're the main power in the galaxy.
Okay.
I think it's
so it's really just more like the army.
Yeah, it would just be like an army.
Yeah.
Some kind of armed forces, that a large empire would have. Yeah. I'm sure they got paid. I'm sure they got certain benefits for being,
food and board.
Yeah. The most, readily available, target practice in the galaxy. That's, hey, your blasters aren't going to hit anything, and you're just a big target. So, here's some money, and here's a nice meal.
Yeah. But no, it bothers me that they didn't even bother to make a single physical piece of armor for
any
those
of
movies. Dude,
yeah.
Yeah.
That is something that I picked up on this last one, and I was kind of like,
yeah.
I guess it doesn't matter, but whatever. It still looks bad.
It does, man. It does.
So, but yeah, definitely my favorite of the prequels.
Yeah, absolutely. It established what.
I thought it was a good ending.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But it established what the basis of Vader is. I don't mind the ending. The no thing is funny. Like it's funny. It's a meme at this point.
Exactly.
But it's still good. Like it's still a good moment, and I still like what happens in that film there. And I like the idea that Padme dies from grief. Like there's a bit of substance to that. There really is. And I think, the bleak concept moving forward from that. So right after that is the Vader comic book that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Which leads into Vader Immortal.
Yeah.
And Force Unleashed.
Yeah. So, because the Vader comic book, like, starts out with him making his saber and doing all that shit. and then him being trained by Sidious, I guess. But then past that point,
Past that, it is Solo, and that's about all we want to say about that.
that's Solo. Yeah.
I actually so I actually enjoyed Solo overall.
What's that actor's
as
name?
A movie. I liked what is it? Donald Glover? No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As
Donald Glover
Lando.
as Lando. He seems like he's having a good time.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as a movie and as a like popcorn, like go to a theater and watch a fucking Star Wars movie,
It was fine.
it's fine.
It's like it was
It's still kind of pointless.
actor was Alden Ehrenreich.
And I thought he did okay.
He got a very German name.
Yeah, yes, I didn't know his name.
But again, pretty fucking pointless. And do you guys have anything else to say about that one?
Chewie was covered in shit.
Ew.
But after that, then it was Rogue One.
Rogue One.
Dope.
Super dope, dude.
Mhm.
Super dope. Good cast, good setting. The movie looks more like the original trilogy, you know? I think that's the only thing that's been able to capture the way the original trilogy felt and looked, you know? Like, Solo did not do that. The prequels didn't even fucking try. The new ones have kind of done that. Like, I think Force Awakens does that a little bit, you know, with capturing the look and feel of Star Wars, the original. But it's just, man, it doesn't do it like Rogue One does, man. I don't know. I mean, Mads Mikkelsen is awesome. It's cool that he is ultimately a traitor against, you know, the Empire, because we all know this story. You know, it's been the oldest story in Star Wars. We got plans from some rebels that have the weakness to the Death Star.
Mm-hmm.
We've got to blow the Death Star up. A bunch of people died trying to get us this information.
And that droid in the movie is cool.
And the droid is super cool. Can you look up who that actor is? Because he's funny, man.
Is his name K2SO?
Yeah.
It's Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk.
Alan Tudyk from he's Wedge from fucking Firefly and Serenity and all
that guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And a bunch of other cool
stuff. Absolutely, yeah. He's great addition. I love that droid. He almost reminds me of like a polite Bender.
No, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Well, I like his whole thing that he's a repurposed Imperial droid. But during the reprogramming, they turned off his empathy or not his
filter.
Yeah, his inhibition essentially. Where he just says whatever the fuck's on his fucking mind.
Says whatever.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
man, I love
really
it when
like
she comes around the corner and blasts that defense droid or whatever, and then he falls down, and then there's the K2SO.
You didn't know that he was me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you know that wasn't me? That's what it was.
Did you know that wasn't me?
Why does she get a blaster?
Yeah.
I don't get a blaster.
Oh man, yeah. I thought it was really great. Like I said, I like the casting. You know, the main actress, super cute, very like
what is her
serious
name?
looking. You know, she definitely played the part super well. She has this whole like
Felicity Jones.
Okay. Has she? I don't know her from anything else.
What else has she been in? I recognize her from stuff. Hold on.
I like the the other rebel guy that she is in cahoots with.
Yeah.
You know, that guy's been in a bunch of stuff. Like he was in The Terminal. You remember him in The Terminal?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. And then.
Oh, she was in one of the Da Vinci Code movies.
Oh, hey,
the
there you
last
go.
one. That's the only thing that I see.
And then there's the pilot guy who is actually a rebel. I mean, he's an Empire pilot that ends up getting
he deserts the Empire essentially. Yeah.
So you said to me that you thought it was boring the
Mads
last time you
Mikkelsen.
watched it. Yeah, Mads Mikkelsen is awesome. Yeah, it was just yeah.
I think by the time that I got to Rogue One, because I had watched, I was trying to watch these in order.
Oh, okay.
You know.
Yeah.
By then, I had blown through all of the prequel, and I did that. I did both of those all three of those within like a day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a little taxing, man.
Yeah, and then the next day I started Rogue One.
Yeah.
So maybe I said the word it was boring, but what I actually meant was I was kind of burnt out on Star Wars.
I get you.
It's like I kind of should have watched something else in between.
Yeah.
Before I started it.
Yeah, I could see that, man.
And I felt that way about halfway through the movie and was just like, oh, I just kind of need to watch something else for a second and like come in fresh.
Yeah.
And so I stopped it, finished it, and like when I finished it, I was just like, oh no, this is fine. I really like Mads Mikkelsen in this.
Yeah, totally.
I
Which I really can't think of a single thing he's been in that I didn't like him in.
Right, exactly.
He's one of those guys. Great at Hannibal, great Valhalla Rising.
Right.
Like, I mean, come on.
I like the kind of darker side of the Rebel
Yes, love it.
that you don't typically get to see.
Mm-hmm. Because
you know?
I mean, they are outlaws.
Yeah.
They have to live in this realm
And they kind of have to do what they need to do, like
to survive.
You don't,
man.
You don't think about this is war times.
Mm-hmm.
There are spies. People are doing some pretty underhanded shit on both sides. The victor writes the history, essentially, kind of thing. And like, I like that you get to see this different side of the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're not necessarily demonizing or portraying this as something like, oh, like this is a bad thing that they're doing. It's obviously not the most moral thing that they're doing, but you understand where it's coming from, the way it's portrayed. But it's like, you're walking a fine line.
Yes,
and that's interesting.
Absolutely, man. Yeah, and it shows the side of the rebels that you'll like this. It kind of has a Jinro feel to it.
Yeah. Where
you're kind of rooting for terrorists.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, they're doing it for the right reasons, and that's the fucked up part about the movie. It's like, well, shit, these are terrorists.
Yeah.
But they're not as bad as what the Empire is doing, though. So it's such a weird dynamic in that. But that's always been kind of the dynamic with Star Wars in general. It's just never gone into it like this.
It's never dived into that side of
well,
it. And
because it's always dealing with the Jedi. This is the only time that they set all that aside and we're like, how does the world actually feel?
Time. Yeah.
How does the world actually feel? That's probably the reason why. So I'm going to say something controversial with this and say that I think as a whole, this is the best film out of the entire 11 movies. Because as itself, you only have to know a limited amount about Star Wars for it to make sense. Yeah. You only have to know a super limited amount. It's just this is a spy war movie that is contained in itself. The goal from the beginning makes sense.
Yeah.
It goes from here to here. It doesn't do anything stupid. Like, what's the stupid moment in Rogue One?
That fucking tentacle monster that like goes into the pilot dude's brain. That's pretty fucking dumb.
Oh yeah. You didn't like that? You know what that made me think of?
Look,
you know what that made me think of though? Dune.
Yeah. But it's still dumb. Dumb, stupid moments in Star Wars don't have to not be cool. They just have to be real dumb. There's a difference. Dumb shit can be cool.
Okay.
And cool
so-
shit can be dumb.
Yeah, well, I that's some cool dumb shit though. I like that dumb shit, you know, especially like it that, you know, they were like, well, it tends to drive people mad. So, let's talk about fucking what's his name's crazy ass?
So,
Forrest Whitaker's crazy
Forrest
ass.
Whitaker.
Yeah,
What is his name? Zolgarer.
Zolgarer, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that guy. Yeah, he's cool, but he's also a lunatic.
Yeah.
He's
a mad person.
He's mad.
You know, because he was originally in, I think, what was it? It wasn't Clone Wars. It was Rebels. He was originally in
Really?
Rebels. Yeah. Like his
Shit,
yeah,
I didn't
his
know that,
character's
man.
in Rebels. So
Oh. Okay, so another thing that's in Rogue One that is side story shit that they never picked up. So the individuals that they encounter, Donnie Yen's character, I can't remember the name of that guy, and the other dude,
the big
the samurai with a minigun.
with a minigun.
Yeah, the samurai with a minigun. I love that.
That
guy.
is fucking cool.
Yeah, it super is. Yeah, like
What are their names? What are their names?
But the two of them are actually part of an order, the Keepers of the Wills, right?
Yeah.
And the Wills are the story that was supposed to be the last trilogy from Lucas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Wills are the keepers of the midichlorians. They're actually like what the Force is. It's the spiritual race that holds the midichlorians together in the Force and all this like shit like that, you know. And the Wills were supposed to be the main, you know, driving force for
the Force. Yeah.
and for the last
all.
3 movies, they were supposed to go into this whole like Qui-Gon and the Wills and all this, and that didn't happen.
Yeah.
But so they make a mention of them being the keepers of the Wills or whatever it is that they call them. But yeah, so they're
essentially sentinels for the Jedi Temple.
seriously, yes,
And they're
that don't use lightsabers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Obviously,
because
they're
lightsabers
not.
are illegal.
Yeah.
But these are guys that if they were around 30, 40 years prior,
Yeah.
would have been major players in the Jedi Order.
Okay,
know?
so here's something that I noticed this last time. Doesn't bother me that much, but it does warrant mention. So Donnie Yen's character
Yeah,
is a badass.
a badass.
I really like him.
He's the only Jedi we've ever seen that doesn't use
The Force.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't use the Force.
He believes in the Force, but he's not Force sensitive.
But
he could be.
he could be.
Okay.
If he'd been trained,
So
if he had been trained, he would be a Jedi.
This
That's all I'm
actually
saying.
like goes into my problem with that character.
Oh,
Okay, why the fuck is he blind? It doesn't seem to matter.
I think that might be. I actually think it's a Zatoichi nod. I really think it is, man. I really think
Like
it's
as far as
the blind swordsman,
the
man.
blind
The blind
swordsman
I
kinda
really
thing.
think it's straight up just them being like, he's so badass that him being blind doesn't stop him. It's that Zatoichi mindset.
doesn't. Yeah.
I think that's what it is. I think that's just that Eastern legend. You know what I'm saying, man. That
Well, I mean, and
Yeah.
he has this fucking like laser bow, you know,
which
that he
he
pops
can
out.
aim.
That he can aim almost perfectly.
What, dude? What?
Yeah. So, like, I know it's badass, it's cool,
But-
and I know it's nitpicking, but why the fuck is he blind?
Yeah.
You know?
Just a
Is
flex.
he supposed to be force
It's just
sensitive?
a flex, man. Yes.
Yeah. Is he supposed to be?
That's the way I feel. I think he is force sensitive. I think he is force sensitive. He just, like I said, he was born at the wrong time.
Okay.
And he not only was he born at the wrong time, but he also wasn't privileged enough to be around, an Obi-Wan or whatever, so that, somebody would notice him. So,
Yeah. Well, this is obviously not that far from the events of Episode 3, so he was obviously, around during that time.
so I think
So maybe he wasn't picked up. Maybe he was too old.
So I also think there's something funny that maybe we take for granted when it comes to talking about Star Wars, like in general as fans, and that's not thinking about that there's probably a lot of shitty Jedis. Okay. There's probably a lot of mediocre and shitty Jedis. There were probably a bunch of people that were mildly force sensitive that the Jedi Order was like, I guess. Like, you're all right. You got most of it right. I guess we'll take you.
Are you talking about those Jedis who got like C's and D's on their report cards?
C's and D's. Yeah, we're talking about the C's and D's kids. Yeah.
This isn't the A honor roll of Jedi Order.
No, we're not talking about advanced classes.
Yeah.
No, we're talking about remedial Jedis. That's what we're talking about. And I think that there's something to be said about so we'll address this again later. Your problem with there only being so many force sensitives.
My problem with it being turning the force into a lineage based thing. Yes. Rather, it's the same problem.
So what if that's not actually the problem
with midi-chlorians?
But what if that's not actually the problem?
Elaborate.
What if there are just a lot more shitty Jedi than you think? Okay, and
what if the majority of the Jedi
kind of suck?
Kind of suck.
Yeah, like I know this sounds crazy here, but what if a lot of folks that are force sensitive are kind of force sensitive, but they're just not good at it, right? So really, somebody that is a Mace Windu, an Anakin Skywalker, a Yoda is super fucking rare, and it's the kind of thing where there's a lot,
the Jedi do get taken out pretty goddamn easily.
That's all I'm getting at. I think there's probably a lot more regular motherfuckers that can kind of I guess 3 out of 20 cards, and they're like, that's almost not breaking
That's not even. It's not even the average.
But I'm good with the ball thing. It's you know what I'm saying though.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that in our heads we want to think, oh, Jedi were badasses. All of them were badasses.
All Jedi were badasses.
I bet there were a lot more shitty ones than we think. And I bet Donnie Yen would have been like a Jedi, but not an amazing one.
Not okay.
That's really all I'm saying, man. I bet there's a lot more force sensitives, but because the Jedi Order isn't there to coax it out of people and to put them on the right path to better themselves, the Jedi Order was like Jedi college. And there's a lot of motherfuckers that are out there that just know some shit that don't ever apply it to anything. And then
some Jedi just kind of went 1-2 semesters,
and they were like, well, that was cool and all. I figured I had to lift rocks.
I'm undecided. Yeah. I'm not really majoring in any specific thing. I'm just kind of trying to feel my way around. Yeah. I just want to experience as much as I can right now.
I actually got a Jedi arts degree. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I'm saying though, man. Is I think there are a lot more shitty Jedi than we give it credit.
Okay,
and that's not something anybody ever talks about. Nobody ever talks about the average Jedi.
Yeah,
who are the crappy ones?
Well, because
who wants to know about those?
How interesting would the story be?
Yeah,
if it was about the shitty Jedi. I don't know. I think that would be pretty fucking funny. You could do it kind of like a Laurel and Hardy.
Yeah,
two Jedi. Just fucking up the whole time.
That are fuck ups.
Yeah.
But I think that's part of the thing with Donnie Yen and with the whole thing. But so overall, Rogue One, right? I think that Rogue One fulfills a storyline that we already knew.
Yeah.
It does it very well.
Yeah.
The drama in the movie is great. The grittiness, the tone is great.
Yeah.
I think that the pacing is better than most. Better than most, dude. Really, better than most.
Yeah.
I like this movie better than episode 1 and 2. I like this movie better than The Force Awakens. Man, I don't know.
That Darth Vader scene was so tight.
Dude, that's Let's talk about that because that shit was hype as fuck.
Man,
seeing that in the theater, and I didn't expect it at all.
And all of a sudden, you're like, "Ooh,
boy!"
Well, it's the way they introduce him too, because all the rebels are sitting there looking like the original scene, the first scene.
Well,
from A New
they're
Hope.
In that dark hallway.
They're in that dark hallway, and you just see,
and then you.
And man,
and then he just starts wrecking motherfuckers.
He
Like-
throws that dude at the ceiling.
Yeah.
And
Dude.
and he came in with Makashi,
Dude,
not
and-
needing to use Makashi because these boys got blasters, and he still used a one-hand
Yeah.
dueling style because he's a G. He just rolled
Well, dude,
on him.
After a while, like halfway through that scene, those motherfuckers ain't even trying to
They're
fight
scared.
him anymore.
He
They're
feared
just
them.
trying to get those plans away
They're-
from the
that's-
motherfucker.
dude, that's-
They're
that's
just
it.
trying to run
They
away
just,
from him.
They just,
Like-
ooh, man. Vader got the call. He was like, man, I'm gonna have to go out and handle this.
Look, baby, I'm just gonna have to go handle some
I was
things.
taking a nap.
I did like that.
Yeah,
I like the inclusion of Vader in this movie.
Yeah,
and I
it
think
was
it makes
tasteful.
sense.
It was fucking tasteful.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about the inclusion of Leia in the end?
I mean, I think she kind of needed to be there.
But it didn't sell it the same way that it should have.
Not really. I don't think that.
I think they've gotten better with their CG
I think they've gotten a lot better with their.
because the 9 deep fake is good.
Yeah.
It is. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it was very brief. It really didn't.
Yeah.
Whatever at the end of this movie.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, dude, Carrie Fisher's dead, and she was throughout the whole film. In 9.
Was she dead when this came out?
In 9?
In 9.
No, I mean, Rogue One.
No, not Rogue
she
One.
wasn't. But that was super brief. Oh, I see
Yeah.
what you're saying. That
Yeah.
was super
Yeah,
brief.
yeah.
Yeah. It was
Yeah.
super brief. She kind of needed to be in this.
But it was good.
You know,
It
to
was
tie
like
in.
it was a good.
It was
yeah.
tastefully done. I
Well, wasn't
liked-
Tarkin also in it too?
Tarkin's
yeah,
in it.
and
I don't think
I
they
like
handled-
Tarkin better.
really.
Yeah, I do.
I think he's a little overused.
Okay, I can see
I
that.
think he's a little overused.
You think they were just like, hey, cool, we made this digital Tarkin. We gotta
yeah,
keep using
yeah, I think absolutely. And you know what? Good on them.
it. Justify
because,
their budget.
Yeah, well, I think you don't. Yeah, you're probably gonna stumble on some fucking feet, but if you don't try things, then you're not gonna be able to innovate, which means that we're not gonna move forward. But the scene when you first see Tarkin from behind,
Yeah.
and you kind of see his face on the side, that's fine. I really like that.
Okay.
I thought that did well. But when it's full on Tarkin, it is a little awkward.
Yeah, with
You
him
know?
talking to 2 physical characters and that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it gets a little
And I know,
uncanny valley.
And I know why they wanted
I mean,
to do it.
you
I
know.
get it. I applaud it. Whatever.
Yeah.
Do what you got to do to innovate. Good on you. But it's a little. I don't think that scene was necessary enough to justify shit CG for fit another minute, 2 minutes. You
don't
know.
justify your shit, CG.
Yeah.
But overall,
Overall,
Rogue One fulfilled
really
its
good
point.
movie. Yeah.
It was a good movie. I really think as a standalone film, it's probably the best one. Unless maybe you're thinking about Empire. Like Empire maybe is the best standalone film all in all. But this one's very close as far as
very
quality.
close.
You know?
Yeah.
It absolutely bridges that gap.
Get into Lightspeed
Lightspeed.
for this original trilogy because I don't think there's too much to say about it. Obviously, we like it.
Yeah.
Obviously, like this is the reason that there's a prequel. This is the reason that there is a Star Wars franchise to begin with. So, A New Hope.
Yeah.
It's not the best movie. Like I said before, it is the reason that there is a Star Wars franchise for us to be fans of.
And it establishes a lot of what the spirit of Star Wars is. Like
Yeah.
we were talking about before, you talk shit, you get hit.
Yeah.
Like that was this is one of those things. It was established. If you're in a bar and you talk shit in the Star Wars universe, you might get cut up and no one cares. no one cares.
no one gets-
There's no cops.
Yeah.
And the cops aren't looking for that.
Yeah. They ain't worried about a motherfucker getting their arm cut off.
Not at all. They've
all.
got bigger imperial fish to fry.
Yeah.
You know?
So I've pretty much I grew up with the non-fucked with versions.
Yeah.
Like on VHS.
Yeah, the THX version.
And like I had said before, I had seen the special edition in theaters when it came out. At the time, I was really young, so none of the changes really bothered me that much then. Now, watching it again, it does change the way that I feel about these movies to some degree.
Well,
Yeah.
man, especially because a lot of those changes are just unnecessary.
Yeah. Well, that's why they were cut out to begin with.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the Han talking to
Jabba scene. Yeah,
you know?
it's just
it's neat. It's a neat little like thing, but it really didn't need to be there.
It didn't. No.
Yeah.
It doesn't better the story in any means. I actually think that the additives to A New Hope are probably the weakest additives in general to the entire
I mean, other
trilogy.
than like, you know, the Jedi scene where they're the fucking
we'll get to that.
yeah.
Ooh.
Because I think that is honestly, I mean, why not
That's
just
the
compile
worst
all
one.
these and
That's the
yeah.
okay, well, fuck it. We'll just talk about the entire thing as a trilogy.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of like thinking of it as two things, though. I like thinking about it as New Hope and then the other two.
Yeah. Okay.
Because A New Hope is its own thing, and then Empire and Jedi are its own thing. So it's almost like A New Hope is like hey, this is a world, and then Empire and Jedi are like, this is a story.
Yeah.
You know, and that's you know, it works really well, because if you think about it, when they came out, you know, they weren't sure that this was going to be a franchise.
Yeah.
They weren't banking on a trilogy like the way that movies do nowadays. You know what I mean? Because here's a trilogy that it was never made. That Avatar, The Last Airbender, M. Night Shyamalan trilogy.
yeah.
That was supposed to be a trilogy, but the first movie came out, and he wrote it like it was a trilogy, expecting it to be good. Well, let's see how that went.
Yeah.
Oh, not well.
Well, and I think that's what a lot of movies do.
They
nowadays.
do. They write things,
they expect
for
it
the
to be a
future.
franchise.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
man, you know what? Just write a movie. Make a good movie. If you can make one good movie, then maybe you can figure out how to expand it.
Yeah.
Don't finish the story, but at least make it wrap up. Make it make sense, you know?
Exactly.
And you know what? Star Wars does that well.
Yeah.
The original Star Wars film, Star Wars A New Hope, from beginning to end, works as a movie. It works really well. It's part of the charm with Rogue One, because it's the only time that they went back to that style of thing.
Yeah.
Back to this makes sense as a film in and of itself.
Well, they had an entire story to tell at that point.
They
and
did,
And Lucas definitely had a story to tell at that point.
Yeah.
You know, too. You know. But I think when you finally get into Empire is when the world opens up in a very, very interesting way, and it just Empire is still my favorite Star Wars.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
me too.
Absolutely.
Man. Yeah.
I think it's the best of all the movies. I think it holds up just as a movie. As a continuation from A New Hope,
it works just
it works
fine.
really well.
Yeah.
The ending is probably one of the most impactful endings ever.
Well, man, I can't think of another movie that wraps up and is a cliffhanger as well as Empire.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It wraps up very well as its own thing and is a cliffhanger to the future thing without any kind of oh, damn it, they didn't do this thing. No, they did everything that you thought, but it made it go, oh, this is a deeper hole than I thought it was. This is, and that's way cooler than the way they do things nowadays, which is basically where they just leave you hanging.
Yeah.
They didn't leave you hanging at the end of Empire. They left you wanting, and that's a different thing, you know? And that's a testament to, because what's the director's name? The guy that did Empire? I can't remember that guy's name. But he did such a fine job of just creating, like you said, like a film, a standalone film.
This was also the first Star Wars that wasn't directed by George Lucas.
By
Lucas,
yeah.
But he definitely did a really good job. Ivan Kushner?
Yeah.
I think it's a testament to that film is that it was the least fucked with in the special edition.
Yeah, it's also funny because the things that they modified,
actually made it better.
Made it better, like the Wampa scene.
Yeah.
Man, they let you see the whole Wampa instead of just the arm. Cloud City, Bespin, the whole thing, the docking sequence.
Yeah.
I will say throughout this entire trilogy, any space scene was updated well.
Yeah.
Anything that was like some ships in space, or it shows a planet, or shows an explosion, or anything like that. All of that
just enhances the scene that was already there.
Was much better.
Yeah.
But like in the first film, you know, when they're riding up to Clouds or to Mos Eisley, and there's the silly robot and like, man, that shit is just embarrassingly bad.
Yeah.
You know? So I'm glad that wasn't the same theme carried over into the next two movies. You know?
I think, yeah, I agree with you, especially for Empire, but in Jedi, I do think they add a little.
They fuck up some Jedi, man. They kind of fuck up some Jedi.
They kind of fuck up some Jedi.
Well, but they really only fuck up that one issue, and then they make the end too long.
That I actually didn't mind.
The end being too long?
Well, when they were like kind of phasing over like the other planets in the system towards the end, like I do think that because
they even show Coruscant.
Well, it's the first time that you like see those parts of the galaxy.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
It really was the first time that you were just like, I mean, you knew that there were other planets and this was a big galaxy, but you didn't really see that much of it in the original trilogy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And it wasn't like an obligatory, oh, we're going to spend time on this planet. It was just kind of like a, hey, you know, all the other planets are okay with this too. And it's a big celebration. And we're going to just throw a fireworks show because we fucking did it, guys.
So I wonder what's up with the Coruscant situation when you think about the end of Jedi. You know, how did Coruscant feel when the Empire fell? Were they voting for the Republic again? Were they, you know, trying to get that to happen?
I guess that would be an interesting, because I mean the Empire was like the dominant power. So how did Coruscant feel at that point?
Yeah,
you know,
because I mean they were for the Republic before.
They were for the Republic before, but they were also the like seat of the power.
Yeah.
So there's no telling. Like, we're getting too logical, man.
That's a little. Yeah, I know. Whoa, space wizards.
Like, whoa. I get it, and it's good to think about, but at the same time, like, it's a little too...
Space wizards, man.
Yeah, space wizards. Space wizards, laser swords, lava castles.
Bring it back.
Yeah, bring it back. Yes, it's cool to think about, but it doesn't ultimately matter.
Well, you know I said this to you, but I'm going to put this on the cast just because I thought it was funny. You know, I heard Mark Hamill talking to... He was, I don't know, Conan or somebody like that, you know, and maybe Jimmy Kimmel, and he was talking about when the first film was being made, when they were doing A New Hope. There's a part, you know, as soon as they get out of the trash compactor scene, they're filming the next scene, and they have they get on set, and they're all in the armor and everything, and they're ready to go, and they had shot the trash compactor scene like the last week or whatever.
Yeah.
You know, and they're all right about to shoot, and then Mark Hamill goes, well, you know, I thought about something. You know, if we just got out of that trash compactor, then our hair would be messy, you know, and we'd have trash all in it. And in the middle of that, Harrison Ford just stops Mark, and he's like, look, kid, it's not that kind of movie.
Yeah.
If they care about what our hair looks like, we got a lot bigger problems.
Yeah. Oh, it's funny, and I love it.
Yeah, man. Oh, yeah, and it's something that you kind of have to you have to take from the horse's mouth the context of what this film is.
Yeah,
what these films are.
They're not subtle.
No,
they're not. They have subtleties, but they're not subtle films.
No. Not at all.
You know?
They're not trying to be. I mean, we've also had this conversation pretty much since the first film.
Yeah.
There's a solid situation that, you know, all of these movies have just been to sell toys.
Yeah.
Which it worked.
Yeah.
It worked.
Maybe they didn't realize they were going to be selling toys during the filming of the first movie, but yes.
After that.
Mm-hmm. This is to sell toys.
Yep.
And that's fine.
Every puppet they crafted, they were like, this is going to be a 7-inch figure.
So Return of the Jedi.
Yeah. So I guess the biggest thing that I want to address with this trilogy is really in regards to the next one.
Okay.
Because really we're talking about Palpatine.
Right. Okay. So final words on this specific trilogy.
Yeah.
Ultimately good.
Except for the goddamn.
Some of the changes are real bad.
The Jedi bar scene at Han, or the Jedi club scene, the Jabba Palace musical.
Jabba Palace. Yeah,
the Jabba Palace musical. That's what I'm trying to say. It's so it's atrocious.
That's real bad. Some, if not a whole bunch of changes, are real bad. The one that really pisses me off the most is Hayden Christensen as a Force Ghost.
Yeah, really. Yeah, why, man?
Jedi.
Why?
That doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's disrespectful, if you ask me.
Yeah.
You know? Like, come on.
Well, and I've heard it's just like, well, when you're a Force Ghost, even if you were a Sith for a while, like Vader was, he just reverted to the last time that he was in the dark side. But that kind of diminishes that ending,
that
and
moment
him showing up.
Yeah.
Because it's like, well, wait, but he was redeemed.
Yeah.
So you're telling me, even though he was redeemed, he still has to revert to, the dude who literally like just genocide an entire like tribe of Sand people,
which is part of the reason why I think that like they should have shown Kylo as a Force ghost at the very end of
Rise of Skywalker.
Yeah, because I mean he earned it. It's that same kind of concept there.
Yeah.
He earned it, and Anakin as an old man, as Humpty Dumpty, earned it as well. Okay.
He did have a cracked shell, man.
I mean, they couldn't put him back together, man. They just couldn't do it.
No movie's perfect, but
No.
I pretty much think that the original trilogy, though not necessarily untouchable, are all three solid great movies.
Yeah.
And we wouldn't have this fandom without them anyway. So I mean, any final thoughts on those?
I mean, the only thing that I'm gonna say is Palpatine at this point has been behind the scenes pulling the strings the entire time, right?
Yeah.
So even when he was Senator Palpatine,
Yes, I know.
you see him as the shadowy figure in the background that's all the Phantom Menace, if you will.
Yeah.
That's always there. So let's think about that. He is the Phantom Menace. He is the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
I think that might right there, when you really think about that concept, justify his portrayal in this next trilogy.
Yeah, okay.
He is the Phantom Menace. Even if he is not exactly the Phantom.
I get it. And I like that.
Has he not always been the Phantom Menace?
And I don't necessarily hate his inclusion.
Well, it's the Rey thing that you have a problem with.
I have a So that's
okay.
kind of my main thing.
Well, so since we're pretty much done with
the original trilogy, you want to move into the new stuff?
Yeah, because I mean, holy cow, we're past the original trilogy.
Might as well.
You don't need to say much.
You don't need us.
You
talking
know
about
why
it.
we like it.
There's plenty of people talking about this shit.
You wouldn't listen to this if you didn't like it.
Right, exactly.
We don't have to tell you about that one. So now we're getting on Force Awakens.
Yeah, we're getting on Force Awakens. I think I may like this movie a little bit more than you do.
I don't dislike it, but I also watching it again, I don't feel like it has weight.
Really?
Yeah, man, it doesn't. Like, I think that the only part that has weight to me is the stuff with Kylo and Han Solo. I think that everything else about it is just. I think the first time I watched it, there was nostalgia that hit me, and that's the problem with this movie to me. Now that I've watched it again a couple of times, is that like the nostalgia doesn't work anymore. So for me now, I'm looking at it and I'm like, well, that was cool, but emotionally, what actually moves me is only a couple of things in it. Like when Rey is arguing with Kylo and she starts getting into his head. I really like that moment.
Yeah.
Dude. That's a gripping moment for me
Yeah.
where I'm like, oh, dude, yeah, cool. She's fucking with him back.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Well, and she doesn't realize what
She doesn't even understand it.
I think she realizes what she's doing, but she doesn't understand how she's doing it at that point.
She's just going with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
And I really like that. That's super cool. You know, I really like the opening sequence of this movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, man.
When
with
they're,
Finn and everything.
Yeah, well, when they're like descending onto that like kind of village area where Poe is.
Yeah.
He's getting the plans, or not the plan. He's
it's always
the
plans.
Death Star plans.
Yeah, he's getting. Poe goes back in time.
No, he's getting the map that shows where Luke Skywalker.
Is,
yeah. The First Order comes down, just starts blasting motherfuckers, and
that shit's super cool. That sold me on the movie immediately.
Yeah,
I was like,
absolutely.
oh man, okay. I mean, okay, let's talk about this,
dude.
He freezes a
that's
blast
what I'm gonna
in
say,
the air.
That's what specifically sold me.
Yeah,
on
that's
this
absolutely
movie the first time I
Yeah,
saw it.
you
It
go,
was just like,
ooh.
did that motherfucker just force freeze a blaster?
Yeah.
like
It doesn't even make
he
sense.
just makes a laser just hang out
Yeah.
until he's done.
Doesn't
he literally shows a laser? He tells a laser to talk to his hand.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, he totally does. Yeah. I think that the way that Poe kind of does that, like, do you talk first? Do I talk first?
Yeah,
thing,
yeah.
It I think at first I was like, oh, that's pretty funny, and at this point I'm like, I don't know.
I mean,
But
it's all right. I don't hate it.
I
don't
not like Kylo's voice sound in the first movie.
Oh, as far as like the voice
mask?
manipulation when he has the mask on.
I don't like it in the first movie. There's something about it that's a little off. I can't really put it. It's like kind of like Bane in Batman.
In Batman and Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I find The Force Awakens very easily rewatchable. I think that's why I like it so much. I really like Rey as a character. I kind of like, I get. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. So Force Awakens is obviously takes a lot of things from the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
but
mainly taking elements and themes from A New Hope.
But I think it's like the whole trilogy slammed together in one movie. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, it's
you
just kind of like picking and choosing. And for me personally, I understand why they did that on like a meta level, and as far as like a, hey, studio decision, this isn't specifically being done by, quote, George Lucas or Lucasfilm.
Yeah.
You know, Disney just bought the shit. They've got the plans on making a new trilogy. And we talked about this. Is like they have to do two things with this movie. That is, you know, they have to, number one, despite how you felt about the prequels, there was some stank on them prequels.
Yeah.
And this movie had to kind of wash that off a little bit.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
While keeping them relatively in canon.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Number two, they had to prove that Star Wars could exist without George Lucas.
That it was still relevant,
that
too.
It was still relevant.
Because I think other than in the gaming world, Star Wars had faded a bit.
Yeah. I honestly felt like they sold me on those two things.
Yeah, and I agree with that.
You know, and
I enjoyed watching it in the theater when I saw it.
Would I have liked a more experimental Star Wars to start off the new trilogy? Yes, absolutely, all the time. You know, 100%. Do I feel like I missed out on something because this is the movie that I got, though?
No, not really. I mean, I also don't really feel that way, but I just kind of, I don't know, the special moments of the movie, like the stuff that really does it, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what the moments are that really get me, because like I remember the first time that I watched the movie, the encounter that Solo has with the two bounty hunter groups felt forced to me.
See, that I think would be the stupid moment from this.
The whole big sloppy creatures.
Sloppy creatures thing.
Yeah,
Like, don't get me wrong, it's still cool, but it's kind of stupid.
Yeah.
I do like. I like it when they're talking when he's talking to the two gangs. I think
You know that's the guys from the raid.
yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Conja Club.
what is that? When have I ever not paid you back for a deal, or when have I never ever not delivered on a deal? You did it to us 3 times or 2 times, and he sits there and you see him counting it out.
What's the first time?
What's the first time?
Yeah.
Like that was funny. That I think was
some Han Solo
very
shit.
Han Solo type shit.
I like
Or like what are you gonna do? Oh, I'm gonna talk my way out of it. Yes, I do. Like, that was
that's
funny.
good. That's good.
That's good.
And I like so Finn, right?
Yeah.
I think me and you about feel the same about Finn. He's a vehicle for the story, but he doesn't really do much.
I think so
He-
rewatching Force Awakens, feel like overall I like Finn as a character.
Yeah, I mean he's cool.
I think the actor does a
John Boyega is cool.
Good damn job with that character. I think he's funny enough. I think he plays the fish out of water very well. And I also like the concept of the character.
Yeah.
You know, this guy who literally was in the infantry kind of deserting essentially and going over to the other side, and his growth in this, at least his first movie, and his character development actually feels really good and kind of natural.
Yeah.
And I think he is the best he is throughout this entire trilogy in this movie.
I agree. I completely agree with that.
And I have said this, and it's mainly because of the next 2 movies, not necessarily this one, is that by the time you get to Last Jedi, Finn, the only thing that they knew to do with Finn, and the only character trait that he has by the last 2 movies is, I like Rey.
I like you, Ray.
Yeah.
Hi, Ray.
Yeah.
I like you.
So it's kind of one of those. He's probably the most disappointing character in this new trilogy for me because he showed so much like potential and like.
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
Yeah. And instead, all I got was.
Where's
Where's Ray? I like Ray. Where's Ray? Yeah.
No joke. The opening sequence with him getting the blood smeared on his face is probably one of the most dramatic things in Star Wars, period.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of the top dramatic
It
moments.
sells it.
It really sells it.
Now, that said,
let's talk about stormtroopers here for a second.
well, let me say this.
Okay.
You're telling me, okay, yeah, so let's talk about stormtroopers for a bit. So in this trilogy,
Yes.
they're not like, we signed up for the army kind of dudes. They are literally kidnapped children and raised and like trained from a young age to be this. And this is how the First Order is getting their stormtroopers.
There's your draft.
So, but that said, you're telling me that this person who was taken from a young age wasn't conditioned to deal with people dying?
Yeah. So that's a weird one, right? Okay.
Yeah,
and
it's one of those things. It's like you're probably not supposed to think about it, but we're going to anyway, just to cover
that's
bases.
right. So this is actually one of my issues with Force Awakens, and it was one of my issues from the beginning. So if you're looking at it. This is that concept I was telling you about, the 3 boxes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the 3 boxes that I was saying is you have to look at it as just a movie. Like, how does it fare as a film?
Yeah.
Then,
overall,
how does it fare in comparison with the other films?
Yeah.
Then, how does it compare in actual lore, right?
Yeah.
So, in comparison with the other films, I think it's fine. I think Force Awakens is perfectly fine. I think it works.
Completely serviceable.
Totally
it's a good
serviceable.
Time.
Mm-hmm.
It sets up some interesting characters, sets up some interesting dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As a movie itself, I could see people being a little weird about that whole like, oh, it's a shot-for-shot remake. Expecting, specific things. It's what am I trying to say? Obvious. It's
a little obvious.
Yeah. Like, I get that. A little trite, but that's really just people being complainy.
Yeah.
That's not really because as far as just Like
Yeah.
it's fine. It's fine. Again, it's a fun movie. You know,
Yeah.
you go watch it. You go have a good time. You know, it again sets up the world really well.
Mhm.
Has its own thing going on. Has its own like uniqueness. Cool. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff. But then when you look at it from a lore perspective, from an actual like the way Star Wars has always been thinking about things, right?
Yeah.
So this establishes two things that are really weird. Okay. So number one, we have never given a shit about stormtroopers.
No.
We've never cared. We've never fucking cared. Stormtroopers are fodder. They even make fun of killing stormtroopers later in Force Awakens. He's like, oh, let me see this bowcaster. Oh, yeah, I like this thing. Let me kill somebody.
Yeah, and just
now,
throws the
so think about
motherfucker.
that. He just murdered another orphan child that's been forcibly raised up in the you get what I'm saying? Like, like there becomes this paradox here. You cannot like justify the enemy in that way if you're gonna then just make fun of killing them later.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, they still don't fucking matter. Although all of them are probably just like Finn. You know, it's like, and then here's another thing. That's
This
real
is
weird.
what happens when you start really trying to
think about the space
logically.
wizards. Yes, that's right.
Yeah, you know, like, and it's good. We should have these conversations,
but yeah, it ruins it a little bit.
like,
doesn't
well,
it?
that's kind of my whole like argument with it. It's
Uh-huh.
just like, I like Star Wars. I think you can pull a lot of meaning out of Star Wars, a lot of good things.
But you see what I'm saying about these stormtroopers?
Yeah,
right? Man, they've been established as nothing, and then all of a sudden they make one stormtrooper mean something, and they give him a backstory that makes it sound like all stormtroopers have this meaning, which they then later reattach to with the last movie, which they actually do kind of a good job at being like, hey, look, this whole group of stormtroopers rose up. Like, that's cool. Glad they finally used that again.
Yeah.
You know, but other than that, like, the whole rest of the time, they just murder those motherfuckers. They're just murdering First Order stormtroopers.
Yeah.
Don't care at all. Don't care at all. And every other stormtrooper that's ever been murdered, don't care at all. And then all the clone troopers, you're like, whatever, that was one dude. It's
like,
a clone.
It's like a copy of one dude. It's
come
copies
on. They
on
just
copies
print
on
more.
copies.
They print more, dude. It's not a problem, you know? And so, and then the robots before it, who gives a shit? Man, those are battle droids. Nobody cares. They don't even have personalities.
Right.
You know? They have canned lines. Like, what I'm getting at is that Force Awakens changes the concept of what the general fodder enemy is, and it makes it have a purpose. Yeah. And that purpose kind of sucks, because then that means that you're stopping someone that matters, right? Yeah. And again, that whole like, well, rebels occasionally have to do bad shit, right? Yeah. Everybody's a person, right? Yeah. So it makes you think of both sides of the thing. I kind of liked it better when it was people that signed up to be part of the
part of the
empire.
The bad side.
You know what I mean? Like, I want to do that.
Yeah,
I like the helmets.
You know, we're off on weekends. It pays good. We get good insurance, and I get a gun. So yeah.
Man, did you ever see? It was called Troops. It was like cops, but it was with stormtroopers.
No.
Yeah, it was this little short film somebody did, like some short comedy film somebody did.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was really good, dude. But yeah, you get what I'm saying.
I get
about
what
that,
you're
right?
saying.
And that is a theme that becomes like an issue amongst these three movies, because that was never an issue before. They never they set up a problem that didn't need to be a problem. Like, I like Finn as a character. I like Finn's actions in the movie. I like especially in Force Awakens.
I think they set it up really well.
They set it up really well, but then
they
when
just
you
don't
look at
execute very. Yeah,
you look at it lore wise, and you're like, well, but that conflicts. That conflicts, man.
I got you.
You know.
Yeah.
So that's where I have the issue with that, right?
I got you.
And it seems like a lot of things in this new trilogy is that it's a oh man, we came up with a cool idea that works as a movie standalone and would even work if you're just looking at Star Wars in a broad spectrum.
Yeah.
But lore wise, this actually breaks something pretty serious.
Well, I don't know if it breaks it. I wouldn't say that it breaks it. I mean, Star Wars in general has always been a really kind of subversive series.
Okay.
You know, like, they've always tried to, at least the original trilogy was subversive as hell, as far as like what science fiction was at that time, as far as what myths were at that time.
Yeah.
You know, in the 70s, the main character, done by anybody else trying to tell a different story, the main character would have been Han Solo.
Oh yeah,
he's the closest to the roguish badass guy.
Which, by the way, I have to mention this. This is something I didn't say before. That character doesn't exist in the prequel trilogy.
No, that kind of character. No, not at all.
They fulfilled a lot of the other archetypes of the Star Wars universe.
Yeah.
They didn't bother to make a Han Solo. They didn't even care.
I think I see what you're saying as far as does it conflict with the lore?
Well, it's like,
but I like that this trilogy, when it does take risks, it does take really interesting risks.
Okay, yeah, and I agree with you on that, which makes it cool as a movie.
Yeah,
and that's kind of part of what I'm saying is there's an inner conflict in me when it comes to I sense conflict. It's like oh man, this is cool. This is really cool. But these things that I actually know make this not as cool. Damn it. You know, and that's the issue that I constantly have with this trilogy. It's a battle between things that I already understand about Star Wars and then enjoying the movie that's in front of me.
Yeah.
You know, because it's like if I just watch the fucking movie in front of me, I'll like it.
Yeah.
But if I start thinking about why it's out of place, it becomes more obvious to me.
I gotcha.
You know, like watching Force Awakens this last time, I think I was bored by it because I felt like it was fan service. Hey, this is cool. Wow, that was really cool. Fan service. Yeah. And I was like, man,
I get you.
They heavy-handedly used the fan service. So, and then they kind of do the same thing again in Episode 9. With the fan service.
With Rise of Skywalker.
They really do. They fan service it up, but I actually like the way it was handled better in 9.
Okay.
Because it wasn't trying to butter you up.
Yeah.
It was just going full on fan service, guys.
Hey, we made it.
Yeah. Look at all these goddamn Star Destroyers. Do you know what I mean, dude?
Yeah.
You know? But all together though, Force Awakens is a wonderful adaptation for the modern era.
Yeah.
That is a good way to get new people into Star Wars.
Yeah.
Rey is a cool character.
Rey's a cool character. I think the ending, I will actually say that after watching it this last time, I really, really enjoyed the final lightsaber battle with Kylo Ren.
So it's a fun battle, but I personally have problems with it lore-wise, again.
Okay, so is it mainly that Finn holds his own?
Yeah,
because
that
he
pisses
really
me off.
doesn't.
Well, he is able to not get struck down immediately by an individual who was trained by Luke Skywalker with a fucking lightsaber. And if you add those things up together, that does not make any sense. I'm really sorry. I don't care who you are. Finn would have got cut down to immediately by an individual that was trained by one of the best fucking swordsmen that was in Jedi history. Kylo Ren learned how to fight from Luke.
But he was wounded.
Yeah, he was wounded.
He doesn't really.
Dude, he should have stepped in and put that lightsaber out of his hands immediately. He should have walked in and just been like, God, done, and put him on his back.
Well, he pretty much does. And look,
maybe I'm thinking that it's longer than it is.
You probably are. Because when I watched it, I mean, Finn really doesn't do that well. He's okay. So
I guess in my head he should have just got his head cut off immediately.
Yeah,
and that's my problem.
And while I understand the whole trained by Luke Skywalker,
although it's
I
not
don't
obvious.
think Luke Skywalker, while he was good, saying he was trained by the best, as far as the movies go, not the extended, not what we know from other shit, as far as the movies go,
Well, I guess
He's
Luke
not
Skywalker
trained-
might not have been the best duelist, but he
He's-
was most definitely a very strong Force user.
He
So
was
that's
a strong
a.
Force
I see what
user,
you're saying.
But he wasn't.
Yeah.
He wasn't necessarily the strongest lightsaber fighter.
Yeah.
Number one, like Obi-Wan doesn't train him, and Yoda doesn't really train him in lightsaber duels at all. So I mean, it's or at least we don't see him do that.
Yeah.
So it's easy to think that though Luke is definitely proficient, he
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily trained in lightsaber. Okay. So
Yeah,
so
well,
then Kylo Ren is trained by Luke Skywalker. Kylo Ren, again, solid lightsaber duelist, not that proficient.
Not that proficient. No. Well, so this is where like I have an issue, because I mean if Luke made a fucking Jedi Order, like a new Jedi Order, then they would have been learning at least the basic forms. You know, they would have at least been learning Form 1, 2, 3. Like that's just lore logic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they would have been out there doing crazy shit.
Right.
They wouldn't. No,
but
they wouldn't have been doing
at
that.
least known something.
The basics.
Okay,
they
but
would have
that's-
known 1, 2, 3.
But that's fine. Like next thing, there is precedence in the new trilogy that the stormtroopers had some form of
Like
melee
combat training.
Melee
Okay.
combat training.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's
So why you think he was able to defend himself.
That's why
is what
I
you're
think
saying.
he wasn't like, because he barely defends himself in that match, dude.
Okay.
He
Yeah.
barely does. He barely keeps himself from getting killed. Like he doesn't lay a single blow on Kylo Ren.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah. And I
he
don't
ultimately
mind.
gets slashed the fuck up.
Yeah.
You know.
I actually don't mind Rey in that, you know, being a little bit of lightsaber
Yeah,
proficient, because
absolutely.
like we were talking about before, she's staff trained,
Yeah.
and although she might not be great with a saber, I bet she'd be able to deal with
I
it.
bet she'd be able to at least handle herself, and she's shown to be able to handle herself against multiple opponents several times in this film.
Before that. Yeah, so
You
I
know?
mean, so I'm fine
It's
with
that
that.
whole thing of just like, if you're gonna show a gun over the bar, then in Act 2 you need to remind people by like maybe loading the gun, and then by the third act it needs to have been fired.
Yeah.
You know, kind of thing. So it's just like, you know, hey, set up a thing, remind you of that thing, execute on that thing.
Yeah.
You know?
I feel you. Yeah.
And I think it does. I think as far as Rey and being able to take down Kylo Ren, plus the fact that he just got hit with a fucking Wookiee bowcaster and is obviously in pain, like throughout that entire fight.
Yeah, I guess that's something. Like, I guess that's something that I don't take into account either. Is that in that first movie, he definitely is in pain when he's fighting Rey. So that's part of the reason why he's a little bit encumbered.
He's a little. He's just a little off.
So okay. So here's another thing though. I don't like his force tantrums.
No.
I don't like that. I don't like his Sith ability.
He's kind of a weenie.
Throw a fit.
Yeah.
I don't dig that.
Is that actually his force power?
Yeah,
like
force fit.
That's the force fit.
He throws that force fit.
It's a force frenzy.
Yep. I don't wanna.
Well, okay. So let's talk about this. So Maul was just pure hatred. Okay.
Kylo Ren is almost like envy, man. You know, he wants to be something that he's not.
Well, Vader was sad.
Well,
He was just angry.
Jesus.
Yeah. Vader was just real sad.
He I think Vader has manic depression. Like really, man. I think Vader has manic depression. I think that's what he is, you know. And sometimes he's like, I'm gonna get the Bright Star and I'm gonna get my girlfriend back and I'm gonna do all this shit, and then other times he's like, fuck everything.
Why am I even here?
Why am I here?
But Kylo Ren is, yeah, I feel what you're saying. I think it's pretty much envy.
It's envy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because like Vader's rage and Maul's hatred.
Yeah.
You know, and fuck, dude, Palpatine's greed.
Yeah.
Pride.
Pride.
You know.
Hell, man, nah. I even think it's more greed, not even the pride.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Not
I
even
think
the
it is.
pride
It
part.
is greed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
But overall, Force Awakens, good movie.
and I think it did a good job of reestablishing Star Wars into the
Right,
the
yeah.
culture. You know, BB-8's a cool droid. You
I like
know.
BB-8.
Absolutely. I think
Dude,
there's a lot of moments in it that are solid.
That are,
you know?
yeah, solid with BB-8. When Rey is telling him like to go away when she first saves him and stuff like that. No, you can't follow me.
Yeah,
It
dude.
sounds like he's saying I'm alone, and I'm
I
like,
know.
oh, take him in, Ray.
Oh, poor buddy.
Poor buddy.
Yeah. Yeah, I like BB-8. I like I really like most of the new characters that were established. I actually really like Hux in Force Awakens.
Yeah.
I can't even remember him. Oh, yeah, he's in there for a couple of scenes in Last Jedi, but he's basically like
He's kind of starts
phasing him out
to a degree as far as like his effectiveness in.
But I love him in 9.
Yeah.
I think he's hilarious. I think
Yeah.
that shit's great.
Yeah.
Like that we'll get to that, but yeah.
So
man.
anyways,
overall
Force Awakens
Force
good.
Awakens is good, man.
So Last Jedi.
So Last Jedi.
Yeah.
So I
love it. I really like Last Jedi. It
really
might be
like
my
parts of
favorite.
it.
I think it might be my favorite of this trilogy.
Of this trilogy?
This trilogy.
Okay. Yeah. I think that Last Jedi has a lot of really cool ideas in it, right?
Okay.
So watching Last Jedi actually watching Rise of Skywalker slightly changed my opinion of Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Because one of my big issues with this movie was redeemed with Rise of Skywalker.
Okay.
Which is Snoke basically just getting taken the fuck out.
Okay.
I had a big problem with that.
You had a big problem with
real
that.
big problem with that, dude.
Okay.
I was like, what the fuck? No, that wouldn't have happened at all. There's no way that a highly force sensitive user would have some shit like that go on.
Okay.
There's no way that a Sith Lord of that caliber would not have been able to sense that happening or set himself up in a way that would have got him fucked up like that.
Okay.
Like I just couldn't have it, and that was one of my big issues with Last Jedi before.
Okay. I thought
they just eliminated the bad guy with one stroke. It was that fucking white.
Well, like
the Night King problem. It was the same thing.
I gotcha. Well, I personally didn't mind it so much. Mainly because they really hadn't established Snoke too much.
Yeah.
I think I like it from more of a like kind of within the film.
Within the film itself, I think is cool.
Yeah.
And I still have problems with like that throne room fight scene. Like I still think some stuff about it is just
I really like it.
stupid.
I just love it.
It looks cool, man.
It looks really cool.
But there's so
It's
many
flashy.
times where people do a thing where it's like if you were actually somebody's enemy, you wouldn't do that because that's like I mean like there's a point like when Rey drops the lightsaber and then cuts the guy.
Yeah.
Like the motion that she stops the guard from doing. As soon as she moves her hand away, that guard would have cut her fucking throat. Like, he had pressure on her arm pushing into her, and then she just took that arm away.
Yeah.
And instead of him following through like anybody would have done, he just doesn't, and then she cuts him in half.
Okay.
Like it's stuff like that where I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. They could have at least done a little thing to make it to where that worked.
Is this kind of like, do you feel about this film kind of about the way that I feel about Attack of the Clones? Does it leave you in a certain state of boredom to where you feel like you're picking it apart a little more than you would have if you had been more entertained by it?
Yes, because
overall?
of two things. Actually, it's really one thing. It's just in two different worlds once it gets down. Because other than the Holdo situation, I really don't like much of anything that goes on with the rebels.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really like it at all. Like, the bombing run at the beginning is overly dramatic, and it doesn't feel like it matters. Like, it's like, oh, shit.
Well, it sets up Poe's arc in this movie.
Yeah, and that doesn't... but if Poe's arc is just to get bitched at by Holdo and then to...
It's not to get bitched at by Holdo. It's him learning to be a better, more rounded leader, because at this point he's just a hothead, like fucking
So
he ain't Maverick.
What you're saying is he had to fuck up.
He had to fuck up.
Okay.
That's
I guess I see what you're saying.
That's the theme of this.
That fuck up didn't feel like a fuck up to me. Like, seriously,
really?
Even when I watched the movie, I was like, oh, so that...
Dude, so you're telling me, okay, so they're not on any kind of assault mission. They are there to get the rebels that are on that planet off of it and then get the fuck out of there.
So why'd they have bombers there?
Because I guess they were already there.
No, I mean,
you know,
what do you do with bombers other than that?
Well, I mean, they might have been in that system. Anyways, they weren't on an offensive. They were not at a state. The rebels were not at a state, or at least that group of rebels was not at a state to be in an offensive position.
No.
And when everybody starts evacuating the planet, Poe gets an order from Leia saying, "Hey, good job.
Pull
back."
And he
no.
didn't. Yeah.
We got a dreadnought. We can take them out. We got the bombers here. Let's just do it. And then what does she tell him? Hey, don't do that. That's not what we're here for. Get back to the ship.
I mean, you're right.
What does he do? He turns the comm off, and then he leads a small squadron of rebels to bomb a large First Order ship,
and everybody dies
in a group of even larger First Order ships, and they take out one. But think about how many people many of that already small group of rebels gets lost just because he decided to turn the comms off and tell everybody else, "Hey man, let's take out this one ship."
I've realized what it is. While you're telling me this. Do you know why that didn't register to me as being a bad plan?
Because
every time the rebels make a plan, it's like a bad plan. It's like every time across all of the movies that the rebels make a plan, they make a bad plan. And I was it's just another bad plan.
That's what I think is so genius about this, because the first time I saw it, and a couple of times even after, I didn't pick up on this. I didn't like Hodo until I realized all of this. I really didn't think Hodo was a good character until I realized, that's why her fucking hair's purple. That's why she's a woman. Yeah. That's why they never mention her before this. That's why she's just somebody that kind of comes up and makes the audience go, wait, who is this bitch telling my boy he don't need to know no plan?
Yeah.
Who is this? Because we're not supposed to fucking trust her. We're supposed to be on Poe's side until he fucks up.
You're saying she was a device, right? To lead you in a direction, right?
Yes.
Well, so you remember what you said to me when we were in the theater for episode 9 about how you felt like they kept pulling their hand away?
Yeah.
I kind of feel like that about Jedi with the overall story arc. Like not the moment to moment what's happening, but the overall story arc where it's like, oh, we're going to do this thing. Well, that wasn't a good plan. I guess we're not going to do this thing. Hey, we're going to do this whole thing. Well, that didn't work. Well, never mind. I guess we're not going to do that thing. Because that basically is everything the rebels do, and that's everything that Finn and the chick do. It's like they come up with a plan, and then they don't do that plan, and instead they do something else, It's a whole.
They're constantly fucking up.
They're constantly fucking up. They're just constantly fucking up, and it's not even fucking up in an endearing way. It's just falling. It's just falling down. And I think that's why I don't like those two sections of the movie.
Okay,
but the rest of the movie I'm fine with.
I love the whole portrayal of Luke and Rey and
completely cool
everything on the island and anything really involving Luke I really like.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. I just don't like that they killed Luke at the end.
I'm okay with it.
Man, I just think it was unnecessary.
I'm okay with it. I think it again, I like this movie.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the themes.
Yeah.
And mainly because they did such a good job.
They got real preachy in the middle.
Are you talking about Canto Bight?
Yeah.
Kind of shit?
They got real preachy.
Yeah. I mean, but it's kind of showing a different part of the world.
It is, and I can see that, and I'm cool with that. But man, it just at a certain point, I was like,
I gotcha. But as far as Luke dying, though,
yeah,
I'm okay with that. So the thing about this movie is just about everybody in it is wrong constantly.
Huh.
So Luke being like, the Jedi need to die. He's wrong. He's wrong about it. And it's like Kylo Ren being like, kill the past. He's wrong. It's supposed to get a rise out of you because he's wrong. The only person who is right in this entire movie is Rey. And all she's trying to do when she's with Luke is trying to make him see that Luke, yes, the legend of Luke Skywalker and the mystique of the Jedi need to survive. It is important. It will bring hope to this universe. We can, it is important. It doesn't need to die. We need to carry it on. We need to learn from our mistakes and then carry it on. I think that's why I like this movie so much, is because I think it delivers on those on a lot of very specific things. And I think Luke dying at the end and him projecting instead of just going there to help him. I mean, not only just logically, he didn't really have a ship to get there physically,
Yeah, you did. Well, no, he didn't. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you did.
He had the X-Wing sunk.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
He could have pulled that shit up.
Yeah,
I mean, he does
still.
it in the next movie. Worked just fine. He could have taken his ass over there.
I don't know. I think it just works a lot better as him as a projection.
I think
it's a way better. Yeah.
And I think that the battle itself is dope. I think that I love that whole red ground underneath the salt covering.
Yeah,
that's super cool looking.
Yeah, it's super cool. Really interesting planet. Really like that.
I like those weird little ice fox things or whatever, crystal foxes. Those are super cool.
Yeah.
I thought there was a lot of creativity in Last Jedi. So
yes,
I'll say
absolutely.
that they took things in a different direction all around.
Yeah.
And that's not a bad thing per se.
Yeah.
I just think that a couple of the things rubbed me the wrong way.
I
really do think Benicio del Toro's character is worthless. I think there's no point in him even fucking being in the movie. I think that almost all of everything, the Canto Bight stuff, just doesn't work for me. I get what you're saying, and I like that different perspective side of it.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it was a preachy side of the perspective. They went into this whole yeah, I got it. War sucks. Yeah. I'm more focused on the Nazi wizard than I am about some fucking rich fucks.
I'm glad they.
I like rich fucks that are like Jabba, man.
Yeah. You want a big
this,
slug motherfucker?
I want slimy underbelly motherfuckers. That's what I want. Yeah.
I don't know. I dig The Last Jedi. I really dug the whole Rey from nowhere thing. Speaking of which, another one of my favorite lines is when Luke's kind of confronting her. It's like, why are you? Or who are you? Where are you from?
Yeah.
She's just like, I'm from nowhere. And it's like,
nobody's
from nowhere.
Yeah.
And I'm from Jakku. It's pretty much nowhere. I thought that was pretty funny.
I like the little. I actually really dig both of the indigenous creatures to the island. The things that fix the huts.
Yeah, and the pogs.
And the pogs. Yeah. Is that what they're called?
I think so. Pogs.
I don't know.
Or whatever. Little chicken.
Those things are awesome. God damn it, dude. When Chewie's eating the one.
Yeah, and one of them just looks at him so fucking sad.
And then you can tell he gets this oh, I can't eat you anymore.
God damn it.
I was hungry.
I love it when he's in the Millennium Falcon, kind of trying to trying to fix something, and Rey comes in and he's just like, have you fixed it yet? And he's just like, and it pulls out and he's just got all those little dudes all over the place. It's just like, God damn it, I can't work with you. That was super cute. I like that. I don't know, man. Overall, I think I understand what you're saying about the Canto Bight.
Yeah.
I do understand it.
And Benicio del Toro's character, man. He's an amazing actor, and they made him a stutterer that basically fucks people over and doesn't accomplish anything in the story. That's it. He just comes in and is a shitbag and leaves.
Yeah.
That's it. you know. And then what's her name? Rose.
Yeah.
Like, she could have been a cool character, but I feel like instead they just made her kind of whiny.
I got you.
You know, and I think that there are some moments with her that are fine. You know what I mean?
I think she has some really good moments.
She has some moments,
Yeah.
you know, and I like that idea about the whole like oh look, hey, these are cool animals. Wow, this is an amazing thing. But yeah, but when you look at it, you realize that there's this oppression going on. Like, I got you. That's a cool concept.
Yeah, that's a cool concept.
But they dig into it.
Yeah.
They kind of go, hey, are you hearing me? Like, it's fucked up, guys. Like,
Yeah.
come on, guys. You know, and that just, you know, like Poe or Finn deserting.
Yeah.
Is kind of a weird thing to me.
Well, and for his, this is where I think it kind of struck me as like, okay, I still like Finn as a character. I still like his concept. And like in this movie, I don't really like him, again, for the same reason that and this is the movie that kind of made me think this. His only character trait is, I like Rey. I got to find Rey.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wherefore art thou Rey?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, and I get that he does other things, but that's kind of like when he wakes up, it's kind of it kind of defines his character for this movie. Pretty much his first line.
Yeah.
When Poe runs up to him, he's just like, "Oh man, let's get you dressed, man.
Where's
You
Rey?
you must have a million questions. Where's Rey?" And I'm like, that's good. That's a clever play on words. It's a clever subversion of like, you must have 1,000 questions, you know, just being like, no, I have one direct question. But it kind of sets up his character for this entire fucking movie and for honestly the rest of the series. Like,
yeah.
And like, I don't know. I just,
I thought Rose died.
yeah, towards the end.
Yeah, I thought
Yeah,
she
that's
died.
what I thought.
Yeah, and then she
Yeah.
was back for the next one, and I was like, oh, that's weird.
Yeah.
Okay, and then they didn't use her at all, and they put a Hobbit in there.
Yeah, I did notice that. It was Mary, wasn't it?
Yeah.
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 But okay, so we didn't talk about Maz Kanata. Let me say,
You're right. I love Maz Kanata.
I love Maz Kanata. Maz Kanata is a freak.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
She's a little weirdo.
Dude,
I
she
like that Wookiee.
yeah, I really like. I think that's fucking I love that. It's like, where's my boyfriend? I like that Wookiee.
Yeah, I definitely like that shit.
Yeah, but then when she's talking about the code breaker, at some point they say, oh man, it sounds like he could do anything, and she just starts rubbing her fucking gun. It's like, you have no idea. And I'm like,
I know.
holy shit.
Yeah.
Maz Kanata is a freak.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's yeah, she's funny, and I like her return in
Rise of
Skywalker.
Yeah.
too. Like they did a good job bringing her back.
I like that.
Yeah, I was disappointed by the Snoke reveal. I think that it's cool that they like made the whole like Force connection thing between Rey and Kylo.
Yeah,
like that's solid. That's a really cool Force power. You know, it branches.
Well, and they have
something-
some really cool like conversations, and there's some really awesome reveals that come out of that. The whole it's kind of funny the way that they play with memories, you know, in that. So think about this. When Kylo Ren is telling the story of how he basically when Luke was going to kill him.
Yeah.
And it really shows like differing perspectives, and how if one little thing hadn't happened, things could be completely different, and the way that people remember things can be completely different. Anyways, getting into that, when Kylo Ren is telling the story of when Luke was about to kill him, you see Luke, and he looks angry, and like Kylo Ren's Ben Solo's on the defensive. You know, but then when Luke tells the story, he's just like, you know, I had a fleeting moment of doubt, and it shows him lighting up his lightsaber, and then immediately he's just like, and then it was gone.
Yeah.
You know, and he just looks at it and is like, what was I about to do?
Yeah.
You know, kind of thing.
Which is, I mean, that's a thing. You know? Like that makes sense too, you know? And I definitely like that difference in perspective.
Yeah.
He said that in Last Jedi, right? Or was that was
that
Last
was
Jedi?
that was Last Jedi.
Okay. They got rid of Snoke. They established the connection between the two of them.
Yeah.
They made me think that Rey was going to turn evil, but I knew that wasn't going to be the case. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
They made me feel like, ooh, maybe, hey.
Are you talking about, like, for Last Jedi, leading up to Last Jedi, before you saw it, you were like, ooh, maybe Rey will actually...
After Last Jedi.
After Last Jedi.
Maybe.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I really thought that might happen.
I thought they were going to tempt her a lot more.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a lot more. I thought it was going to be a lot more push and pull.
Yeah.
With that. Again, I like Rey from Nowhere. I like kind of what that means.
So, okay. Well, so I guess we'll go ahead and get on 9.
Yeah. Okay, so one more thing. The hyperspeed through the Star Destroyer. It might actually be one of the most visually hype and coolest things that I've ever seen in fucking theaters. Period.
Yeah.
So that's another reason I love this movie. Is it, like, again, like we said, like, love it or hate it, this movie does some really cool shit.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, with episode 9.
Okay.
So we're finally to it.
Finally about to wrap it up, guys. It's been a long one.
Been a real long one.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this, 5 hours?
Yeah. Anyway, so 9. I think the more I think about it, the more I like it.
So, I definitely dig it. I don't mind Rey being a Palpatine. Okay.
Don't mind it.
Okay.
I'm a little disappointed.
I get it.
But,
you know, I do feel like
I get it.
This movie had a little bit of a feeling of trying to fight the second movie, but not a lot.
No. I don't think it was necessarily they were trying to fight the second movie, because like I'd told you before, I feel like it's really unrealistic thinking that they didn't have a plan for this entire trilogy.
Agreed.
You know, now individual beat for beat, like kind of scenes and lines and stuff like that. Like, I get, might be.
So does that mean that you think that they thought that Palpatine was going to be the big baddie the whole time?
I think they thought he was going to be the big baddie the whole time.
Okay.
I think ultimately that's what they were leading up to. Because, I mean, there's concept art from before Force Awakens of, like, the last steps Death Star throne room, like, underwater, and people going through it. So, I mean, and that's reminiscent of what, happens in this movie, because you see the throne room, like,
which that's the funny thing about this movie is that I think it makes the most actual sense, like, physically what's happening.
Okay.
I think it makes the least sense out of all of the Star Wars movies.
The least as far as, like, what's actually happening point by point.
No, I don't mean the plot.
Okay.
I mean physically what is being represented.
Oh.
Like the way
that's some big words, man. I mean, you are talking about Star Wars. I mean,
man,
like,
two big problems. I got two real big problems.
Examples, please.
You telling me the motherfucking Death Star crashed into a planet and that planet still exists?
I get you there.
How many Star Destroyers did they pull out of the ground? You know how big Star Destroyers are, right?
And they're saying they got
thousands.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of them. And it looked like he just pulled them up out of one ground. Like, just
what?
Well,
they all just came out of the same hole.
Whatever. I just got this infinite stormtrooper.
It's a really big planet, man.
It's a huge fucking planet. Like, man, okay, so who's manning these? That's what I'm talking about, Scott, is that there's so many things with this movie, and that's probably why a lot of people don't like it. Because they're looking at it and being like, this was ridiculous! And, like, that's cool, I got you. Like, yeah, it is ridiculous. I'm not disagreeing. But that fucking fleet of Star Destroyers is one of the most iconic images. Again, like the thing with Holdo.
It looks great. And I will say this about the movie. It is the best looking Star Wars film.
It's the best one.
period.
Oh my God, it's the best.
You know,
Oh
like
my God.
as far as just like eye candy in this movie is ridiculously good. Like this is another really stupid thing too. Like during the final battle when they're riding those space horses across the like Death Star or not Death Star.
That's the
Star
stupid
Destroyer.
moment in
It's
this one. That's the dumb
fucking-
Star
yeah,
Wars moment.
it's the
in that
dumb
one.
Star Wars moment, but it's still fucking cool. You know?
Yeah.
Like, don't tell me that it's like.
Yeah, that-
don't get
no,
me
it was
wrong.
still cool,
You had
yeah.
a moment of like, wait, they're riding space horses
Yeah.
on top of a spaceship,
Yeah.
and then eventually you're just like, wait, they're riding space horses on top of a spaceship. Yeah. You know,
yeah.
you can't tell me that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. I felt like this movie was rushed. You know,
Yeah, I
from
think
scene to scene.
That
it was
I
rushed.
think is the thing that's really killing it. Is I think it's rushed. It really does feel like they tried to smash 2 movies worth of material into one.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it kind of does, man.
and I don't feel
Which-
like it carries any fucking weight. I think it blows through things too fast.
it's that whole thing about how like it's like a whole bunch of like gotcha
Yeah.
the whole time, and man, after you do that so many times, I'm not the biggest Family Guy fan, but there's this one Family Guy thing that I just think is fucking hilarious, and it's like the doctor comes in to talk to Lois and Peter,
Yeah.
and they're talking about Peter's test results or whatever. He comes in with this clipboard and he's like, "Oh, this doesn't look good at all." Well, what is it? It was this drawing that my 4-year-old drew. me."
Oh,
And then
yeah.
And then he's like, "Well, Mr. Griffin, I don't know how to say this. What is it? Kim Basinger? Kim Bassinger?
Oh, yeah,
Kim,
you just-
it's just like he keeps doing
Yeah.
this shit where you're like, oh my God, serious moment. Wait, no, it's,
And
it's
no,
actually not
wait,
that big of a
it's
deal.
not,
Oh,
yeah.
oh my God. Oh wait, no. Okay, I guess that wasn't really
Yeah.
that bad either. You know.
Okay, so
So that's what you mean by doesn't hold any weight.
that's
right?
what I'm talking about. Because so example number one example, Force Lightning Ray.
kills Chewie.
she kills Chewie. Okay, she's trying to bring this ship back down to the ground
And gets so angry.
and gets like
Yeah.
so into it, and she just accidentally Force Lightnings.
Oops.
Oops. And supposedly
Yeah.
kills Chewie.
You know what? I think that might be the plot hole in the film right there. She's
Yeah.
obviously not a Palpatine because she can turn it off.
Yeah. And that boy can't.
Yep. Can't, as we
Can't
see
turn it- yeah.
again for a third time.
But okay, so that was a big gasp moment for
Yeah,
me
yeah.
when I saw it. I was like,
Mm.
oh shit, and like even at that second, I was just like, well, damn, I don't want Chewie to die, but this is actually a really interesting development. How is Rey gonna deal with?
Dude, I expected
Like-
that to make her push to the dark side.
Yeah,
And if they
like,
had played with that a little bit more, and
yeah,
like,
exactly,
ooh,
and
But instead,
instead, in the very next scene, Chewie's just in handcuffs, which I guess is another thing that Chewie just really likes handcuffs, man.
Man.
He is
Mhm.
always in handcuffs in these
Well,
movies.
Maz Kanata's into BDSM, so
Oh, that's why.
she likes fur and handcuffs. So
Yeah. But yeah, so
what if
And I know
what if
that
Chewie's
the-
just a furry? What if there
Wait.
there are no wikis? They're
wait,
just
he's
furries?
not. So yeah, so in the very next scene, Chewie is revealed to still be
Yeah.
alive.
Yeah.
And I get that the characters still don't know it, but we know it, so it kind of takes a little bit of the suspense away,
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's kind of how I felt about the majority of this movie.
Yeah.
Not
well,
that
like
it did-
like 3PO. Same.
Yeah,
Same,
same
kind of
thing with
you know?
3PO. It's this
Like
really,
that was touching, dude. That moment where he
it
like
was
gets up and goes,
beautiful.
"Oh, I'm just trying to get the last look at my friends."
Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah.
And then Babu Frick's like, "Oh, well, I'm gonna fuck him up." Yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah, like man, the
Babu Frick is awesome.
that shit. Even as fucking 3PO was getting turned off, that
Yeah.
second where he's like, "Oh, I just thought of a new idea how we could." and
Yeah.
like
Yeah,
that's
it's like,
wonderful.
okay,
Amazing.
great,
Yeah.
yeah.
But then like 2 scenes later, like, oh well, he's getting re-uploaded with
R2D2 has like backups. Well, and 2, I like the new droid. And I can't remember. Like that's another thing about this movie is like I know it's been like about a week
Is it
since
with
we
Dio?
saw this movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I can't remember a lot of it.
Oh,
You know.
so it didn't stick with you.
It
is
didn't
what you're
really
saying.
stick with
Yeah.
me.
Well, I feel like
so I
think
like
said-
Dio.
I think I said something to you about this. I feel like this movie is a lot like modern metal.
Okay.
How it's very intense and technically it's pretty amazing, and you're looking at it and you're like, oh my god, wow, that was a spectacle while I was there. But when you walk away from it, you're like, I don't remember any of it.
Yeah.
I'm not holding on to it. It's not something that's sticking with me in a way that,
Yeah.
you know, for me, a couple of images really stick, like you know, the way that
Palpatine is Gladys.
exactly,
Like that's
like
that.
the lightning, the Star Destroyers, you know.
Yeah.
But there are so many like literal flaws with this movie. Like as far as are you telling me that all of those Star Destroyers now have planet killing guns on them?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
telling
That's
me,
the
you know, like
what? How did we
they took out all the like,
guys, you guys didn't like the really big Star Destroyer in you know, that other movie,
Yeah.
so we're just gonna make a lot of small Star
yeah, man.
Destroyers.
God, yes, and they
We're
all
just
have
gonna put some dicks on the
dicks on
like-
Star Destroyers, man.
Yeah.
That's all it was, and they dropped their dicks on planets. That's all they were
Yeah.
gonna do, and that's a stupid ass thing, especially
The
'cause,
planets
I mean,
just explode from
Yeah.
shame. Pretty much.
fuck, man. It's such a ridiculous concept, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, though, just watching the movie and
Yeah.
just being like, wow, oh wow, they just did that,
It's like-
is not that bad.
Yeah,
okay?
and it's cool, and it's one of those movies. It's like I was saying to you earlier in the week. I feel like it would be better, at least for me, on a second watch.
yeah,
When I go to see a Star Wars, and like I said, I've seen just about every one of them in theaters to some degree.
Mhm.
I go in and I don't feel like it's unreasonable for me to expect to love it. Because just about every one of them I've come out just being like, holy shit, that was fucking awesome. Hey, you remember this thing? Hey, this thing happened. This was funny, blah, blah, blah. And in this one, and you were there, like, it was just kind of like it was fine.
yeah, I know what you mean.
And,
Yeah.
and I was, like, not that I was disappointed, not that I didn't have a good time, and not that I don't think it's a solid movie overall.
It wasn't inspiring.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. And it also doesn't, like, it wraps up in a way that doesn't feel, like, special in a big regard. Like, the flip-flop with Rey and Kylo fucks me up. I really don't like the kiss at the very end.
Yeah,
I
I
feel
don't
like
really-
it's fucking stupid that they
Yeah.
built up sexual tension, or romantic tension, rather,
Yeah.
between Finn and Rey this whole series, and then don't pay off on it. I think it's stupid that
Dude,
both...
they throw that away.
real quick,
like,
dude.
real quick.
I mean,
Yeah.
the whole time Finn is saying, "Oh, well, there's something I got to tell you."
Yeah,
and he never
that's the
does,
last
you
time
know?
they even bring
Yeah.
that shit up. Yeah.
So okay. So this is the kind of funny thing about this. I feel like you feel like The Last Jedi the way that I feel about this movie. So like we both have this like, well, I think this is the best one out of the trilogy because I
Yeah.
think that 9's the best one out of the trilogy
I gotcha.
because of just some of the moments and the way that it works.
Yeah.
And it's also for me the first movie where it looks like these two individuals are fairly proficient with a lightsaber.
Yeah, I will give you that.
You
The
know.
lightsaber battles
Step it up.
really step it up.
Mhm.
As far as like, you know, the emotion that goes in behind them, as well as like just the technical proficiency.
Yep.
absolutely.
The
I can
only
see
thing
that.
I was disappointed on that is that the Emperor himself did not bust out a lightsaber.
Oh yeah. Sidious
I-
didn't just
Sidious should
just
have had
rolled on
He
motherfuckers.
should have had two sabers and he should have rolled on them. But
Yeah.
him being attached to some shit, he most likely couldn't have.
Well, he wasn't attached after he sucked all the shit out of him.
He wasn't. I thought he still was. I thought he never came off of that thing.
Nah, but that was after he like started like pulling their energy out, so
Oh.
he wouldn't have been rolling on him at that point.
No.
Yeah.
no.
So
it's
yeah.
you know. Yeah.
It was after. Yeah.
So you know that's it's a weird hit or miss on that. I think that it's not a bad wrap up to this trilogy.
No,
I think
no.
it works fine. And
I think it's solid.
like the idea that the Emperor is the menace, the Phantom Menace behind.
Yeah,
the
I'm fine
entire-
with that.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm fine with that.
And ultimately I'm fine with Rey being a Palpatine.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I was upset. I kind of figured they would do this. You know, so I went into this movie kind of thinking, oh, like not specifically that it's Palpatine, but they would kind of walk that back a little bit. I'm a little disappointed that they did. You know, just because of what that means overall, and the fact that I just really liked that part from the last movie, like just that concept. So it was a little disappointing, but overall I understand why, and I think they executed it well.
Yeah. So I think that I was a little disappointed by Rey being trained by Leia. I think they made up for it at the end of the movie by being like, oh, look, Luke trained Leia.
Yeah.
They kind of covered their butt on that one, because I feel like I was like, whoa, hold on, this hasn't been established. What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
So I'm glad that they at least went back and were like, hey, maybe we need to mention something.
Yeah.
About this. And you know what? That end scene, super cool. I
Yeah.
like that. Okay.
Yeah.
But I still feel like Qui-Gon should have come back as a Force ghost and trained her.
Yeah.
You know, or Yoda as a Force ghost, or Obi-Wan as a Force ghost,
Somebody else,
anybody else as a Force
Luke
ghost.
as a Force ghost.
Luke as a Force ghost. I think that really should have been more the thing.
Yeah.
I also still think that Rey got too powerful too quick overall. Like
really,
I really do. Yeah. I think she got way too powerful too quick. Like. Think about how many years it took Anakin to be as badass as he is, and he was fucking up motherfuckers like Count Dooku.
Yeah. Well, would you say that she?
I think that she's a quick learner.
I think she's a quick learner,
and I think that's one of the things about her character is that she's highly Force attuned, which was a lot like Luke.
Yeah.
But she's also a very, very quick learner when it comes to things. So it's not like it's out of her realm to do, you know, a lot of this stuff, but I feel like they push her through the training montage a little fast.
Okay. Like at the beginning of this movie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they push her through a little fast. That's all. But again, if that's a pacing issue to the film, maybe that's because it felt like they were trying to slam two movies together, right?
Yeah.
So that still works that regard.
Yeah, and I think that's really, like I've said a million times already, I think that's really the main thing that really kills it for me.
Yeah. In
this movie is just its pacing. It sets up really cool stuff and then doesn't give me time to really chew on it.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I mean, shit, I don't know what else much to say other than Babu Frick is amazing.
Babu Frick is cool. I think I really loved seeing
Lando, dude.
Lando, Billy D. Williams. He looks like he's having a lot of fun.
Absolutely.
He's just laughing it up the whole time, and I love it.
So the Palpatine thing at the end of the film, you know, the way that Rey is visited by all the previous Jedi, that is something super cool, which I was talking about earlier. You know, it actually makes a lot of external Jedi canon now. So like there's one from Rebels that I don't remember his name, and then there's like Ashoka Tano, and there's Darth Revan, and there's who else? There were like 4 or 5 that were not canon up until this point that they put in. They also got Hayden Christensen to come back and do his voice. That was Samuel L. Jackson. That was Frank Oz. That was, you know, they actually got a manipulated clip of Alec Guinness, so that was Alec Guinness.
Yeah, that was Alec Guinness.
You know, like it's really cool that they did that, and that's super dope, and that's not something that I think anybody questioned.
Yeah.
But I think people questioned the Palpatine side of things. They were like, whoa, hey, how is he back? How is he blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about this. Remember I said the physical errors with this movie? Motherfucker wouldn't have survived a crash of a giant fucking moon-sized space station into a planet, and it wouldn't have survived to the point to where the throne room itself was intact in a way, and his dead ass would have been found, and they could have resurrected his fucking corpse. Okay, let's go ahead and say that.
Well, do you think that is his original body?
No, and that's part of my thing here. So number one, it's obvious that they were using cloning because of the Snoke situation, right? I think that they cloned him a body from
they just weren't as good at cloning as the people who made the clones in the prequels.
No, because these were obviously, you know, Sith alchemists or what the fuck ever.
So they're just trying to figure out how to do this shit.
So I think that this is a unspoken side of this trilogy that no one's talked about.
Okay.
Knights of Ren. So listen to me.
Man, they kind of throw them away in this movie too.
They throw them away just like they always throw everybody away in every movie, because that's what they like to do with cool characters now, isn't it, in the Star Wars franchise that we've
Are
established.
you saying that the Knights of Ren are the Boba Fett of
That's
this
kind of what I'm saying. Yeah, that kind of. Yeah, as a total, yes, the Knights of Ren are a throwaway. Yeah, and so we know that he can't turn his lightning off, and we know that they always throw away cool characters.
Yeah,
and we know that but what I'm getting at is the Knights of Ren. I feel like what most likely happened is after the collapse of the Jedi Academy.
Yeah.
Okay. We know what happened to Kylo.
Yeah.
And we know what happened to Luke.
Right.
What about all the other trainees? Well, I think that's why there is a fucking great Sith religion. I feel like the Knights of Ren went off and cultivated this Sith religion that they were already attuned to and they were already pushing towards. And I don't know, I mean, that's easily 10 years prior.
Was it? Because I mean, it's like
it's easily 10 years prior.
Easily
right?
10 years prior.
So we're talking about something like that kind of span. They could have easily built up an entire religion and followers and gone to places that were more like dark side attuned, like Mustafar and that kind of places. Found people that were easily corruptible, started an army, started an entire cult that then basically chanted their way back to to Palpatine coming back. So I like the idea of them. They cloned a body that is Palpatine's body, and they siphoned all of the dark side into this body. So it's basically the harbinger of all of the Sith Lords ever. Because he even says that he is all the Sith ever, because I think he is. And I honestly think that he had been doing that in his life anyway.
Just siphoning up as much of the dark side as he possibly could.
He was fucking murdering everybody. He was taking control of everybody. Like, I mean, think about what he did to Vader. Like, other people didn't do this to their apprentices. Like, dude, he crippled Vader. He made sure that his suit wouldn't allow him to be powerful enough to stop him. Like, that's part of one of the things that the Palpatine did. And I honestly feel like, because of the way the arc is told now, that Vader understood some about what was going to happen, which is part of the reason why he seems a little lackadaisical
in Return of the Jedi.
Because I feel like he knew what was going to happen, and he was trying to will himself to let it.
I gotcha.
So I think he saw the grand scheme of things, and I think he knew what that he was still the chosen one, and I think he was trying to end the Sith. And potentially he did end the fucking Sith. But these fanatics brought it back. These insane cultists brought the Sith back. Right. And that's even cooler than just the idea of like, oh, Palpatine's back. No, the Sith religion is back. That's way
cool.
cooler.
Yeah, that's way cooler to think about than just, oh, it's the Emperor again.
No, and I didn't take it that way, because as soon as I saw a room full of hooded figures worshiping an Emperor's throne, I was like, no, fuck that. They were there before him. They were there before he was even in existence. They made him come back. What did they do? Right? Well, I think the Knights of Ren would have been those who established that religion. They would have been those who went to the depths of the galaxy, finding the remaining evil sources of the galaxy, and been like, "Come on, guys, let's do this."
Let's have a party. Let's have a big hood party.
So I think that's part of the reason I really dug it. Is I, being generally more Sith aligned. I liked that whole side of things.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Overall, I think it's a good movie. And again, I do want to see it again. I do want to watch it again. I do think that I will not necessarily appreciate it more, because I do appreciate it for what it is, but I think I will enjoy myself a lot more this next time. Because like I said, man, it's everything that I pointed out were kind of big grown moments in the theater for me.
Yeah,
But overall, I had fun.
yeah, but like for instance, I really liked the whole, and I mentioned this earlier, like General Hux's role in this one.
Yeah,
I like him being the traitor, and I also really, really love that he's not the traitor for any other reason than he fucking hates Kylo Ren.
Yeah, I do like that.
That's
I like
amazing.
That a lot.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect because that sets
Yeah.
up the same character that we knew from Force Awakens. Because he kind of got pushed off to the side in the second one, and if you can think about why he was pushed off to the side, it's because he was planning his evil. I'm gonna destroy them.
Well,
and then,
dude,
you know,
like I get that.
so it works.
I
man.
think
it works.
I don't think he was pushed to the side in Last Jedi because he was already a traitor.
No,
I think the
no.
events of Last Jedi turned him into
I think
the mole.
he was already in the background, kind of going like, "Fuck this guy. I don't want to be here. I don't want
right,
this job. I
right.
should go
He
get another
already
job."
didn't like him, but the way he is treated,
Yeah.
and the way he essentially just gets thrown around by Kylo Ren like he's fucking nothing is why he's just like, you know what? I don't necessarily want the whole First Order to go down.
Yeah.
But I'm at least gonna help them get
Yeah.
this motherfucker.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's why I like it. I think it's a little bit more, at least for me, that's a little bit more nuanced of a character. You know?
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
the biggest issues that I have with this trilogy in general are the way that they deal with lightsabers, the way they deal with the Jedi mindset as a martial art. That's actually the thing that I don't like about this trilogy the most, is that they don't respect it as a martial art. They just don't. They it's a fighting style, but to them, like, especially in the first two movies, they fight like street fighters. They fight like people that are just doing
Well,
things.
you think that's probably because they don't have that formal training for the most part?
I guess I think
They don't
I think
have
Ren
as much of a training.
I think Kylo should. I think Kylo should have a basic training, and I think that at least some point you should see that he has a basic training, and it's not until the third film that you see that.
Yeah.
So that's what bugs me, is that I get it in the first one. He was wounded. The only lightsaber battle you actually see him in, he was already hurt pretty badly, right? I get that. So then in the second one, if he has proficiency in the third film, he should also have that proficiency in the second film. He didn't get more training between that time.
Yeah, I get you.
You know, so that's really what I'm saying, is he should at least have a basic, I know how to wield a lightsaber like someone who actually uses this weapon.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that Rey just happens to be fierce and athletic, and, you know, like we said,
a quick learner,
uses a staff already.
Yeah,
Those things made sense to her, you know.
Yeah.
So it's just it's not until the third film that it looks like they're using a form. It looks like they're using a thing, you know.
Yeah, where the lightsaber duels actually kind of do it for you, essentially.
Yeah. But the pacing and the way that, like, they kept pulling things back on you, are really the things that bugged me. Other than that, you know, but man, in general, fun movie.
Yeah,
and
really good. I love and we probably need to start actually wrapping this up. But like, so the very last scene,
I was gonna say,
with Rey on Tatooine, she buries Luke and Leia's sabers.
You know,
which is cool.
I think that alludes to something happening later.
Yeah,
somebody else is gonna find some sabers. You know what I mean? I think that's kind of what that means.
That might be cool.
But also, why does she have a yellow saber? And, you know, we've been talking about this a bunch, you know, and the whole Sentinel idea, like her being a Sentinel, her being or her potentially having a saber that is from the original Coruscant Jedi Order, like the guards and everything like that.
Like, why would her saber be yellow?
Yeah, why would it be yellow?
Yeah.
Now, in the general sense of things, she would be that character because she is a tech character. She's a balanced character.
Yeah,
you know?
very.
So that actually totally works.
Yeah.
You know, from other ways. But like,
and I didn't
think
think
she
about
built
it. Yeah, well, I think she built it out of her staff.
Okay, so
because
that's cool.
It looks like her staff.
Yeah, it does.
You know,
I still think she should have had a double-bladed lightsaber because.
It's like both.
She uses a staff, man.
Yeah.
Why not? You know.
I get you.
Yeah.
I get you. But no, and I like the fact that she built it, and I like what you're saying about it. I think it makes a lot of sense as far as the lore.
Oh yeah,
because
that works.
When
with the lore.
I first saw it, I was just like, I was being cynical, but I was also like, oh, cool, she has a yellow lightsaber, and I didn't really think about it past, well, they probably asked Daisy Ridley what color lightsaber she wanted, and she said, well, I want yellow.
Yeah.
And that was that.
But
and that may have been the real world, like,
I don't know, man. I think they thought about this.
But yeah.
Because there's a lot of evidence to support that the yellow lightsaber makes a lot of sense, you know? Because, I mean, like her not exactly being part of the Jedi Order, her being part of her own thing. You know? She's,
it's something different.
Yeah, there's a lot to consider here. You know, but there was one person I was listening to talk about these movies that made a really good point, and I wish this would have been the case. You know, so she's on Tatooine, and there's that old lady. Yeah, and the old lady just goes, "Well, you never see anyone around here."
Yeah,
or there hadn't been anyone around here in a long time. I think that's what she said.
Yeah, something. Yeah,
should have been Watto.
Yeah, it would have been really cool if it was Watto.
I haven't seen anyone around here in a long time. And he would have been like, "Wow,
yeah,
he's still there."
Skywalker.
Yeah.
I know that name.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and it would have been something.
Would have been cool.
But Watto's probably dead.
Yeah. And I do like that Rey pretty much takes the name of Skywalker. They were kind of building that.
That was one of the grown moments for me, actually.
Really?
Yeah, but it took me a while to accept it. Like, because at first I was just like, well, come on, they didn't need to do that. But you know what? She obviously had no connection to Palpatine.
Yeah.
And those were the closest things to an adopted parents that she had in
pretty
this,
much,
you know.
Yeah.
So, there we go. It makes sense, man.
Yeah.
And I don't think that I walked away from this movie feeling bad. I definitely didn't have like a lot of excitement, but there was definitely this like, well, okay, yeah, that was good.
That works.
I'm
fine.
happy with where things are right now.
Yeah,
in the universe, and moving forward from here, who knows what they're gonna do.
I hope that they take a lot more risks. I hope that they continue to take risks. It
sounds like they're going to try to take risks from here on out, because one of the big issues with this trilogy is the weight of everything that comes from behind it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's the problem with any sequel, is you're actually going in a direction that causes a problem.
Right.
Funny enough, one of the new Game of Thrones things, Blood and Fire, sounds like it's relieving itself of the same issue, and it sounds like it's doing that thing that we were talking about with the Knights of the Republic thing.
Yeah.
So you go back in time.
Yeah.
You take it in a different direction. Look, none of the characters you guys know even exist anymore.
Exist now.
Yeah.
Here we go.
We have to care about it in a different way now. Okay, come on. Because, you go forward in time and they go, what happened to this? What happened to this?
Right.
But you go back.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens.
Yeah. It sparks that curiosity. So let's hope that Star Wars from here on out is going to be a more curious, and I also really hope that they start releasing DLC for that Vader Immortal game. Has, I would totally get like a whole prequel.
I really
DLC.
hope they start releasing DLC for the new trilogy.
DLC trilogy.
DLC trilogy.
They're gonna EA it up.
That's right. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's all of Star Wars.
That's all of Star Wars.
Yeah. I'm sure we forgot some shit. I know we did. There's no way we didn't.
Yeah, but, you got, what, like 6-7 hours?
Yeah.
Almost.
It's a lot.
Of listening to do. Again, thank you guys for listening. Philip, final thoughts?
Play Vader Immortal. If you get a 50 kill streak, you can force lightning.
Hell yeah. Can you turn it off?
No.
I
just realized it. Oh shit. You can't turn it off. Actually, you know what? Using the Force Lightning now makes me realize what the actual issue with Palpatine is. It's not that he can't turn it off. It's that it's so cool it never enters your mind
to turn it off.
You never go, I should stop doing this.
Palpatine's just getting too hype with that Force Lightning, man. So yeah, yay Star Wars.
I think that's it.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.